Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 o'clock. We'd like to get going, please. If everybody can settle down and the board members come up to the dais, that's great.
You got a gavel?
Yeah, it's on, but he's far
You
away
have to
from
turn your microphone on.
Oh, I did.
close. Yeah, just get closer. And
Matt, you said that was
Can we start the meeting, please?
you said it.
Thank you.
That's what I said too.
Well, Marcel's here.
Right? Just like you, right?
Mr. President, we are ready to start whenever you are.
Thank you very much, Rosie.
No.
It's 9 o'clock, or just past 9 o'clock, and I'd like to call the March 8th, 2024 meeting of the SDCERS Board of Administration meeting to order. I see we have a number of people that are interested in the topics coming up, so thank you very much for your interest. I would like to open our meeting with a special recognition for Cynthia Queen, who is coming down the aisle right now. Our Member Services Director, Cynthia, is retiring at the beginning of April, and today is her final board meeting. Cynthia is well known for... Thank you, Cynthia. Many of you know Cynthia. She's well known for her passion for customer service and taking care of our members through good times and bad. We appreciate her 26 years during the San Diego community, and especially her 16 years as our Member Services Director. We will certainly miss her creativity, enthusiasm, deep level of caring for others, high level integrity, and her very colorful shoes. On behalf of the board, we thank you for your service, and hopefully you'll have a nice retirement. Okay. Thank you. Rosie, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have a quorum for today's meeting with Mr. Alvin Lai arriving a little bit late today, so he'll be joining us hopefully soon.
Great. Thank you very much, Rosie. So we have multiple requests for public comment today. Just a couple of announcements on this process. If you would like to give public comment, please fill out a request form. I believe they're in the corner there by the TV screen. And please pass them to our administrator, Rosie Annick. Public comment, which is specific to an agenda item, will be heard immediately before that specific agenda item. So, Rosie, do we have any public comment today?
Yes, we will have a public comment regarding Cynthia Queen's retirement, and then public comment on the amortization policy, which will be taken immediately before the action item. And then we also have Mr. Heller, who will be joining us a little bit later during the B&G action item number 4. That's what he's going to specifically speak on.
Good. Thank you very much. So, I think, do we have the public comment here for Cynthia at this point?
At this point, we would like to invite Mr. Dick Wilkin to speak.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Dick Wilkin. I'm a city retiree, a longtime member of the Retired Employees Association, and an immediate longtime board member of that organization, a immediate past president of REA. REA is a nonprofit organization, if you don't know of us, that represents the interest of retirees and their other beneficiaries. We've been around for a long time. We have over 1,700 members. We represent all city employees that join us, over 1,700 members now. Another organization like us is the Retired Fire and Police Organization that represents sworn public safety officers. And as you know, I'm here to thank and commend Cynthia Queen on her retirement. And I just want you to know that, by the way, I'm a SERS elected retiree board member, so I've had both perspectives. Cynthia has been the ideal membership services director. Your president mentioned her customer service orientation. It's far more than that. She has been so open with us. She comes to all of our general member meetings and briefs us along with Greg, who we really appreciate the tone that he has set. She serves as an ombudsman on occasion. If there's something within the organization that one of our members is having difficulty with, she'll jump in, she'll facilitate getting the things resolved, and her passion for customer service and for being open, being collaborative, great sense of humor, we are going to miss her terribly. But I want you to know as the board how much retirees and our organizations, not just ours, but the retired fire and police, really appreciate and respect what she's done for retirees. And I know I've talked to Greg about her replacement, which is going to be pretty tough to do, but he knows the kind of person that Cynthia's been, and he's going to try to do his best to find someone that can emulate what she's done. But I want you to know we really appreciate what she's done, and I want Cynthia to know how much we love her, and we really appreciate all of you have done. We hope you have a great retirement, and we'll miss you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving on to section 4, which is the approval of the consent agenda items, which are service retirements, drop entries, drop retirements, training, and the board agenda calendar. Before I call for a motion for the approval of the consent agenda items, would any board member like to pull a consent agenda item to be discussed at a separate vote? I think we're okay to move ahead. So hearing no requests to pull the consent agenda items, may I please have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda items A through E?
I apologize, Mr. President. I'm just having a slight technical difficulty.
Okay.
And then again, go to the.
Here we go.
I apologize. We are ready for the mover and the second.
Paul Lodes is approved. We need a second, but I don't see a.
On the screen.
Was- Do we have a second?
We did.
There's nothing on the screen.
I mean, I'm happy to speak.
I'll be happy to note it if
Okay. I think, Cliff, were you seconding?
Happy to,
Okay.
yes.
Clifford Shearson second.
Okay, so there we go. Oh, all right.
You click Alvin as a second. Who wants a second? But Alvin is not here.
There we go. Okay. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Wait a minute, before we vote.
You need to vote for him.
Yeah, but any other comments on this? Okay, so please cast your votes. There we go.
And with all votes in, Mr. President, this motion passes 12-0.
Thank you very much, Rosie. So we're going to take the next section, which is 5 business operations, slightly out of order here. We have 2 information items, starting with the first information items, which is the SDCERS board members' fiduciary responsibility with respect to funding the plan. And before we get going on that, this will be followed by, I believe, the update from the City of San Diego, and then we'll open it up to public comment regarding the actuarial review, and then following the public comment, we'll do the actuarial review.
Mr. President, we actually do have a public comment on the information item.
Oh, okay.
And I'm happy to invite the gentleman whenever you're.
This is the fiduciary responsibility?
It is regarding the financial update presentation for the city. It's information item number 2.
I would like to suggest that we hold that until we get to that particular presentation.
Absolutely.
Good, okay. So the first up, Johnny, would you please introduce our fiduciary council?
Yes, Paul, thank you, and good morning, board. I'd like to introduce you Ashley Dunning of the Nossman Law Firm, who the board selected to serve as SDCERS' fiduciary counsel in January. Ashley, you can make your way up. Ashley is the go-to attorney for public retirement systems on fiduciary matters, especially in California. She serves as fiduciary counsel to CalPERS, to the majority of the 37 county acts, to the city of Fresno, San Francisco, Los Angeles. She's even general counsel, I understand, to a few systems for the fun of it. Collectively, the retirement systems she serves hold more than $1 trillion in assets. Ms. Dunning served as SDCERS' fiduciary counsel when I began my career here in 2010, which just adds to her breadth of knowledge and her personal experience and knowledge of SDCERS' plans. So I welcome back Ashley to San Diego. And Ashley, this morning will frame your fiduciary responsibilities as we get into the city's request for this amortization study. Ashley?
Thank you, Johnny, and good morning. Am I on?
Green light.
All right, thank you, Johnny, and good morning, members of the board. I'm delighted to be back with you after a number of years as SDCERS' fiduciary counsel. I take the responsibility of advising you on these sorts of matters. These are extremely serious matters, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk with you about them today in the context of a very important topic for SDCERS, which is the proper funding of the plan. The approach we're going to take to the discussion today will start with a fiduciary framework that should look familiar to you. You've had fiduciary training over the years. I'm framing this discussion in the context specifically, though, of what you have before you today, which is the proper actuarial funding of a defined benefit plan. All of those words have meaning. Actuarial, funding, defined benefit, and they all need to be given import when you're considering the options that are presented to you today. We will then turn to the board's already established funding objectives. In January, you walked through those. I will summarize them because they also frame an important aspect of your discussion today, which is within the fiduciary framework that you are bound to operate. What are the funding policies that you already have established, and how do the options that are presented to you today further or not those objectives? We'll then talk about other applicable laws, because as a governmental plan, you are subject to and must follow the law, of course, as all, both public and private plans, but in a public plan specifically, you're subject to charter, muni code, and other provisions that are important to think about and discuss and understand. And then finally, we'll turn to specific fiduciary considerations relative to SDCERS' actuaries amortization study, which was presented to you in January and will be presented to you with some stochastic modeling and other additional work that your actuary has done since January to allow you to further deliberate on this topic. So with no further ado, the four aspects of your fiduciary obligation that I'm going to focus on today, given what we are discussing, are, of course, the duty of loyalty and duty of prudence, but I'll talk about them specifically in the context of this topic. And then I note the two duties that are also implicated here, one of which is in the California Constitution. We'll talk about the duty to assure competency of retirement system assets to pay vested benefits. Again, every word in that phrase matters. And then finally, the duty to administer the plan in accordance with the plan terms, i.e., your plan document, which is the muni code, it's the city charter, it's your regulations and other rules that apply to you and other applicable law. Fiduciary duty of loyalty. So again, this is a summary of what you know, but I'm stating it here because it's important to have this framework as you are going through this analysis. The fiduciary duty of loyalty relates to the relationship you have to others. Who are those others? Those others are the members and beneficiaries of the SDCERS plan. There are no others to whom you owe a duty of loyalty. That's the key point. It's an exclusive responsibility to a set of people, and it's not to every aspect of their lives. It's not to those individuals' ability to live in a clean city. It's to those individuals' ability to retire from SDCERS with the money paid to them on time that you owe to them. And you owe them that money because it was promised to them by their employers when they were working. So that is the focus that you are to have as fiduciaries of this plan. You are trustees of the plan who owe the exclusive benefit of the trust funds of this system to the members and beneficiaries with respect to their retirement benefits, nothing else. That duty to the members and beneficiaries takes precedence over any other duty. So there are certain other duties that are identified in the California Constitution, such as the duty to minimize employer contributions, also the duty to defray reasonable expenses, but those are never to take second place to the primary duty to members and beneficiaries. Note that you owe no fiduciary duty to your plan sponsors. And in fact, California law has made very clear that putting the interest of another ahead of the interest of your members and beneficiaries and the security of their retirement benefits is a fiduciary breach. You may not put the interests of the plan sponsor, of a union, of any other party ahead of the overall best interests of your members and beneficiaries in the security of their vested retirement benefits. It's basically a conflict of interest rule, and you're not allowed to have conflicting loyalties. The law recognizes that you each come to this board from different places. You're each elected or appointed or ex officio, as all California retirement boards, in order to create this multi-member, diverse group of contributors to the important job that you have of funding this retirement plan to pay the promised benefits. And that is critical, and the Supreme Court has recognized that the composition enhances the ability of this board to operate. But once you're on this board, you all have the same fiduciary duty. No one is here representing the safety members. No one is here representing the general members. No one's representing the retirees to the exclusion of others. You're all representing the members and beneficiaries of the plan. And that's the point of this slide, that you're not to act as an agent of the one who elected or appointed you to the board. And the law has made that abundantly clear. You will see on some of my slides a perhaps mysterious asterisk. And one of those asterisks is on this slide. The reason I include those asterisks is because those cases are federal case law decided under ERISA, which is the law that applies to private plans as opposed to governmental plans. It's not directly binding. ERISA guidance is not binding on governmental plans, but we do look to it for guidance with respect to basic fiduciary principles, particularly when it's consistent with law applicable to a governmental plan, which it is in this case. So I've said all of that as if it were abundantly clear how one is to act in all circumstances, and of course it's not. You administer a very complex plan. You have members who are PEPR members, who are legacy or classic members. You have members who were hired yesterday and may not even know what a defined benefit plan is and are certainly not thinking about it in terms of their priorities. You have people who retired 20 years ago and they care not at all about the contributions that are coming into the plan now, but they care everything about the money that's coming into them every month. So those are all very often very different interests from one another. They're complex, they're cross-cutting. They don't necessarily land you in the same place in terms of how you resolve problems. And fortunately, as trustees and as administrators of this plan, you have a fair measure of authority and discretion to balance those competing interests. But you need to be doing so properly, consistent with your fiduciary responsibilities, such that what you are all looking at is this overall best interest of the members and beneficiaries in the security of their SDCERS benefits. Turning to the second prong, which is the duty of care. I've recited the language from the California Constitution on the duty of care, and the way that I distill this from the case law is that you are deemed to be a prudent fiduciary with experience dealing with a similar enterprise. So you're not simply a prudent person, you are a prudent fiduciary, so a prudent trustee. You're not simply a prudent trustee who knows nothing. You are a prudent trustee who is deemed to know a lot, to have experience dealing with this enterprise. In other words, the question is whether you are using the facilities that you are required to do, whether it's consultation with your experts, consultation with one another, serious study of the materials in front of you in order to comply with this fiduciary duty of care. And good faith is not enough. The cases have made that abundantly clear. One example I gave here would be if the board, concerned about whether the city could meet certain infrastructure goals, waived critical city funding obligations to SDCERS that the actuary opines are warranted to fund the retirement system on an actuarially sound basis. If your actuary were saying that waiving certain fees or delaying them were not actuarially sound, it would be a fiduciary breach not to charge them. Your actuary has not said that today. None of the options presented to you have been presented as actuarially unsound. So we're not in that world exactly, but we are in a world where it's very important that you assess the actuarial prudence of particular courses of action. The citations on this slide reiterate what I have been saying in terms of the duty of care, and that relates to the fact that you're not deemed to be a lay person, you're deemed to be somebody with experience in whatever arena it is that you're acting upon. And there are some additional cases here cited, some of them with asterisks, for the reason I noted before. The fiduciary duty of care also does anticipate and, in fact, require that where warranted, you consult with experts. It's understood that in a multi-billion-dollar retirement plan that's actuarially funded, a defined benefit plan, you individually will not have the expertise in order to do this on your own. And so that requires the expertise of others. And so that means that a prudent person, a prudent expert, or a prudent fiduciary would consult with the appropriate experts. Who are you consulting with on these matters? You need to consult with people who have the expertise that's called for. What does that mean? That means when you're talking about, say, actuarial funding of the plan, you're consulting with SDCERS' actuary. That is who is advising you. You're not being advised by the city. You're not being advised by the unions. You're not being advised necessarily by the lawyers with respect to the actuarial funding, actuarial soundness analysis, though you are advised by your lawyers with respect to the legal constraints that restrict your actions or define your actions. Turning to the third duty here that I articulated in the first, in the outline, this is the duty to control actuarial services and assure competency of the assets. This is a really important provision of the California Constitution, and it was put in back in 1992 in response to an effort by the state to take over the actuarial function of CalPERS. So just to let that sit for a moment, the state was trying to take over the actuarial function of CalPERS because wouldn't it be nice if you were the debtor to determine how much you owed? And therefore, it is fundamental for a fiduciary who has this responsibility and authority to retain the exclusive control and exercise that control consistent with its fiduciary responsibilities. And what are you doing that for? You're doing that in order to maintain the competency of the assets. What for? To pay the promised benefits. So it all ties together. It's control, authority, coupled with responsibility, which is the critical point here. O'Neill is a case that involved one of the county retirement systems, and it involved a challenge to various actuarial decisions made by that board in the wake of the Great Recession in order to try to address some of the great shortfalls that were occurring for many of the plans across California and the country in light of the recession. And the board was challenged for breach of fiduciary duty based on what the actions that it took then, which included lengthening amortization schedules, transferring money from one reserve to another, et cetera. And what's interesting to me about this case is that it was very hard to resolve until it got to a trial. It ended up being resolved after trial in favor of the board. But the issue that really held up the Court of Appeal twice was the board actually complying with its duty of loyalty when it took these actions? Was it trying to favor the county when it did this? Was that the motive? Or was it doing it for the benefit of the members and beneficiaries and the security of their benefits? And the court couldn't resolve that without a trial. That is a cautionary note. Final point here on the framework. So this is the fiduciary duty to act in accordance with the plan document and the applicable law. We know this in San Diego. We know that you are to comply with the applicable law, you are to follow your plan document. And there are a number of circumstances here in San Diego where it's been made very clear by the courts that you are to follow those rules. And we'll talk a little bit more about what those rules are and how they play out in this particular context later in the presentation. So now, turning to the funding objectives, this is something that Marcel talked you through in quite some detail in January. That was great. You have a very strong funding policy, and good to see. So here we're summarizing for you what the basic funding objectives are so that the board can keep all of that in mind as you were talking about what the appropriate course of action is here. And as was noted in January, there are these funding objectives work at counter forces to, they counteract one another in certain ways. So one might bring more stability, whereas the other one would bring more benefit security, et cetera. But your primary goal here is benefit security. The setting of actuarial assumptions and methodology should be based on funding the plan to avoid the risk of running out of assets to pay pension benefits. That doesn't identify what your time period is. You know you have a long-term trajectory, but you are not to run out of assets that are needed to pay the promised benefits. So that is the most critical of all of these priorities. The second is stable and predictable costs. So you say in your policy, contributions need to be managed and controlled, consistent with other funding objectives and rules, so that the costs remain stable and predictable over time for both cash flow and investing purposes. So that's looking to how SDCERS is administered and the fact that having those sorts of stable and predictable inflows coming in is a benefit to the stability of the plan. Intergenerational equity, not a legal requirement, but a policy objective that an employee's pension be funded with the generation of taxpayers, by the generation of taxpayers who are receiving the services that are being provided by those employees. Obviously, there are going to be complications with that. You have a circumstance here where you have Prop B being invalidated. Now you have, so there's not going to be a straight match because it's not a clean set of circumstances, but this is a goal. It's a policy goal. And then finally, cost sustainability. Establish a funding model providing employers the ability to pay their actuarially determined contribution through various economic cycles. Why does that matter? Why do you care about the employer? Because the employer is a key backstop for the plan. Of course you care about the economic stability of the employer because they need to be able to continue paying over periods of time to support the retirement benefits that they have promised their employees. The policy describes each of these, describes the board's actuarial toolkit as the setting assumptions and methodologies to meet the funding objectives. So that's what one of the things that we're talking about today is setting of assumptions and methodologies. You're looking at the amortization period, you're looking at layered amortization versus not, you're looking at level percentage of pay versus level dollar. Those are assumptions, methodologies used to meet funding objectives. They are part of your toolkit. And they are it's acknowledged in your actuarial funding methods description in your policy what those are. So those methods include the funding method, the amortization of experience gains and losses, amortization of changes to economic and demographic assumptions and methodologies, and amortization of changes in benefits. Why do I lay all of those out? Because you have put some work into distinguishing between the amortization periods that are applied to those different types of changes. That is something that's embedded within your policy now. It's been part of the plan for a long time. So a change to something different from that is a material change. Takeaways from the board's funding objective policy are several. First of all, the actuarial toolkit already distinguishes, as I noted, between the length of amortization schedules that are prudent for the purposes of funding various types of costs associated with funding SDCERS administered benefits. In other words, certain types of gains or losses are currently put on shorter or longer amortization periods. And that's something that over the course of time, this board has concluded is a wise, prudent way to fund the plan. That said, the policy does not attempt to or purport to handcuff the board into selecting a particular amortization period over which those costs are to be paid. But the policy does provide that the board and its actuaries need to focus on these four guidelines that we talked about already in order to seek to maintain those goals as articulated. So now focusing a little bit more on the laws that are applicable to the actuarial funding of SDCERS within San Diego. Your city charter does speak to this. And what does it say? It says, when setting and establishing amortization schedules, the funding of the UAL, for the funding of the UAL, the board shall place the cost of past service liability associated with a due retirement benefit on no greater than a fixed, straight line, 5-year amortization schedule. So your charter includes a 5-year amortization schedule for a certain type of benefit change. It also says effective July 1st, 2008, the board shall place the cost associated with net accumulated actuarial losses on no greater than a 15-year amortization schedule, and the board shall place the benefit associated with net accumulated actuarial gains on no less than a 5-year amortization schedule. So note, your charter is identifying specific amortization schedules applicable to different types of gains and losses. However, there is this bolded clause at the end of the city charter, which says, notwithstanding the above, so notwithstanding any of that, the board shall retain the plenary authority and fiduciary responsibility for investment of monies and administration of the system as provided for in Article 16, Section 17 of the California Constitution.
Can you expand?
Yeah, why does that matter? I thought I had it here. Yeah.
Can you expand on what planetary authority means? I had to Google that.
Plenary authority. Yeah, absolutely. So plenary authority means sole and exclusive authority subject to judicial review. It is not the authority of anybody else to control what you do, other than a court, of course. It's the highest level of authority that you can have, recognizing that it's subject to judicial review.
Got it. So, notwithstanding the above set of criteria, the board retains the ultimate authority still to be judged by a court, but
It does, and I need to put another caveat on that. It's plenary authority subject to your fiduciary responsibilities. So if a court were to deem that the decision that you made while within your authority, it was not consistent with your duty of care or duty of loyalty, and or it were arbitrary or capricious, which is another, those are other terms used to describe actions that courts find not enforceable, then it would overturn it. Yeah. And so that's why this clause, and I put it on a different slide, I thought it was the next slide, but it's coming up, is what I call a fiduciary savings clause. It basically makes these rules that would otherwise constrain your authority over actuarial funding by the city charter, which I just told you is what Prop 162 was not put into the California Constitution protections from. This is the fiduciary savings clause, which makes this constitutionally compliant. In other words, the city charter can't tell you what amortization schedule to choose. However, it does give you parameters that you can not follow should you deem it's fiduciarily warranted to go a different direction. The charter also includes language that's cited here relating to agreements with the city relating to funding of the plan, also going to the topic of authority, responsibility, et cetera. And it says funding obligations of the city shall be determined by the board on an annual basis, which is what you're doing. You're doing your annual valuation. And in no circumstances, except for court-approved settlement agreements, shall the city and the board enter into multi-year contracts or agreements delaying full funding of city obligations to the system. Based on my watching all of you at the January meeting, I know that you were very familiar with the background to this provision within the city charter and the funding agreements that led to this being included in the charter.
Could I ask a question about
certainly.
that one? That referendum, I think, that put that into the charter was a result, as you say, or as you alluded, to an explicit agreement entered into between the city and this board back in whatever, late 90s, early 2000s. To what degree does this inform implicit agreements?
It informs implicit agreements in the sense that one should not do implicitly what one may not do explicitly.
Okay. So in that context, prior to some discussions that took place in July of last year, this board would have been presented with 4 actuarial scenarios from our actuary. And at the request of the city, 4 additional actuarial approaches are before the board. How does that intersect with the concept of implicitness?
It goes back to authority and responsibility and whether this board is retaining that authority or it's and exercising it properly or conceding it. So if what we have here is an offer acceptance consideration, some quid pro quo, which was the issue previously, the allegation, that's a problem. If what we have is a legitimate policy discussion about how to properly fund SDCERS, and your plan sponsor is coming to you and saying, here are some additional factors that we want you, SDCERS board, to consider. We respect whatever decision you make. We will do our utmost to pay whatever contribution you set. We are not making any threats. We are not holding anything back from you in exchange for your decision making. You are retaining your independence here. Well, then it seems to me that you have retained your authority as a board, so long as what you're truly doing is exercising independent judgment here, to make the decision that is in your sound judgment to be in the best interest of the members and beneficiaries of SDCERS. So the fact that one is asking for you to do something that you end up doing does not turn it into a contract, because you are a policy board. You're not entering into a contract. You are making a policy decision. Moreover, you're making a one-time decision. You are making a decision on this valuation about what actuarial methodologies and assumptions to use. You're going to do a new valuation next year. You reserve your authority and discretion and judgment to make a different decision at that time. If your actuary comes back to you and says, you know, you made a bit of a misstep here, or the experience turned out quite differently from what we anticipated, and here are ways in which we recommend that you make some adjustments, you retain that authority to do so. What this provision says is you can't enter into multi-year contracts or agreements that bind future boards or purport to bind future boards to delay full funding of the city's obligations to the city. That would be illegal under this provision.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just observe that from my experience of what's happened since the 1990 experience and circumstances, this is the first time that I recall that there was strong urging on the part of the sponsor to take a different course from what this board would have otherwise done.
Yeah, it's an important observation. It is not preferred from a fiduciary perspective to have this type of interaction of this magnitude. You are in an unusual situation and have been in San Diego for a number of years about a number of things. And right now your unusual situation is Prop B having been invalidated. And so you do have a bit of level setting to address. And your actuary has actually noted that. No other plan of which I'm aware in California uses any funding methodology other than level percentage of pay unless you have a terminated plan or a declining or closed plan, which is what you had before with Prop B. Now you don't. So that's a change of circumstances, which I see a very valid reason for this board to be considering in consultation with its actuary seriously whether such a change is warranted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that the same? Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry, I went backwards to answer your, okay, so this is where I was. So we talked about the fiduciary savings clause. With that fiduciary savings clause, the charter remains consistent with the California Constitution and applicable trust law on the topic of actuarial independence of the board. So that is, and this is a critical part, regardless of the amortization schedule requirements in the charter that would otherwise control how the board's to fund SDCERS. And this italicized point is particularly important, including the underscored language. If the board determines those amortization schedules are not consistent with its fiduciary responsibilities for funding SDCERS, and provided that a board determination isn't arbitrary or capricious, the board need not follow those specific requirements. That's a pretty high threshold. So your charter calls for different amortization schedules depending on gain or loss. If you're not going to do that, you have to determine you're not doing it because it's not fiduciarily, you can't do it as a prudent fiduciary.
Can I tie that back to your prior comment around seeking support from experts?
Certainly.
So if I'm reading this properly, the board, because we're a policy-setting board, we don't have the same skill set as Chiron or any actuarial organization. And so if they come in with a set of recommendations, set of actuarially accepted recommendation, 1 to 20 or whatever it is, any of those options are actually, from an actual perspective, is sound. For the board to say option XYZ is not actuarially sound, that sort of steps away from us leaning on experts. So I'm teasing out that tension there.
It's an important question, and I think there's a nuance here that's really important, and that is an actuary presenting you with options is not the same as an actuary presenting you with recommendations.
Can you clarify that?
If I were to tell you that you could walk across the street on a red light as long as you've looked both directions, and no cars are coming, I'm giving you an option. Would I recommend that you do that? No. Not to say that one of these options is walking across the street on a red light. Just the first thing that came to mind. However, but the point simply is, an option is not a recommendation. You deserve recommendations as a board. Right. Okay? You deserve recommendations from your actuary, from your CEO, from your council. That's what we're here for. It doesn't mean that we decide for you. We don't decide for you. You're not rubber stamps for any of us. You need to exercise your own judgment. But it is important that you get our views on these things. I'm not an actuary. I'm not going to tell you what is actuarially sound or not actuarially sound, because that would be improper. Nor would your actuary tell you what's legal or not legal, because that would be improper. But we can each advise you within our areas of expertise. So it is important to listen very carefully and not assume that an option is a recommendation. Yes.
And where does prudence come in?
Prudence requires the type of care that would not be shown by walking across the street with a red light. Okay, so that's just giving the simple example I just gave. Prudence requires a higher level of care than just reasonableness.
The actuary's role is not to deal with risk, correct?
The actuary is dealing with risk all the time, in the sense that the actuary is assisting you in managing the funding of a defined benefit plan, which is inherently seeking to acquire over time the assets needed to pay a stream of benefits over time to people where you have to make a lot of assumptions about those individuals in order to be able to fund the plan properly. You have to make assumptions about when people are going to die, about who's going to be disabled, about not who's going to be disabled, but how many people are going to be disabled, the types of disabilities, how the returns are going to perform, your investment returns are going to perform. There are all sorts of demographic and economic assumptions that your actuary is expert in studying, analyzing, and proposing to you your discount rate, all of that goes into determining what amount needs to be paid both in a normal cost to pay for the service, the benefits that are being accrued in a year, and any unfunded accrued liability that reflects accrued losses over the prior period, and how that needs to be amortized in order to fund it in a stable way, trying to accomplish these various goals that you've talked about. in your funding policy. So the actuary is managing all of that risk. And you too, as a board, as the ultimate decider here, are also managing the risk, because the risk, the biggest risk to SDCERS would be if you don't properly fund the plan.
And Ashley, I don't mean to minimize the role of the actuary. It's so complex. That's why there are so few of them.
One of the reasons.
Think-
She was not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The actuary does not deal with default risk. Is that correct?
The actuary is not analyzing the budget of your
possibility of
employers.
default, right,
That's correct.
of the plan sponsor.
Well, is not analyzing that, absolutely, nor is this board, really. I mean, you're not getting into the budget of the city to analyze that in any sort of specific way. But I would say that the actuaries focus on stable contributions and secure cost source is a recognition of that kind of a risk that would exist if you were to have wildly varying contributions required of your employer from year to year, for example. Now, Gene may have some things he wants to say about what I've said if I've misstated any of this, but I'm doing my best in terms of expressing what I believe they're considering that does include risk. But it's not within the purview of this board either to manage the city's budget.
Of course not.
So just following on what Bobby's saying, the actuary could present us with a number of scenarios that have varying degrees of risk. It's up to us to determine which is the most prudent with respect to the risk, to manage that risk. And we would expect that the actuary would make a recommendation for what he thinks is the most prudent, but ultimately it's up to us to make that decision.
I think that's right. I mean, it's whether one uses most prudent or prudent, it's going to be a judgment call as to which course of action leads to prudence on each topic, as we discussed for under the funding policy. When you pull one trigger, the other goes up, so they're not necessarily correlated in a way where we'll necessarily all agree on what's most prudent. But if you choose a prudent course of action, that is fiduciarily compliant. So we've talked about this multi-year contract language in the city charter already. We've talked about how it makes the charter consistent with the California Constitution. And this final bullet point simply impresses upon you the authority and independence point, which is the board is not to hamper itself or future boards by relinquishing control to the plan sponsor regarding how properly to fund the retirement system over multiple years. That's what that charter provision is about. So the key that permits the board to invoke the fiduciary savings clause in the city charter is fiduciary compliance. And the key to complying with the independence clause is exercising sound judgment regarding prudent funding of SDCERS, which is not subject to some sort of implicit or explicit agreement with the city. To achieve fiduciary compliance and exercise judgment as required by law, the board needs to take actions and consult in consultation with its consulting actuary and other informed advisors. And those include your CEO and legal advisors. And those actions need to be prudent, to adopt prudent methods to fund SDCERS in the informed judgment of the board, and so that's care and loyalty, and that are in the overall best interest of the members and beneficiaries' right to have the board maintain the competency of the retirement system assets to fund their vested SDCERS benefit. Again, keeping your eye on the ball about what you're supposed to be doing here. Summarizing here, the key question for the board to collectively decide at the end of the full discussion and the presentation by your actuary today. which actuarial methodology that's being presented to the board today is prudent in the informed judgment of the board, and which of those methodologies is in the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries in the security of the SDCERS of their SDCERS benefits. You really need to be able to articulate individually and collectively, whether to yourself or out loud, answers to these questions that lead you to the answer that the methodology that you are supporting meets both of these standards. It's both prudent and it's in the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries in the security of their SDCERS benefits. So who are you supposed to consult with on this? Clearly the actuary. What are you consulting with the actuary on? For compliance with actuarial standards of practice, so the ASOPs, and to obtain the actuary's recommended course of action, and to understand and discuss the actuarial bases for those recommendations. It's not enough to simply say, you know, it probably is not enough to say, what do you recommend, but why? Why is it okay to reset the amortization schedule and no longer use layered amortization? Why have you used layered amortization for the last 20 odd years and now you're not going to? Maybe it's okay. There are plenty of plans that don't have layered amortization nationally, but you've had layered amortization for a long time. So what's changed and why? It's that why that matters. It's the motive that matters in trust law. Ask your CEO. Your CEO is an enormously experienced administrator of defined benefit plans in California for the last however many years. I won't age him or me. But what are the policy or other related administrative considerations that are pertinent to SDCERS that he wants you to consider? And ask for those. You have that expertise here for you. And you have, and you're receiving now through both me and your general counsel, with whom I've discussed this presentation, and we are speaking with a uniform voice here. Relating to legal compliance, and our recommendations are exactly along the lines of what we're presenting to you here. So now turning to what recommendations you've received so far. At the last meeting in January, the actuary stated, the result of the city's non-police plan having been reopened as a result of the invalidation of Prop B leads to his conclusion that level percentage of pay is the most appropriate methodology for funding these benefits rather than level dollar that was instituted when that portion of SDCERS's plan was closed. That is very, very consistent with what practice is for funding defined benefit plans nationally and in California. That's what your actuary has said. And so that would lead you to option 3 rather than, option 3 rather than option 1. The actuary also noted the consolidation of all...
Just to put a fine point on that, so level percentage of pay is industry standard, best practice.
Yes.
On a national basis.
Yes.
Thank you.
And ask for your actuary to confirm that, please, since I'm not an actuary. But certainly based on all of the work that I've done in this area, including in courts, courts have reached that conclusion. Consolidating of all existing layers, the actuary says, is a policy determination. So this has been presented to you as an option. And the actuary has noted that all 3 of the options are actuarially sound. So that's a very important conclusion, that they're all actuarially sound, although I query whether the rationale for moving to a single layer has been described sufficiently.
Would you actuarially sound, would that constitute a recommendation for you, in your opinion?
It's within the realm that the actuary is prepared to deem reasonable.
So to a lay
It
person.
doesn't, to me, it doesn't get as close, it doesn't reach recommendation.
Level, but it's close.
I think it's neutral.
Okay.
Ashley, doesn't it need that the math works? The math works. If you take all of these assumptions into account, and there are many, and they are complex to determine, if all of that is true, the math works. The beneficiaries will receive their payments.
The math does work.
Right.
Right. I think the math works, and the funding approach
Is sound.
is actuarially sound.
Yeah.
But it certainly stops short of calling it prudent.
That would be the question.
That's our job.
That's your job, to assess what's prudent in terms of the long-term and short-term funding of the plan.
But also getting back to our earlier conversation, there can be various options that are considered actual. Sorry. There can be various options that could be considered. Did I turn it off again? Thanks. There could be various options that could be considered actuarially sound. They may have significantly different risk profiles.
That is absolutely right, and it goes to prudence in terms of the risk profiles. What I've sought to impress here today is that the reason for choosing one option over another also matters, because your reason needs to be grounded in fiduciary principles, both of prudence and loyalty to the members and beneficiaries. Again, you don't have a duty of loyalty to the city. You have a duty of loyalty to your members and beneficiaries, and your responsibility is to make sure that their benefits are properly funded.
I mean, it sounds like that the actuarial sound may be inconsistent with legally sound.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm glad you posed that question, but I wouldn't go that far because legal is not seeking to overtake actuarial here. Actuarial soundness is really critical. Now, many actuaries have said to me over the years, how does one define actuarially sound? And my response is, well, the courts say you need to. That's the terminology. Members of defined benefit plans in California actually have a vested right to an actuarially sound system. That's what the cases say. So it is important for us, for the systems then, to have their actuary be able to articulate and prepared to say that the funding methodology that they have presented is actuarially sound. It is created, it is formed in a way, it is developed in a manner that is reasonably expected to produce the mandatory results of having assets on time when you need them to pay the benefits. That's their job. But there are different ways of getting there. And that's exactly what this conversation is about. How you get there and how you get there prudently. And yeah, please.
So in the slide before where you talked about the recommendations coming from the actuary, legal advisors, and the CEO, it sounds like in this bullet here where we're talking about a policy determination, this is that the consolidation of the existing layers is a policy decision, so it's already been found to be legally compliant. It's been found to be actuarially compliant, so the only issue that we're dealing here is with it being a policy determination of how it may impact policy.
I'm not saying it's legally compliant or not compliant. What I'm saying is that it's only legally compliant if you meet the fiduciary test of care and loyalty, which begs the question of why. Why are you changing the amortization schedules from layered to single? I have not answered that for you, and I will not answer that for you. Mm-hmm. That's for this board to determine as a body and the majority of you to decide.
Would
Is-
you be making a recommendation about whether or not it is legally?
My recommendation is that you make sure that any decision that you make is done for the right reasons. And that reason cannot be to save the city money.
What
Yes.
it seems, first, thank you very much. I'm so impressed. Very, very helpful. But just to go back on something, one of the issues that or parameters that we're going to need to weigh has to do with risk, if I understood that correctly. And that resonated with me in some of my own professional background of working for 40 years, of weighing benefits and risks. So that's an issue that's part of our fiduciary responsibility of the risk that the money will be there when it's needed in the right amount, time after time after time.
That's right. And it has to be risk analysis that's grounded in fact.
And fact can include history.
Fact can include history. Fact can include projections for the future. Fact also has to include reasonableness. So if one is saying, certainly I can pay you tomorrow 20 times what I'm paying you today, even though I don't necessarily have a source for an additional 20 times amount to have to pay you, it would not be reasonable to take that
That then goes to prudence,
attribution.
prudence on our part.
That goes to
and care.
prudence. Exactly.
So can I, in your presentation, the overall best interest of members, that's a clause that's
In the security of their vested retirement benefits with SDCERS.
that's used quite a bit, right? And
Yep.
so we have some 25,000 members. Roughly half are active, half are retired. 2/3 of them are under the age of 40. So there's a very wide divergence. And you had a slide that talked about the cross-cutting and sort of interest of all these different members. I have two questions in here. So how do I think about job security for those who are actively employed right now?
That's an excellent question. What courts have said on that, and this is, I think, consistent with trust law, is that it is not a fiduciary breach to consider job security. That's the Bant case. However, that's not your primary responsibility. Your primary responsibility is to make sure that their retirement benefits are properly funded. So keeping them employed but underfunding their retirement benefit would not be consistent with your responsibilities as a fiduciary of this plan.
What would it look like on the opposite, where we take actions to ensure their nest egg, but they no longer have a job?
Well, and that is the point that's been made in some of the cases. It's not going to help anybody if they lose their job. They're not going to be able to continue to earn a retirement benefit. And so that's the balance, of course. But it just needs to be the focus, your focus needs to remain on, okay, how are we going to properly fund these retirement benefits without necessarily being overly sway or overly influenced by, well, we're just going to have to fire a bunch of people.
Right.
Because they are or they aren't. I mean, they have to manage their workforce the way they have to manage their workforce, and you have to pay the retirement benefits due to that workforce. Bant was a different situation involving the county retirement plan in San Diego, where there was an additional inflow of $100 million. And the question was, could the retirement board do an interim valuation in order to take into account that additional inflow, which resulted in decreasing the employer contributions? And the court said, well, it wasn't a violation of fiduciary responsibility to do that interim valuation because it helped the plan to have more money.
Right.
And by the way, it also helped the members to have the individuals who were employed to have their employer not have to pay as much. Okay, well, that's a by the way. That's a parenthetical. And yes, by the way, it's also not bad for the members. Certainly not bad for the members.
So Ashley,
just
sorry. Go ahead.
connecting this to the point of not being an agent, each of us here making decisions on behalf of the totality of all the members.
Correct.
Right? So just a thought exercise here. So let's say I had all 25,000 of our people in this room right now, and I was to say, hey, of the options that I'm looking at, some of those options will really ensure your nest egg, but it could also result in 25% of you not being in this room next week. I would think, if I was to have a show of hands, that a good deal of them would be like, hey, I would rather prefer that you pick those options where the probability of me not losing a job is high, so that because I need to retain my job to be able to feed my nest egg to the totality of my pension plan, my pension initiative, my pension agenda. So again, not being an agent for anyone except for all 25,000 members, I would think that if we were able to do that vote, which we can't, but if we were able to, is that thought process consistent with sort of my fiduciary duty of being on this board?
Or is it a fiduciary breach? That's what we're trying to
Great
figure out.
point, counterpoint.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
This is not bargainable for exactly that reason. Because you're going to have people who are going to say, well, I don't care about my nest egg until they care about it. I don't want to put any more money into the pension plan until I need to draw it. So you are the adults in the room. You are the fiduciaries who have the responsibility to make sure that notwithstanding all those agreements, those desires to get more salary, those desires to retain jobs, that you're funding the plan properly. That's your job here, to fund the plan properly based on the promises that have been made. It is your employers who are hiring people, and you have the responsibility of making sure that those people are enrolled in your plan and then you have the money to be able to pay them when they're ready to retire. So I hear your point, Trustee Wynn, but they don't have a vote for a very good reason.
Yeah. No, I get it. And so then teasing that out a bit, all of the members have this, there's not a consideration in one group that outweighs the consideration of another group of all the members.
Not in this context.
Okay. And then the last question, and then I'll hand it over to Natasha. When I think about the pace of funding, one plan funding 100% earlier than another plan, another option, that to me seems like sort of all the other back question of whether that's doable or not. But how important is the pace of funding in the decision-making process for someone who's fiduciarily sound?
So you're a long-term plan, and both short-term considerations and longer-term are important in that context. And you talk about it in your funding policy in terms of having the funds come into the plan in a stable, consistent way such that you can invest them, and invest the money, earn returns, have those returns also pay a portion of the benefits. So I would say it's all important, and that's what you talk with your actuary about. We have certain parameters around what the actuaries have said through the actuarial standards of practice, what California law has said in terms of amortization schedules and what is and is not favored. So they say more than 30 years is too long. There's a lot of discussion about how short amortization periods leads to unsustainable volatility. So you're always trying to find that sort of sweet spot in order to have a stable funding plan. Glad that wasn't me. So did that answer your question? Sort of. All right. Thank you.
No, and that actually went to some of the questions I was going to ask. But, you mentioned too, our primary, I think it is on. I just have a low voice. The primary responsibility is to make sure we have assets in the plan. That's our primary, to pay the member benefits. That's
primary. I would say that's your most fundamental responsibility.
Right, that's the primary duty.
Right.
If that is met, then you can consider the funding objectives as secondary into making a prudent decision. Is that correct?
So when I think about secondary, I'm referring to, as opposed to your policy objectives. Well, no, I think you're right, actually. No, you're right. Your policy. So the other three that were listed under benefit security, yes.
Intergenerational, cost
correct,
sustainability, all
yes.
of those things.
Yes, okay, yes.
So that was my question, is that can be considered as secondary if you've ensured that the primary is met?
That's right.
And that's considered prudent behavior?
It's prudent within the framework that we've talked about.
Right.
What's the reason? What's the reasoning that's being used? Is it consistent with fiduciary responsibilities or not? Is your actuary recommending that course of action? Does it pass the sort of reasonable prudent standard? So they're awfully broad categories: stable funding, intergenerational equity, all of that. So I wouldn't want to just give a blanket, yes, it's prudent. I think you have to look at the facts and circumstances. But generally speaking, yes, as long as you meet those other criteria of proper motive, et cetera, it should be. All right, so I think I already did this one, yes. Okay, so what does the actuary recommend? Did I do this one already? Slide 27. Affirmative, okay. All right, but I did not do this one. All right, so. You don't think I did the last one? Okay. Good, I'm glad you want to hear. Okay. All right, so what does the actuary recommend? Your actuary is, I'm sure, wanting to come up here and say what he really thinks, but or what they really think. The board's funding objective policy, adopted in consultation with the actuary, in my interpretation of it, reflects a preference. It appears from face value to me to reflect a preference for distinct amortization schedules that are used to track different sources of experience gains and losses for the plan that are determined on an annual basis. And you can see that as you look at the slide deck from today as well. It goes back to 2007, I believe, with different amortization layers for each year. It was very common, actually, in California, and I think nationally as well, right about that time or in the aftermath of the Great Recession, to insert layered amortization into funding of defined benefit plans. In part, actually, because of the enormous shock that the Great Recession brought to plans, there was often a pulling out of a portion of that loss to amortize it over a longer period of time. It was considered an extraordinary loss. So interestingly, the layering started as the result of an attempt to moderate that volatility. But it has led to now a long history of layered amortization within the plan. And SDCERS, as many others, has used layered amortization schedules in its valuations as a means by which to track the various sorts of annual gains and losses. So my recommendation to you is to ask the actuary to opine on the actuarial funding benefits and any drawbacks of combining all existing UAL layers into a single layer. And also asking what applicable actuarial guidance says or does not say on this topic. What does your CEO recommend? Not to speak for your CEO because he's right here, but I will lay this out, and if anyone wants to weigh in, please do. The CEO recommends that the board analyze the actuary's stochastic modeling of options 3 and 5 to assess how well each approach addresses the board's 4 funding objectives. And you see that stochastic modeling in the presentation that's coming up. And then finally, what do your legal advisors recommend? We recommend that the funding be consistent with your fiduciary responsibilities, as we've discussed at length today, in order to be legally compliant. And fiduciary responsibility looks to the why of what you're doing. What makes it prudent? What makes it consistent with your duty of loyalty? The city's current financial constraints warrant due consideration by this board. They are your plan sponsor, supporting this plan, but the board's determinations regarding which actuarial funding methodology to select may not be motivated by a desire to save the city money so that the city may pay for other municipal priorities, particularly if doing so compromises the actuarial soundness of SDCERS in any manner. The board's decisions in this regard must be guided by its fiduciary responsibility to prudently fund SDCERS in a manner that's in the overall best interest of members and beneficiaries in the security of their SDCERS benefits. I've said that about 10 times now, but what I hope is that it sticks with you. This is our summary slide. The board must use informed judgment. So once again, you're required to act in an informed way in the overall best interest of the members and beneficiaries in a manner that's consistent with applicable laws when exercising your plenary authority over the actual funding of SDCERS. Your decisions cannot be arbitrary or capricious. I've heard at times trustees use the terms arbitrary and capricious. If anyone is acting in an arbitrary or capricious way, that's not lawful. It doesn't mean that by somebody proclaiming something to be arbitrary or capricious, it is. But as a board, you have to collectively determine that what you're doing is prudent. And it must be rationally related to the information presented to the board by SDCERS' consulting experts. So to recap, and this is your final slide, and if nothing else stays with the board, because you have a lot more material coming to you, please do recall these 2 questions. Which of the actuarial methodologies that's being presented is the prudent one in your informed judgment, and which one is in the overall best interest of members and beneficiaries and the security of their benefits, and why? And that's it. So thank you for your time, attention, questions, and I am happy to respond to any other questions you may have, now or later.
Any other questions for Ashley? Okay.
How much longer will you be with us today?
As long as you'd like. My flight's this late afternoon, early evening.
And you'll be in the room?
Yes.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ashley, thank you very much for a very informative discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think, Greg, let me suggest we take a small break here at this point. Let's take a 15-minute break and get back here at 10:35.
Might as well tell them so they don't leave.
We'd like to get going in about a minute or so, so if everybody could kind of re-gravitate towards their seats, that'd be great. Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to get going here. Okay, we're going to, we have a number of public speakers, or speakers that would like to make public comment, so we're going to change this up slightly. We're going to take public comment first, including comments from the city, and then we will move into the city's presentation, and we will follow that by a actuarial assessment from Gene, and hopefully that will take us up to lunch before I get a riot. Yeah, okay.
We are continuing the meeting.
So, Rosie, I think we've got about 15 speakers. Is that correct? Or
Approximately, give or take, yes.
okay. So I'm going to please limit your presentations to no more than 3 minutes per our board rules. And Rosie, I'm going to let you orchestrate the sequencing of these people. I think we'd like to do the comments on the city first, followed by the any actuarial comments or other comments related to what we're doing today.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President, and I would be happy to facilitate that. Let me just scroll down here and find our first. At this point, we'd like to invite Mr. Paul Kruger to come up to the podium and speak on his own behalf.
Hello, and thank you very much for allowing the public to speak to you and for giving us 3 minutes, which is more than we get at some other public agencies. I'm a retired journalist just interested in what's happening with taxpayers in the city of San Diego. First, expressing my own opinion about the importance of remembering what you heard from your attorney, that you don't have a duty of loyalty to the city, and that what you do must be done for the right reasons, and that reason cannot be to save the city money. And I'd also like to stress one of the bullet points that you saw. The city's current financial constraints warrant due consideration by the board regarding which actuarial funding methodology to select, but may not be motivated by a desire to save the city money so the city may pay for other municipal priorities, particularly if doing so compromises the actuarial soundness of SDCERS in any manner. I've been here for 45 years, and I've watched the city continually kick this pension problem down the road. And as taxpayers, my grandchildren will be the ones that end up paying this, and it'll be multiples of what is due now, and I urge you to please put an end to it. Switching gears, I'm also here to read you a statement, as time allows, by the San Diego Taxpayers Association, of which I'm a volunteer member. You're familiar with the group. Our group wants you to know that the city's pension challenges are not unique, as you all know so well. And because these underfunding challenges are not unique, the city should not get special treatment. The Taxpayers Association was a strong proponent of transitioning new employees to a defined contribution program, but that was undone. The city didn't need to raise pay to attract and recruit employees. The pension itself is a huge attraction because so very few employees in this country have generous pensions like that at the city. Even new armed forces enlistees and officers do not get generous pension benefits like this, despite actually putting themselves on the line. We strongly believe the city should demonstrate improved management before getting any reprieve, and that the city has not demonstrated that commitment. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kruger.
And next, we'd like to welcome Ms. Monica Perea to the podium for her comments. And Ms. Perea, you will have 3 allocated minutes to speak.
Mine is simple, guys. Good morning, everyone. I'm yielding my 3 minutes to Thanasi Priovalos, so he will be here shortly.
Welcome, Mr. Priovalos.
Good morning and thank you. Just some background. I'm nobody. I'm a local practicing attorney for 30 years in San Diego. I practice in the area of estate and tax law, and I'm an ERISA lawyer. I did sit on the board for 2 terms, and I've grappled with these issues for quite some time. And I think the reason I'm here today, because I don't have an axe to grind. I don't live in the city of San Diego. I don't work for any of the unions. I don't work for the mayor, is to do for you what someone did for me, which is to pay it forward. When I started on the board, I had a number of seasoned board members who were kind enough to just kind of take me under their wing and give me some suggestions. And I've sort of compiled those things for you because I think they were helpful to me, and I think they might be helpful to you. And the first one, which is obvious, was when you walk through the doors and you take your seat up there, you're no longer part of the city or the unions or anybody else. You are independently on this board, for the program. And if you remember that one thing and you keep that in the forefront of what you do, it's going to be hard to get off track or to get into trouble. The second thing is to always expect the unexpected. And that is because we love to say, oh, you know, in the actuarial calculations, we'll say things like, yeah, here's the assumptions. Well, guess what? The assumptions are only good today based on what Gene's looking at today. And tomorrow's going to bring something else. Nobody expected the crisis of 2008. Nobody expects all the economic upturns and downturns. And the problem is when those things happen, it throws a nasty wrench into the calculations going forward. You know, is the market at an all-time high? Is the market at a low? Do we expect Karina and her team to continue to just knock it out of the park? I don't know. But guess what? It matters. And it will change things. And it will change the outcome. And the problem is that I think for me, when I was on the board, the most important thing I could do for the city and for the stakeholders, including the unions and everybody else, was to keep everybody accountable. If you promise a benefit, let's make sure I make you fund that benefit. Why? Because it means that people are going to be more, the integrity is going to be ratcheted up when they're in those negotiations, when they're planning their budgets, when they're negotiating with the unions, when they're negotiating with the constituents. If you're consistent, you hold them accountable to their promises, and you make them meet their obligations, they're going to be more likely to do that consistently in the future. When you don't do that, it gives them an opportunity to get off the hook. And it also creates these ups and downs and the need to constantly come back and ask for a reset. So do everybody a favor, even when it's difficult, keep everybody honest and accountable. If you promise you're going to do something, then fund it. The other thing I want to explain to you is that the city, when the city comes here and presents, and this is a hard lesson that I learned, and I thank one of my mentors who's even in the room for telling me this, it's not the city's fiduciary obligation. They can come here and ask for anything. And if you guys do it, great. It's no skin off their back. They're not the ones who get in trouble. If you want to understand who gets in trouble, it's you guys. You guys are the ones who are under the microscope being scrutinized. You guys are the ones who are going to be held to account to hey, how did you make your decision? Why did you make the decision that you made? And you're going to be the ones who, lawyers are going to sit down with what Ashley's given you and sit you on a stand in court and go, now tell me, when your lawyer told you this and your actuary told you this, how did you get to this decision over here? How did you manage to ignore all the history that happened on this board? Why did you do that? And I got to tell you, people, litigation ruins lives. If you are in litigation, you've already lost. Don't be the person that has to explain your vote if you get sued down the road. I guarantee you, no matter what you think you're doing it for today, when you got that lawyer on the other side who's grilling you on these issues, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history on that one. And ask the people who have been sued before and lost. There have been lives lost over these issues in the past. Now, am I telling you how to vote? I'm not telling you how to vote. What I'm telling you is to take care of yourself, do your job, do it exclusively for the benefit of the city. I also want to just kind of explain that you're in the crosshairs. All this information, the charter, the city, your attorneys, everybody, they've literally set you up. Because if you do make a bad decision, it's really simple to figure it out. So be careful. I also want to explain something because it came out, I think it was Mr. Nguyen who was talking about the actual recommendation. There's an old joke. If you want to know what 2 plus 2 is, you ask Ted and he's going to tell you it's 4. And if you ask Gene what 2 plus 2 is, Gene's going to ask you, what would you like it to be? Because I'll figure that part out for you, okay? The point is that there is actuarial equivalents are fine, but that assumes that the assumptions stay in place and don't change, okay? The issue here is do what makes the most financial sense. Because here's the thing. The employees, whether they're employed today or not, if they've earned a benefit to today, it's your job to protect that from them. There was discussions about whether some people might lose their jobs. Nobody wants to see anybody lose their jobs. But here's the thing. The retirees who are retired, they can't go back to work. They can't make up the deficit. If I've been working for the city for 5 or 10 years and I lose my job, that's terrible. But I can go get another job. I can do something. But I can't if I've already been retired and promised a benefit that you guys can't deliver. So I think I will leave you with the following issue. I would encourage you guys to be courageous, do what is right, resist the pressure to do what is expedient, and resist the pressure inherent in the conflicts that pull and tug at you just by the nature of who you are and how you got here.
We've reached the 3-minute mark.
Thank you very much, Thanasi.
And next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Charlie Hawquist to present his comments to the public.
Good morning. I always hated following Tanasi at board meetings. My name is Charlie Hawquist. I retired from the San Diego Police Department after 28 years of service, and it feels strange for me to be sitting here in the visitor section, having just stepped down after 8 years as the retiree representative on the board. But over 20 years ago, I also served on the board as the police representative. Those were the turbulent times that earned our city government the dubious distinction Enron by the Sea. It also saw 5 trustees criminally prosecuted for what many have said was a violation of their fiduciary responsibilities to the SDCERS Trust. They voted to underfund the trust for the benefit of city fiscal policies. I saw lives ruined, reputations sullied, and unfortunately a divorce or two. Many of you are too young to remember those turbulent times, but those poor financial decisions have taken almost 20 years to undo. But don't let history repeat itself. Learn from its lessons and do the right thing. Today before you are several alternatives. One maintains the trust sound financial funding strategy implemented over time to fully fundament the trust. Another slows the progress down but maintains the course. Others undo the hard work of previous boards and reduce the funding of the trust for the benefit of city fiscal issues. This will increase our unfunded liability and may impact the city's ability to finance needed projects in the future. And as an almost 50-year resident of the city of San Diego, I'd like to see our streets repaired, our storm drain system unclogged, longer hours at the library, and a myriad of other issues addressed. Will city officials give you a written guarantee that the diverted money will be used for these purposes? Or will it be diverted to other special interests? The city management and elected officials need to repair the systematic flaws in our fiscal policy. Does it mean raising taxes or cutting services or a combination thereof? I don't know. But I do know that if the flaws in our system are not repaired, in 5 years, when a new administration takes over in City Hall, somebody from the city may be back at our door asking for further reductions in contributions. But most of you won't be here to face those consequences. And the unfunded liability will continue to grow, and our children and grandchildren, and I have a 2-year-old granddaughter now and another one in July, so I'm looking out for them, in the future will have to pay the price for failing to take action now. Take the actuary's advice, vote to keep the trust on a path to be funded fully sooner rather than later. Don't undo all the work that previous boards have done to make us lose the moniker and run by the sea. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Charlie.
Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Joe Flynn up to the podium to present his comments.
President Kaufman, members of the board, my name is Joe Flynn. I'm a SDCERS retiree, REA member, and I was one of the trustees who was involved in damage control after the Enron by the Sea underfunding. So I appreciate your charge. I'm here to urge you to reject the City of San Diego's current request to extend required payments into the future. Then, as now, the city needed to fill a gap in the city budget. The gap was not new, and then, as now, the city looked to the pension fund to bail them out. What is new, however, is a cast of elected officials making the Freudian slip, making the bailout request. Some were likely in their 20s during the last pension underfunding, and it is unlikely that they paid attention when the pension board trustees were pilloried in the press. And it is unlikely that they heard the harsh criticism heaped on retirees. Since then, it has taken hard work by pension boards, past and present, to restore the financial footing and integrity of the pension system. Obviously, those new to the scene do not remember earlier problems caused by misuse of pension funds to fill budget gaps. It has been said that those who do not study history are bound to repeat past mistakes. I share this with you to establish the extent of the problems created by earlier city bailout requests, the extensive efforts it took to restore pension system integrity. The city budget gap is not new. It's an annual occurrence. But the city elected officials are new, and they do not recall past problems caused by similar requests. The city needs to establish sound financial planning. That is their responsibility. The charge of the Board of Trustees, however, is your fiduciary responsibility to the members of the pension system. So I urge you, therefore, to fulfill your fiduciary responsibility and deny this request to fill the city's budget gap. Thank you for your consideration.
Joe, thank you very much.
Next, we'd like to invite, please forgive me if I mispronounce your last name, Ms. Jennifer Casamasima.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jennifer Alden Casmasima. I'm a retired member of SDCERS, proudly serving for 35 years in the city of San Diego from 1980 to 2015. My husband is Edward Casmasima. He's a retired safety member of SDCERS. He's an active member of SDCERS for 23 years and retired in 2003. Once again, the city is asking your help to balance the budget. I'm asking the board to uphold your fiduciary responsibility by approving a scenario that's in the best interest of the members and the beneficiaries, as well as the security of the pension fund. Ms. Dunning noted in her presentation, you may not make a scenario selection based on a desire to save the plan sponsor money so that the city may pay for other municipal priorities, particularly if doing so will compromise the soundness of SDCERS in any manner. I reviewed several of the scenarios, although they sound like they've been proven to be actuarially sound, but is the risk worth it? It looks like history is repeating itself by underfunding the pension obligations by nearly $100 million in the first year. The city will be paying less upfront with pension funding to increase significantly in future years. There is no guarantee, which is that risk, that future city leaders will ensure pension obligations will be met. So let's go back in history. There was a grand jury investigation that was filed in June 8th, 2010. And they noted up until 1996, the city made payments to the pension fund according to the SDCERS actuary determination of the annual retired contribution. At that time, the pension was 92.3% funded. Then there were a sequence of events in 96, 2000, and 2002 when the SDCERS board adopted proposals advanced by city officials as a strategy to balance the city's budget and to enable the city to contribute less money to the pension system that was required to keep it adequately funded. In some years, the city underfunded the pension plan by as much as $100 million. So again, I'm asking the board to make sure you're making a prudent decision that is in the best interest of your members, beneficiaries, and the soundness of the pension fund. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you very much.
Next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Ron Sadhoff, and I hope I pronounced the last name. Done you justice?
Good morning. My name is Ron Satoff. I'm a retired firefighter. I served on the city of San Diego for 32 years. I was also a member of the pension board from 1985 to 2005. So I was a participant in and victim of all the activities of the board for that period of time. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for your service. What you're doing is a vital and necessary function to protect the benefits of all plan members, beneficiaries, and retirees. It's an awesome responsibility, and you do it for such great levels of pay. Zero. So I really do applaud and thank you for your service. The fiduciary gave, I thought, an excellent presentation, Fiduciary Council, and 2 points stick out to me to this specific issue. One thing she said was that you can't be motivated by a desire to save the city money so that the city may pay for other municipal priorities. Okay, that's a quote directly off of her presentation. Also in the presentation, she asked a very important question, and that was why? Why are we considering, or is there before you for consideration, options 5 through 8? Because the city requested it. That's it. That's why they're there. Absent the city's request, they would not be there. You already had a preliminary evaluation that set the contribution rate for the next year, which is what set into motion the issue before you now to try and, from the city's point of view, to try and reduce that contribution rate. There can't be any question as to why 5 through 8 are there and why it's before you today. It's there because the city requested it, specifically because of the funding obligation that your actuary has already presented as necessary to fund the plan under the existing rules and conditions. Just that simple, nothing more complicated than that. You do have recommendations 1 through 4, and those recommendations were not generated by the city, my understanding. And among those recommendations, the other thing the Fiduciary Council spoke to was recommendation versus option. 5 through 8 are options, okay? There is one recommendation from the actuary, and that is Chiron recommends level % of pay over current policy. as a result of folding the Prop B members back into the system and returning to that methodology which was used prior when the system was an open-ended system as opposed to closed. So that's the only recommendation you have. There is no other recommendation. There are options, yes, but there is no other recommendation from the actuary. So I would recommend seriously that you, and I know you will, do your due diligence and consider this. And the question of giving the city funding relief is simply not appropriate and would not even be before you had the city not requested it. Your actuary had already done the work. The contribution rate was already recommended. The final actuarial report hasn't been issued yet because of the intervention of these various options at the request of the city. So I appreciate your consideration. And lastly, I just say if you have in your report as well. Oh, I'm up. I apologize. I'm done with my time. Thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Ron, thank you very much.
And next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Ray Balai. And again, I do apologize if the last name's pronunciation is not accurate.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Ray Balai. I'm a retired firefighter, City of San Diego. Not exactly sure why I'm here, but this concerned me enough to get me down here. I was actively employed during the period of the underfunding, and I can tell you firsthand from our perspective, it turned into a real nightmare. And I can't believe that we're reconsidering possibility of underfunding yet again, because you've taken so many strides to move yourself forward. We were at 90% at one time prior to this, before underfunding, and we currently stand at 75%. And I know there was a lot of litigation involved, and it's moved forward, and we're making progress. But the city promised us things way back when, and they didn't deliver. I don't anticipate that's going to be any different this time around. So really consider your options and whom it will be impacting. I ask, do not reduce the city's obligations. I'm concerned that doing so would threaten my retirement security. That's really why I'm here. So I don't need any more time. That was it.
Hey,
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much for
Fuller.
your comments. Next one, Rosa.
Next, we'd like to welcome Arnel Garcia to speak.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Arnie Garcia. I'm the retired Fire and Police Association president, elected in January. I was also a 30-year employee of the San Diego Fire Rescue Department, and I got to sit there and see the lean times and the good times. Some of the lean times where the city had a hard time with their financial obligations. We had a shortage of fire apparatus that weren't being replaced in a timely manner. They kicked the can down the road, and we were out of service at Station 1 downtown, high-rise buildings. Our aerial ladder truck was out of service, and they gave us a pickup truck to go back to the station. So we put our breathing apparatus and our turnouts in there. We're going to respond to a fire there. Deferred maintenance. That was also a common theme back then, where firefighters were living in quarters that were not being kept up. They deferred the maintenance to the next budget year. When this whole thing, I might be being too simplistic, but if it wasn't underfunded back then, we wouldn't even be here today talking about the different strategies and stuff like that. 92% I've heard was what we were funded before. I say stay the course, have the city pay their obligations so that the retirees, their families, and their beneficiaries can have their benefits in the future. Also, you'd be taking care of the future retirees that are earning their benefits today. I don't envy the job that you have to do. You're trying to fix what's been broken over the years and do the right thing. I love that we got the fiduciary class today. I'm on 2 boards, and it really woke me up. And I'm glad to see the questions that you were asking, trying to be informed as you can. And I just ask that you take care of the retirees in the future. And thank you for your service. I appreciate it.
Arnell, thank you very much.
Next, we'd like to invite Mr. Jared Wilson up to the podium to express his comments.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jared Wilson. I just want to thank you all for your service. I am an active member of the retirement system and have been since 2004. I'm a police sergeant, and I am the president of the San Diego Police Officers Association. I attended the last SDCERS meeting. I have spent time educating myself on this issue, and I want to show support for Scenario 5. This scenario represents a fair compromise to ensure the city maintains a pension contribution of roughly 15% of its budget. This creates equity for my members who suffered under the illegal Prop B, and Scenario 5 creates a sustainable budget for the city of San Diego, which benefits your active members. There was a comment earlier that you are all the adults in the room. I guess that would make me your child as one of your active members. And as a cop, I have seen what happens if you abuse your children. They run away. They run away, and you have a high turnover rate, which does not benefit the system at all. We've lost 500 cops. That's over 100 in the last 5 years. That's over $100 million of money the city has had to light on fire through training. Simply retaining your employees through a solid pension system will help with your fiduciary responsibility. If you attack the active members by burning the city's budget to the ground, we're all partners in this. It's not gonna help us. It'll push more cops out. Salary survey shows we have the highest pension contribution of members in the 19 different agencies the city represents. We are paying our fair share. Paying our fair share, frankly, when generations of the past haven't. And people have said, well, retirees can't get another job. My generation can't buy a house here. So we're all in a tough spot. I understand that. The benefit of paying the UAL off a year early is a great benefit to the pension system as well. And the stabilization of Scenario 5 is prudent and fiscally responsible decision to balance both the needs of your active members, your retired members, and the pension system's duty to its people. So I thank you for your time this morning. This is incredibly important. It is a tough decision. I appreciate all the time and effort and the thought you have put into it. And hopefully I'll see you back in 2036, so when I retire. Thank you.
Jared,
Take care.
Thank you very much, Jared.
Next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Mike Aguirre. Again, I hope I pronounced the last name correctly.
You did. I'm too young to remember what happened in the past. But I will tell you that if you want to understand a defined benefit plan, certainty of funding has to equal certainty of payment. Certainty of funding has to equal certainty of payment. Our mayor works behind the scenes. Mr. Cade here is managing the floor for him. There'll probably, if you pass this, there will be litigation. When you have Ron Sadoff and myself, I represented Diane Scipione for MP2 and wrote every member of the board not to do it. And you have Ron Sadoff, who was on the other side of that, joining together to warn you not to do this. You've got to pay attention to that. And I join in his statement. We have not spoken to each other for 20 plus years, and I'm proud to say I just shook his hand because he was right. Those of you that are being approached by Mr. Kate, I know some of you are completely open-minded, or some of you understand this issue and you're not in favor of it. I want to tell you that there will be a public records request sent to every one of you today, asking you to preserve all of your text messages about communications with staff of the city about this. We will thoroughly investigate it. There will be, I promise you, thorough litigation. There will be depositions taken if you, in fact, do what is clearly, which is to adopt a plan that doesn't provide certainty of funding for certainty of payment. I don't say that to be threatening to you. I say that because I've had a lot of experience in dealing with this administration and watching how they make decisions. Most of the time, it's behind closed doors. I want to congratulate your fiduciary lawyer who did the very best she could under very strict and very strenuous circumstances. And when she said to you, providing money to the city, and our dear friends in the San Diego Police Department, in a way, they're right. In a way, they're no, not in a way, they are right. But what we have to do is get more funding for them, not take it from the pensioners, not take it from their brothers and sisters that are in retirement, or even from their retirement. But we need to find more funding, and we need to have better priorities. Remember this, last thing. The mayor spent $92 million to buy 101 Ash, and that building has been unusable for the last 9 years. $92 million. 30-year bonds he had to take out to pay for that. That is not something that you should be subsidizing with pensioner funds. Thank you so much for letting me address you today. Bye.
Mr. Aguirre, thank you very much.
And would like to invite our last speaker. Welcome Ms. Marcelle Rossman to the podium. We are doing all of them right now.
Good morning. Good to see you all. I'm happy to be on this side of the dais, although I notice my nameplate is still there. Appreciate that. I am here to talk to you about the proposals before you for amortizing the City of San Diego's UAL. As you all are well aware, Prop B closed the pension system to all but sworn police officers. At that time, SDCERS was advised to change the way they amortize non-police UAL to be or to be level dollar rather than percent of pay, which you've heard earlier talked about. Percent of pay is industry standard. So Prop B forced SDCERS to change it, actually strong recommendations to change it. Prop B has been overturned, and SDCERS, as you know, has been working very closely with the city on how to unwind that. One of the pieces that has not yet been addressed is, what do you do about how you amortize the UAL? The recommendation that I would give to you is that you go back to the industry standard, which is taking the UAL for non-police portions and doing that as percent of pay as well. So then you would harmonize what is coming forward. That's what option 3 does for you. It does provide about $37 million in relief to the city in the next year. But that relief is because you are following your fiduciary responsibilities and making sure that you are funding the system using sound actuarial guidance. Option 5 collapses all the layers to 15 years. It does lower the ADC in the near term, but I see some significant issues in the future. In 2039, it projects that payments of the city would go to $650 million, followed by a drop of over $400 million. As you all are aware, the pension system does have a negative cash flow, which is part of being a healthy, mature pension system. When you drop revenues by $400 million, that puts a strain on your investment staff, and it will definitely increase your negative cash flows. So that's one of the potential ramifications. Now again, as Jean and Alice, I'm sure, will tell you again today, and as Chiron has told you over the years, these are all projections. The only thing we know is next year. What Jean and Alice will tell you is that the projections are wrong. We don't know what they're going to look like. It could be $650 million. It could be $800 million. It could be $200 million. You don't know. What you need to decide, though, is what is the appropriate way, the actuarial funding for the system today. Thank you for letting me speak.
Marcel, thank you very much. Rosie, have we completed our?
That concluded our public comment regarding our next action item.
Thank you very much. For those of you who presented comments, thank you very much for your comments. Our second business operations information is the financial update presentation from the City of San Diego. You may recall that the city's Chief Financial Officer and Director of Finance provided an extensive and detailed financial update of their situation at the January meeting, for which the board is very appreciative. And it is our hope that the city's comments today will be in the succinct executive summary style. So, Matt, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Greg, do you want to introduce?
That was
okay.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. Also, I want to acknowledge and thank each of you for all the time that has been spent on this issue. I know it's taken a large amount of your time over the last several months now, so I just want to say thank you. I'm Matt Vespi. I'm the city's Chief Financial Officer. With me this morning, Rolando Charvel, City's Director of Finance. The information that we will cover this morning in our presentation is largely responsive to the thoughtful discussion that occurred at the January board meeting. However, before we get into the formal presentation, I want to be clear that the city's analysis of different options for payment of the unfunded liability began nearly 2 years ago as part of the process of unwinding Proposition B, when we hired our own actuary to conduct a very similar study. The analysis of different methods for continuing to prioritize making actuarially sound pension contributions is not a short-term solution to the city's budgetary concerns for fiscal year 25. The reopening of the pension system following the end of the Proposition B era is a major structural change to the system that requires consideration of different methods of funding the city's pension obligation. A closed system has an entirely different actuarial profile from an open one, and this analysis was done to match the system we have now to an appropriate and prudent payment plan to reach full funding responsibly. As you will see in our presentation, while our budget deficits have grown since January, so have the possibilities for addressing them over the long term. Solving the budgetary issues the city faces requires a multifaceted approach. This includes preparing options for reducing our expenditures, of which our largest single expenditure is our pension payment. As the amortization policy analysis has developed over time, what has become apparent is that Scenario 5, which is actuarially sound, would provide both some near-term expenditure relief while also providing a stable, predictable, long-term payment plan that is affordable for the city at about 15% of our revenue. It also allows the city to increase funding for our much-needed infrastructure upgrades. The revenue side of the city's ledger must also be addressed. While increasing revenues is not completely within the control of city leadership, the conversations happening now convey the earnest willingness and intention to address the long-standing structural deficit of the city. Not only are we working toward collecting revenue to offset the cost of trash collection, the City Council is considering options to recover the cost of our stormwater system's operations and maintenance. And later this month, the City Council will discuss a general sales tax adjustment that would bring San Diego closer to its counterparts in the county and state. While all the scenarios being discussed today are fiscally responsible and actuarially sound, Scenario 5 appears to be the best proposal to both ensure the system reaches full funding sooner while minimizing impacts to city services and our staff, and does so in a manner that is consistent with the funding objectives of this board, honoring the fiduciary obligation that all of us have to the plan's members. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rolando to begin our formal presentation.
Thank you, Matt. And good morning, everyone. And thank you for allowing us the opportunity to be here and present this information. We're going to focus our presentation on four main areas. We'll be providing an update on the 5-year financial outlook for the general fund based on more recent projections. We will also be talking about, well, last time we talked about the immediate causes that are causing our structural budget deficit. This time we want to be focusing more on some of the historical structural causes behind the financial challenges that the city is currently facing. We'll then cover some of the potential solutions currently being considered on how to achieve a structurally balanced budget. And finally, address some of the issues raised in the previous meeting regarding Manager's Proposal 1 and 2, and how what is being considered today is completely different from what was done under those old proposals. So in terms of recap, we covered this last time. This was the outlook that was released back in November. And just focusing on a couple items here, you'll see that looking at FY 2025, which is our most immediate budget that we're preparing today, we were projecting a shortfall of about $136.8 million. On the positive side, we were still expecting to have cash above reserves of about $56.5 million to mitigate some of that shortfall. Just a quick refresher on some of the assumptions used for the outlook. We are maintaining basically the same level of services as FY24, really without any enhanced services. We're applying growth rates to our revenues based on historical trends. For salaries, we assume 3.05%. That's consistent with the actual 2022 valuation. And to the extent we do have MOUs, then we use those rates for our projections. We used the ADC from the 22 valuation, adjusted for the information that we knew at the time. As you may remember, this was released in November. And we also applied some inflationary increases to non-personal expenditures. Now, here's a revised version of the projections after we've gone through our mid-year budget monitor report that basically impacts 2024, but also has an impact on FY25. So, as you can see, our expenditures are exceeding revenues by about $105.6 million in FY24. We had anticipated that about $64.1 million of cash above reserves would be needed, and those were factored into the budget. But based on our more recent projections, that number has grown by about $41.5 million, mostly due to lower projected sales tax and TOT. This together adds up to the $105.6 million that you see there in the FY 2024 column. So this has a double impact on fiscal year 2025. First, only $4.9 million of the $56.5 million that we had anticipated for FY 25 will be available to help close the budget gap that you see there for 25. In addition to that, as we apply growth rates to our, for FY25, we're applying it to a lower base, right? Because now FY24 revenues are lower. So that has also an impact on the projections for 2025. And finally, as we incorporate the ADC projected in the 2023 valuation based on scenario 1, that is the large increase that you see there for our general fund expenditures projected for 2025 and some of the future years. So we touched a little bit about on this, just trying to define some of the services that are provided by the general fund. So that includes the core services the city provides, such as police, fire, parks and recreation, library, trash collection, transportation, stormwater. We also use the general fund to maintain much of the city's infrastructure, including roads, sidewalks, street lights, our stormwater system, city facilities such as rec centers, libraries, police and fire stations. Now, when you look at other comparable cities in California, you can see that the city is currently underfunded and has been underfunded for many years. We will be covering this in the next few slides. In addition, the city also uses, or SDCERS uses actual assumptions that are more conservative than CalPERS, which means that the city needs to pay its pension liability much more aggressively than most other cities in the region. The aggressive pay down of our pension liability takes away from the city's ability to balance other critical needs in the city, such as road repair and stormwater emergencies. Absent additional revenue and with a significant portion, now basically a fifth of the general fund going towards our pension payment, this has created a chronic structural budget deficit that has been masked over time, mainly in two ways. First, by deferring maintenance of the city's capital assets, which has resulted in deteriorated infrastructure, which is now much more costly to repair and will continue to be more costly to repair, and has also increased liability claims and litigation payouts. The second way that the city has addressed these underfunding is by basically holding employee salaries stagnant for more than a decade, resulting in excessive vacancies, employee turnover, and burnout for those employees that remain with the city. So going into our revenues, looking at sales tax, you can see here on the table to the right, we looked at the top 20 California cities based on population, and you can see that the city is basically the lowest in terms of sales tax rate. We're tied with Anaheim, Irvine, and Fontana. About 1% of the 7 3/4% that's charged to consumers, it goes to the city of San Diego. That it's about $374 million that's collected, at least for FY24. That's the second largest revenue source for the city. A 1% increase in the sales tax would basically double that revenue. Again, we are the lowest lowest sales tax rate in the San Diego County. Yeah, go ahead. Looks like moving on to TOT, or transient occupancy tax. This is a tourist tax. Basically, the tourists pay when they stay overnight at the city at hotels or rental properties. Again, this looking at the 139 cities in California have a higher TOT rate than we do. We charge about 10.5%. A little bit over half of that goes to the general fund, and the other half goes for special purpose use. Looking again at this table here, you can see, looking at other tourist destinations in California, the city is the lowest by about 2.5% compared to Long Beach, and about 4.5% compared to Anaheim. And TOT is the third largest revenue source for the city. Some of you may be familiar with a charter restriction known as the People's Ordinance, which restricts the city's ability to collect fees for trash collection for many, which has limited the ability to collect these fees for many decades. The FY24 cost for these services is approximately $74 million. These funding needs have increased substantially because of Senate Bill 1383, requiring that cities establish an organics recycling program. You may also be familiar with Measure B, which was passed in November 2022, that allows to basically remove this prohibition, and now we are able to charge for trash, and that is expected to come online in FY26. What you see on the graph here is the amount that we have spent on trash collection over the last 15 years, and this really accounts for about a cumulative amount of about $600 million that could have been invested in roads, stormwater infrastructure, or providing additional services to residents. Looking at stormwater, we borrow these two slides from a 2021 presentation that the Stormwater Department prepared to address recommendations by our city auditor to develop a funding strategy to meet its stormwater needs. You can see here that the operating budget at that time was $48.5 million. It has now grown to about $61.8 million. When including capital needs, the annual funding need is now closer to $400 million, much greater than the $247 million that you see here reflected in the slide. The graph on the right shows how San Diego compares to relevant cities on the amount of storm drain fees charged per single-family home. And as you can see, the city is toward the bottom of this group in this area as well. There are currently discussions at the city council level to include a ballot initiative in November to right-size the storm drain fee to recover at least a portion of the city's stormwater cost. However, this would require a 2/3 approval by voters. And this last slide related to revenues. This graph is intended to provide more of an order of magnitude of the cumulative impact of missed revenue opportunities over the last 15 years. Had the city increased its sales tax by half a cent, collected storm drain fees at about $160 per single family per year, a 2% increase in transient occupancy tax, and implemented refuse collection fees sufficient to cover the cost of each of those years, the total amount that the city would have collected is about $4.5 billion over this 15-year period, which would have been mostly invested in maintaining the city's infrastructure. So with that, I'll hand it over to Matt, and he will cover the rest of the slides.
Thanks, Rolando. So as Rolando just mentioned, this chart, both the graph and the table, show information that we've shared with the board before, but where our capital funding gap lies. You can see across the bottom that our funding gap for capital has grown from 2020 at about just short of $2 billion to now in the $5 billion range. To Rolando's point from the previous slide, that missed revenue opportunity would have had a significant impact in this funding gap that we currently have in our infrastructure. The other big place where the city has not kept up with its costs is employee compensation. As a result of the Great Recession, Proposition B, it's clear we have not maintained competitive competition. Uncompetitive wages create high vacancy and turnover rates, low employee morale, high levels of burnout, and ultimately that has increased liability for the city. The chart in the middle shows general salary increases for MEA. I think as we're aware here, MEA is our largest union. That's why I use that as the example, but a similar experience has occurred for all of our unions, all of our represented and non-represented employees. But you can see from 2010 to 2018, there was 0 increases for MEA. In addition, in 2009-10, there was actually a 6% pay reduction for these employees. But point being is that cumulatively from 2010 to 2023, increases total 15.6%. Had we kept pace with, let's say, the wage inflation assumptions of SDCERS, we would have been much closer to 50% in compensation increases during that period of time. And that's before any compounding. So we got questions last time about why did we enter into a contract when we know what our financial position is? Well, this is why, right? It is not sustainable to continue not paying competitive wages. That creates other liability in other places. The contract that we entered into with MEA, again, as an example, is 21% increase over 3 years. That 21% increase does not even make up for that gap from 2010 to 2023. If you consider that during that's coming 3 years, we should pay another 3% each year to keep up with inflation, let's say. Now we're talking, we only chipped away at 12% of that long gap over that 15 years. So with that said, these are the areas where infrastructure funding, employee compensation, that's where the city has not kept up with obligations to balance its budget. What the city has done, though, is aggressively met its pension obligations. We will continue to meet our pension obligations regardless of the amount. But I want to just be cognizant of what's occurred in the amount of our pension payment and the conservative nature of the assumptions of the system have had on the city. I think we're in this room all well aware that assumptions of the pension system as far as discount rate have moved more conservative over the last 10, 15 years. That increases the liability, increases our payment. Additionally, it's important to note that the price and wage inflation assumptions are also at the conservative end of the spectrum. Those things, both of those things, as those assumptions have gone more conservative, it's increased our funding requirement, which we have met every year since 2009, and in several years paid more than our required amount. But even while the goalposts move backwards, we have increased our funding ratio from mid-60% in 2009 to mid-70% in 2023, right? We have met this obligation, and we will continue to meet this obligation. Some context, this is a reuse of a slide, but I think it's really important to put some context here. If the pension payment were a general fund department, it would be the second largest department in the general fund, second only to the police department. Here, I want to shift back into kind of our pro forma numbers. This is the same numbers you saw before. Let's focus on fiscal year 25 column. In the middle there, the negative 221, that's our starting kind of number. We know we've got a couple new facilities coming online next year that we've got to operate. We know we've got some new expenses related to homelessness as grant funding winds down, and a couple other minor commitments. But that, with those coming online, brings our deficit for 25 to $256 million. So how do we mitigate that shortfall? As I mentioned in my opening comments, it has to be multifaceted, right? We can't just cut our way out of that type of deficit. So I'm going to go through this list of things that we're working on to mitigate that deficit, which is we have cash above our reserve requirements. We will absolutely use that. We will be suspending our reserve contributions for fiscal year 25 and likely beyond. We will not be recommending using our general fund reserve. What we have is a budget issue. Reserves are a one-time pot of money. That is not sound practice to use that for our structural issue. We've already taken actions during the current fiscal year 24. We've already restricted hiring to only critical positions, and we've curbed non-essential spending on non-personnel items. We have gone through all of our cash balances outside of the general fund that are eligible to be used for the general fund. There's approximately $105 million so far that we will sweep and bring into the general fund to help mitigate the projected deficits as well. We have to look for new sources of revenue. We've talked about, Rolando covered charging for trash. That'll come online in 2026. I mentioned up front, the city council discussed a stormwater fee in February. They'll be discussing a sales tax measure in March. There also is Measure C. That was the increase in the TOT rate that was on the 2020 ballot. That's making its way through the court system. That could also provide revenue for us starting in 2026. But ultimately, the way that we need to plan is expenditure reductions. Expenditure reductions is the place where we have explicit control, and that's what I'm going to cover the next time in response to the request last meeting. So what does a high-level plan for reducing our expenditures look like? Starting at the top of the table, fiscal year 25, that $256 million deficit I covered 2 slides back. The mitigation items I noted, cash balances, not making reserve contributions, those total $149 million to offset that 256. What that requires is budget reductions of $106 million to get to balanced in fiscal year 25. If we reduce that $106 million proportionately between personnel and non-personnel, our general fund's 2/3 personnel, 1/3 non-personnel. So if we do 2/3 of that $106 million in positions, it's about 725 positions. Carry up into the fiscal year 26 column, we are starting with a $212 million deficit. We carry forward some of that deficit from 25 because we've used one-time sources. We then have $93 million of new revenue, waiving the reserve contributions. We have another $118 million issue to resolve to get to structurally balanced in 2026. That is equivalent to an additional 810 positions. That would bring us to structurally balanced starting fiscal year 27, but that's a reduction of over 1,500 positions in the general fund. The graph on the chart shows how those positions, if they were done proportionally across the general fund, as we mentioned, police and fire are basically 50% of the general fund. 50% of the position reductions could come from those areas. And to us, those are core services. The current amount of the pension payment introduces another complexity for our organization as it relates to capital infrastructure funding. Our debt policy provides guidance that our debt obligations should not exceed 25% of our revenue. That 25% breaks down 10% traditional debt obligations, 15% for pension and OPEB obligations. The table across the bottom there shows, focusing on the 25 column, our traditional debt obligations projected at 4.4%, well below the 10%. Our pension and OPEB obligations, 20.8%. So total 25.2%, and you can see our projections for the next 4 years, all in red, all above 25%. This has the effect of now inhibiting our ability to issue debt to fund our capital infrastructure. So we've got that double whammy effect of the amount of the pension payment.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
Where does the 25% come from?
It's an industry best practice.
But there are different ratings, credit ratings of different municipalities. And what would happen, for example, if somehow the debt policy were changed to, I don't know, making a number up, 28% of general fund revenue?
That would, so the 25% is it's driven by industry best practice recommendations from the Government Finance Officers Association. Deviating from that, increasing that would likely have a negative impact in the discussion with the credit agencies.
Undoubtedly negative, but I don't know by how much. Do you all have a sense? Have you tested the waters?
We have not, because this is the first time we've entered this situation. The amount of the pension payment in the draft valuation report, this is the first time where our debt ratio has reached that amount, right? Because we've been low in our traditional debt obligations. That's masked what's already been above 15% for a number of years on the pension and OPEB side. But here, with fiscal year 25 and the amount of the payment, that's where we exceed the 25% for the first time. And that's new. We have not had those discussions yet.
If I could add, over the last 18 months, with the inclusion of Proposition B employees, the changes in the amortization, in the assumptions by the board that were adopted in November, and the increase in the pension payment from the 23 valuation, our pension payment increased by 4.5%. So basically, over 18 months, we've consumed 4.5% of our ability to finance. That equates to about $1.3 billion in financing capacity. And it happened basically over a very short period of time.
But wasn't there an obligation under the Prop B setup that there would be monies contributed to the individual plans of all the affected workers? So is that a net number or a gross number?
That's a gross number.
I think it would be helpful to know what the net number is, because there were obligations, as I understand it, and I'm not a plan member, for the city to contribute to the individual funds of all those affected workers. Very generous. And those are no longer required because Prop B has gone away. So I think it would be more direct and useful for us to understand the net differential.
And I would say it's probably about $30 million of that number.
Yep. And to put a kind of finer point on what Rolando just described, each 1% in our debt capacity is equivalent to a little more than $300 million of capital that we can finance. That's where that 4% increase gets us to $1.3 billion of capacity that is not available. So in the situation where we are with our ability to issue debt inhibited, we will look to cash fund our infrastructure. We've got to continue to maintain our infrastructure. We're all well aware of the state of our infrastructure, right? If we were to cash fund, let's just use as an example, $100 million of capital infrastructure. This is a list that's mutually exclusive. This is an or list. This is not and. So $100 million of capital funding provides 60 miles of overlay, give or take, of our 3,000 miles of streets, 10 miles of stormwater pipe, of which we have 1,000. Upsizing of 2 flood control channels segments, we have 174 segments, or 2 pump stations of our 15. Or if we were to get after our facility, a backlog of our deferred maintenance in our facilities, it would take us 10 years at $100 million a year. So the next slide.
Can I ask a question about on
sure.
the debt slide? In year 28, it looks like you pay off some of the debt. What's the value of that?
So that decrease is actually the layer. So when the pension board in 2009 did a fresh start and re-amortized all of the debt, so similar to what's being discussed with scenario 5 of a kind of a fresh start of amortization, that first layer that started in 2009 gets paid off in 2028. And it's a pretty large layer. That's where you're seeing our pension and OPEB obligation percentage come down. That's what that is. Off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't remember. No, sorry. Pretty significant, though. All right, so I can go through this slide pretty quickly because it's the same structure as the previous slide, but it brings in, if we were to cash fund $100 million of infrastructure, we have to increase our reductions, essentially. So what you see is in year one, insert $100 million of cash funding for infrastructure up front. That brings the deficit to $356 million. We still have the $150 million in mitigation items to offset. But to get to balance, now we have to reduce $206 million. That equates to 1,400 positions. Bringing us into 26 with the same activities, same actions projected, another 800 positions, total 2,200 positions. And again, the graph represents, if those were done proportionately across the general fund, the departments that would be impacted. This slide is a graphical representation of some information we discussed last time. If you recall, we talked about a lot of numbers on the screen. They were in green and white, and it was looking at the payments as a percentage of our revenue. This is a graphical representation of that. I want to note that in 2021, that was a high water mark for us as far as our pension payment reaching 20% of debt. But then projection for 25 through 39 under scenario 5, averaging 15% of revenue, in 2040 and beyond, averaging about 5% based on current projections. Also conservative projections for our revenue. This doesn't include anything from trash fee, nothing from stormwater, nothing for sales tax, nothing from an increase in TOT. Just our current revenues growing forward. I think this shows that the space is there for us to afford our payments, even if they do reach into the mid 600s. The table across the bottom shows, based on scenario 5, the impact on our debt ratios. You can see that it creates quite a bit of space in our debt ratios. $300 million per every 1%. There's quite a bit of capacity there for us to continue our capital infrastructure work. Additionally, I want to note, it's not here, but under scenario 3, in fiscal year 28, we would hit 25% in our debt ratio. Manager's Proposal 1 and Manager's Proposal 2, there was some discussion about this last time. Just want to be clear that the discussion being had about amortization policy is significantly different. That was increasing benefits while decreasing contributions. What we're talking about here is not that. We're talking about, everything we're talking about it doesn't affect benefit levels, right? It's all generally recognized, accepted, actuarial principles and practices. We're required to pay our full ADC, and we will continue to prioritize our payment. We've made that full contribution, and since 2009, in several years we've paid more. It's consistent with the board's funding objectives. We're not talking about discount rate adjustments or inflation assumption changes. Scenario 5 does reach full funding sooner than the other scenarios. And then from our perspective, it's stable and predictable costs while providing intergenerational equity and benefit security. So with that, the ADC represents, obviously, as we've covered, a significant expenditure for us each year. It's 1/5 of the general fund. We pay it on the first day of the fiscal year every year. That means on day 2, when Rolando and I show up to work, we're at 80% of our funding for the year. Structural budget deficit is projected for the general fund for the next 5 years. Absent new revenue, we've got to reach structurally balanced budget through reductions, and that will include employees. Our debt capacity is now limited as well by this expense. Cash funding our infrastructure requires greater reductions in our expenditures. We will continue to pay our ADC, but prioritization, efficiency, that's got to be a continued focus for us to provide the services we need to provide. So thank you very much for the time.
Any other questions for Matt?
You want to go first, Bobby?
Yeah.
Push your button. Go ahead.
You know, obviously, we are all very, very sympathetic for the position that you're in. And I admire all the work that you're putting into it. And you can see that we have put a lot of work into it. So, you know, whatever the outcome is of this, we understand. You know, many of us are in the accounting or in the finance area, and boy, we don't want your jobs. So with that, you have really asked us to put our lender hats on. And your presentation here really displays why you're not a good credit risk. As to the tax increases, you know, maybe the increase in revenue, I think, that's my opinion, that it's speculative to assume that they will pass. And the reason is because there are so many others. The competition for tax increases is just so high. I mean, on this ballot will be the state proposition number 1, right, and the countywide tax proposal for regional transportation. But then there are all the others that are being proposed. The stormwater, the TOT increase. How about the city tax on real estate sales over $2.5 million? You know, where did that go? The parcel tax to upgrade parks and library. Then the San Diego Housing Federation has had this proposal that's been displaced since the convention center bond for affordable housing. So I think it is speculative to assume that your revenue will increase. I think that it is more likely than not that you will be back here, if scenario 5 passes, that you will be back here in 2030 asking for reductions. So I personally am opposed to scenario number 5.
Thank you. If I could just respond briefly. None of the information in the presentation assumes any new revenue beyond trash collection fee. That's the only one that has actually passed on a ballot. And I do agree with you. It is a high hurdle, right? The history of increasing revenue for this city and any organization in this city, it's a high hurdle. And I completely agree with you. And I think that's why we tried to really focus on what's within our control is expenditure control, expenditure reductions. It would be very unfortunate to go down that path, but that is the path for us if there is not a successful measure.
You know, in your mitigation slide on 17 and 18, it's cash from various sources that you put together and a whole stack of layoffs.
Yep. So
for that, it doesn't give us much comfort that you have the ability to pay. You've got $1,392,000 in losses that you've projected, deficits that you've projected from 2025 to the end to 2029, and with $133 million to pay for it. I mean, so from a lender standpoint, you're not going to make it.
If I could add, we have a charter requirement to pay our pension payments, so that will be the first priority. The purpose of showing some of those revenue, of this potential revenue increases, was more to talk about how the city is trying to address its structural budget deficit. It's not just relying on SDCERS or SDCERS board actions. It's really trying to have a multi-pronged approach to both increase revenues and also reduce expenditures. But absent either of those, then really the only option the city has is to reduce its workforce. That's 70% of the general fund relates to employees, and that's really the only place where we can cut.
And Rolando and I worked through Proposition B unwinding, right? It's been us that have been in these seats, and that is really where this discussion about this, that structural change in the pension system of going from mostly closed to fully open, that is really where this discussion analysis started for us in the payment structure from level dollar to percentage of pay. And then looking at the history of what SDCERS has done, that's where the idea really generated from about a fresh start on the amortization, right? So I just want that to, I can't reiterate that enough. We started from trying to do the right thing in Proposition B, and I feel strongly that we have done the right thing as an organization with Proposition B. We've met all those obligations. We'll continue to meet them, but that's really where this started. This didn't start from us trying to create budgetary relief. It was really a bigger discussion about the structure of the city system and how we're going to pay those obligations going forward on a much different landscape.
And you know, the total cost of Proposition B is in the amortization schedule. I think it's spread out over, is it 10 years? 15 years. So the cost of it has certainly been addressed.
Yep.
Cliff, you want?
I'm good, thank you. I actually would like, since Bobby brought up credit worthiness, and what I do municipal finance for the city. Is that better? There are third-party independent organizations out there whose jobs is to do due diligence, Moody's, Fitch, S&P, and recently Kroll. So I would just like to point out, because I feel perfectly comfortable with scenario 5. You stated why, especially under threat of lawsuit. I would like to make it abundantly clear the basis for my comfort with meeting my fiduciary duty. And if you look at the FY24 adopted budget, the city's credit ratings per, not the city, but Fitch, Moody's, and Standard & Poor's, I'll just use Fitch as AA, stable. Okay, this is, what does that mean? What it means from their website is very high credit quality. AA ratings denote expectations of very low default risk. They indicate very strong capacity for payment of financial commitments. This capacity is not significantly vulnerable to foreseeable events. But what did they say specifically last year about our lease revenue bonds that we issued in June? Fitch said their analytical conclusion was San Diego's AA rating is based on the city's superior gap closing capacity, which stems from its high reserves, mid-range inherent budget flexibility, and low expected revenue volatility through standard economic cycles. The AA rating also reflects the city's healthy and growing economy and tax base, strong general fund revenue performance, conservative financial management policies, and strong financial planning. The AA rating for the lease revenue, one-handed, revenue bonds and commercial paper notes reflects the slightly higher optionality associated with the requirement to budget and appropriate for their debt service. And so lastly, I would point out that from the illegal activities that occurred with MP1 and MP2, the city, its credit worthiness journey, it was AA prior to that, then it was downgraded to A, then downgraded to BBB+, and then it was suspended. But over the course of that time, through implementation of strong mayor form of government came into play, the disclosure ordinance, which implemented disclosure practices working group and controls and procedures for every disclosure that the city puts out, whether it's an annual comprehensive financial report or a bond, a preliminary official statement. Everything gets vetted over and over and over. We have outside third-party experts. So we've gone from a municipal financial disclosure standpoint from zero to hero. We are held up by the SEC as the model for municipal financial disclosure. Okay, so opacity is gone. Everything is fully transparent, which is what this whole process has been. This is not MP1 and MP2, and I think it's a gross mischaracterization for those who are making that comparison. Since those days, we got back in the public market with lease revenue bonds in 2010. And since from that time to today, we have gone from suspended BBB+ to AA. So there are no more backdoor dealings. Our processes are sound. And from a fiduciary standpoint, we are taking care, it takes care of all the members equally. Those current employees, those who are like me, vested but still working, and then those retirees. It pays off the UAL sooner, not later. This is not kicking the can. This is not deferring. This is simply smoothing it out so that based on reasonable revenue projections, based on historical figures, if city revenues grow at an average, so there will be ups and downs of its historical averages in the 3.1 or so % rate, the pension payment every year maintains at average of 15% of revenues, stable. So it's predictable, it's reasonable. So to me, scenario 5 makes, it's not just prudent, it is the most prudent. I think 3 is prudent as well. It could be argued as prudent, but scenario 5 is clearly more prudent in my view for all those reasons.
Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, I have a comment too.
You know, Brett, we were presented on slide 16 with a chart that shows $1,392,000,000 of deficits. So I don't know if the bond cash flow is included in that or if it isn't. But what we were presented that we're basing this on is deficits of $1,400,000,000. And we were presented with about $133 million of cash that's available to pay for that. Now, we were not presented with where the cash flow was going to come in these future years in order to pay the increased payments. I believe that after the decrease in payments, when the first payments start going up, and then they go up excessively, they go up very extreme, up to over $600 million a year. I believe the default risk is so high that this board should vote no on that proposal. That's my take on it.
Cliff, do you have something?
I ran the same numbers that my good colleague Bobby did. I rounded it to like $1.3 billion over the next 5 years, but you're the accountant. You're a little bit more precise than I am, so thank you for that. I am hearing a disconnect between $1.4 billion of cumulative deficits as shown on page 16 of 25 over the coming 5 years and this fairly glowing assessment of our fiscal health based on the citations you gave us. And we don't have anybody from the rating agency here. But in light of this information, gentlemen, that you've provided, I assume this is also public since we're in public, what the rating agencies may be saying about this, because this doesn't seem like a AA rated credit. So I don't know where this comes out, but I think that thoughtful people, and I used to do work with the rating agencies, not on municipal credits, but on corporate credits, we either have room for flexibility to change our debt limit, or their opinion of us has changed materially since they wrote the things, Brett, that you in good faith presented to us. And it's confusing at a minimum, but also at a minimum, $1.4 billion of cumulative deficits will not be changed materially by going to Proposal 5, in my opinion. If the problems will be substantial, and my fear as well is come 10 or whatever years from now, we're going to be back in exactly the same place. This is, to me, kicking the problem down the road.
If I could address just one of the points, the cumulative impact of those deficits, the reality is that if we do reduce, let's say, $100 million, $150 million in the first year of that outlook, those savings carry over through the rest of the 5-year outlook period, right? So it's not like we need to cut $1 billion. We need to cut about $150 to $200 million of our general fund budget, which equates to about 10% of the city's general fund. Now, revenues grow at about $60 million a year. So if revenues come in a little bit stronger, then that would mitigate some of those reductions. I think one of the things that was pointed out by Brett when he read the rating agency write-up was that the city has the capacity or the flexibility to reduce costs, and that's what we've done in the past. It's not the first time that we'd had a large pension payment that we've had to make. We've made those cuts before. It's just very painful, and it has a very high impact on the community, on residents, especially in underserved communities, right? So what that would mean is that we would need to basically, half of the general fund is police and fire. So that's obviously areas that are more difficult to reduce because it involves public safety. But it probably means that we would need to identify parks, library programs that we would need to reduce significantly. It means that we would be basically deferring some of our maintenance as well. But at the end of the day, the charter requires us to have a balanced budget. and we don't have an option. The only option we have is to make it work.
One last statement. All of these numbers are annually disclosed to the rating agencies. They're well aware of what our position is in preparing those statements. Thank you.
Chris, do you have something?
Yes, please. First of all, I just want to express appreciation for the range of expertise on this board. It's really helpful. Those are not areas that I have great insight into, so my questions are much more simple. Did I understand at some point during the presentation that if you did all the cost cutting you could or whatever that you anticipate, you'd be at about 106 million? That is your gap, or did I misunderstand that?
What? Yes, that I said 106 million in reductions. Using some one-time money to offset the need for reductions, it brings the reduction amount that we would need to take down to 106 million.
So that would be your gap if you do all the things
all the other things
Okay.
we can do.
Okay.
Everything else we have in the toolbox.
Okay.
We do all those things, but some of those things in the toolbox in year one are one time. So it slows the impact to take the ongoing reductions. You need to take additional ongoing reductions in the second year to get to structurally balanced.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Take a couple of years really to get to where you're structurally balanced. We don't want to try to reduce all $250 million in 1 year. That would be unreasonable.
Good.
That would be very, very worst case scenario.
So my question is only on, I think it's scenario 3, there is $37 million in relief to the city. So that you're not taking that into account because you don't know about that yet.
Correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. So really under the scenario, the gap is down from 106 million to about 68 or something like that.
Yes, the concept is correct. Just the nuance there is that this is the general fund, so the general fund pays about 70% of the pension payment. So the reduction to the general fund would be 70% of that 37 million.
Okay, and then having worked for the city as a division head in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. I can remember talk way back then about a structural deficit. It seems like it's like a never-ending reality for the city of San Diego. I don't know why. You guys are the experts on this kind of stuff, but I went back through these 5-year projections, which are really intriguing. I went back all the way back to the Sanders administration, which it looks like is when they began doing this. And some of these projections were amazing. I mean, some of them were shortfalls in outgoing years in 2007 of $178 million. Then in 2010, there were some in the $159 million range. Somewhere in the middle of all this, things were a little bit better. Then they came back up, or went back down, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But I was intrigued that you both have experience having worked now for a couple of mayors, right? So you worked for Mayor Faulkner and now for Mayor Gloria. And so I had a look at the November 2020 5-year outlook, okay, which I guess Amy Fawcett was the interim chief operating officer at the time, right? So things have changed a little bit, but that's fine. And in that one, there were interesting projections, but right after that, Mayor Gloria came on board and stated, in a press release in April 2021, that, despite a structural budget deficit inherited from the previous administration, we took a pragmatic approach to balancing the budget while protecting core services and investing in the people who have suffered the most during the past year. Now, I accept that that's political rhetoric, and you expect the new mayor coming in saying, I'm going to make it better or whatever. So that's not your issue. I understand that. But in the first 5-year outlook in 2022 in the Gloria administration, the projection for the third year out, so 2025, was an $8 million gap. And then the next year, the projection for 2025 was a $23 million gap, and so on. And I guess what I'm saying is, these gaps in the projections are basically a mismatch between what you want to do and you believe the city should do and needs to do, and what there's funds for, basically. And I'm just suggesting that it's just a reality of the history of the city that the funds available for the things that are desired to be done fluctuates over time. I mean, that's just what has happened. And so you're at a particular pinch right now for reasons that, you know, you've tried to articulate and so forth, and I'm not going to speculate on those pieces of it. But I really just wanted to comment that I think this is a cyclical reality for the city, or it has been historically. And hopefully, as you say, you can get it under control through various measures, you know, aside from what we're talking about here. I mean, obviously, there are other issues that you have to attack.
Yeah.
And then the last thing, I just wanted to make a comment because there was a nice long article in the paper this morning when I got up. Actually, I looked at it last night. And Mr. Garrick quoted you saying, "While the pension board has essentially been moving the goalposts back for us, we have continued to make our contributions." I would like to posit to you that the role of this board is to manage the fund in accordance to the plan. The plan is set out in the municipal code and the charter and so forth. And I do think modifications have been made, like, for example, when it was determined that Americans were living longer, and so therefore, you know, more cost for a defined benefit plan. And there are other examples that you gave. I would only just like to, for the record, say that I am confident that this board has not been moving the goalposts for purpose of detriment to the city, but only because in its view of its fiduciary role, the actions taken have been, you know, the best we can do under the circumstances. And while I understand from your perspective that to some degree that may inure to the detriment of the city budget, I get that. I was hired in 79 and 82, the city decided to create its own pension system. And with that decision of moving from Social Security to your own pension system, these are the risks that come with it. So, thank you.
So I have a question regarding scenario 3 in the debt policy, because I don't believe that was shown.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
So, but you mentioned that in FY28, we hit that over 25%, but.
Correct.
But then you made a comment that for every percent, it equates to how much in lending that you can achieve?
Can I go?
And what is it for the rest of the?
It's about, for every 1% of revenues, we can afford roughly about $300 million in capital investments
Okay.
through financing.
And then, so you don't show what it is for scenario 3, then, so what the numbers show?
We run those numbers, and we are under 25% for the first 3 years, I believe, and then in 28, we reach that we bump up into that 25% limit.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Matt?
Yeah, I just want to continue Bobby's line of thought around us being a lender to you. So we're essentially top of the waterfall, right? First dollar in, we're out. So we're not based on whether you're profitable or not to pay us back as a traditional lender. We're top of the waterfall. We're really revenue-based financing, right? We're really taking it off at the top. So that the two elements of risk there is, one, as Bobby rightfully pointed out, the quality of that revenue stream. And the second is
is there any threat to us being at the top of the waterfall? Are there other creditors or other liabilities that would supersede our place at the top of the waterfall?
The charter requires us to pay our pension payment. So if we don't pay the pension payment, that would be a violation of the city charter. So that would be illegal. If you look at our debt, hard debt related to lease revenue bonds, we have about 6% of debt. So really, that's where we tap into going to that 25%, right? So when the rating agencies are looking at our expenditures, they want to be able to see that there's flexibility. So the other 75% of the general fund is where we have that flexibility, right? So our pension payment we must pay, our hard debt we're going to pay as well. But the other 75%, those are areas that we have the ability to reduce services.
Got it. Thank you.
Anybody else? I think Matt and, I'm sorry.
Rolando,
thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you again for the time, and all of you. I know this has been a tax on your time, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Greg, we're going to recommend that we break for lunch at this point. All right, good. And then we'll follow up with Jean on, since we've already done the, why don't we break 30 minutes for lunch? Is that all right? 12:45, and then we'll get to the actuarial discussion. Good. Thank you very much.
Have fun. That's my gavel.
Okay, let's get going, folks. By the way, Rosie's got some wet wipes if you need it because of the chicken wings.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. Who are we missing here? We got Chris, Paul, Cliff. Okay, folks. It's 12:48. It's time for the show. We're going to introduce the amortization policy study as the last topic on our business operations piece. So we're not going to, we've already gone through our public comment. Greg, would you please introduce Gene?
It is my pleasure to say that we have our SDCERS actuary in the room, our actuarial experts to help us through this amortization policy study results. As you know, we saw the first set of study results at our January meeting. And as we saw in the Fiduciary Council's presentation, I asked Gene if he please put some sensitivity analysis around the January presentation, and that's what's included in today's. So with that, we have Gene Kalwarski and Alice Alsberg, and Gene, please take it away.
Thank you. Before I start, there was a lot of discussion about the actuary this morning. And there's only one statement that I disagree with. Tanasi said that if you asked me how much is 2 and 2, you know what the real answer would have been?
What?
Somewhere between 3 and 5. All right. So as Greg mentioned, what's different between this analysis and what we did in January is we have some enhanced sensitivity analysis. Another word for that that's used is, I think Ashley used it, stochastic analysis, and some people call it Monte Carlo. You're all familiar with this. This has been a large topic of discussion today, and Ashley correctly stated how some of these bubbles work against each other. So Alice will now recap for you where really the January meeting.
All right, thank you, Gene. So here we're showing the draft amortization schedule for the 2023 valuation, and we've seen it multiple times now, but since this is the basis of the conversation and the decisions that come are based on this amortization schedule and what to do with it going forward. So I think it's important for everyone to pause, even though we've seen it multiple times, to understand that with this schedule, we're presenting full transparency on how the city has accumulated and what have been the sources of accumulation to arrive at that $3.4 billion unfunded actuarial liability, the UAL. So the number of bases currently are 31 amortization bases. And, whoops, wrong way, there we go. Here in item 11, we have base number 11 here, the non-police UAL. So in 2012, when the plan closed, all of the UAL attributable to the non-police portion was, in essence, re-amortized and at 15 years, in addition, using this glide path. So prior to 2012, all of the bases used a percent of pay, so level percent of pay, and based on the assumption, that wage growth assumption in the valuation. And when 2012 came around, the system was largely closed. That non-police base, due to standards at the time, was set to a level dollar payment. So with the closed nature of the plan, The level dollar payment is what aligned in terms of actuarial practice for that portion of the plan. In 2 of these bases, a glide path was established for volatility purposes and contribution stability to mitigate the volatility of the funding that came through these larger experience and then that non-police UAL base. After 2012, every single one of these bases has actually 2 components. There's the police portion, which is amortized as level percent, and there's the non-police portion that's amortized as level dollar. So in each of these bases, 12 through 31, there are really 2 segments that are being amortized, level dollar and level percent. So in the scenarios that we're looking at, we're diving into what to do with all of these bases or the technicality on how to pay these bases going forward, whether or not making that adjustment from level dollar to level percent for these. So when we were here in January, we presented these 8 scenarios. So the first 4 scenarios were modifications to the current policy. And then the second 4 scenarios were taking that entire UAL, so the $3.4 billion, collapsing it into one base, and then re-amortizing it either over 15 years or 20 years for those different scenarios. And then we showed the cost impact. Yes? It was at the request of the city that we take a look at different amortization options. And doing a reset it's still common. It's the city requested that we look at it, but it is a practice that.
Yeah, I want to just add that,
Yeah.
but the city actually came up with more than just these options. They had several other complicated options, and these were the only ones that we thought we could consider.
Reasonable.
They came up with
And
those,
several other options.
and they gave you the assumptions to use, 15 years, 20 years?
No. They had different periods. Do you recall, Greg, the city requests? I just know it was there were some options that were very complicated, and not like these 15 and 20.
Just to clarify that, following our last July meeting, we met, Marcel and I, when she was on staff, met with city representatives, and they asked us if we would study resetting the amortization period. And they had hired their own actuary, and this was in the comments this morning. They used their own city actuary to look at a variety of things. But when they came to talk to staff, they said we were looking at 15 years and 20 years. I did talk to Jean about an idea of a third scenario, which we didn't model because it was very close to 15 years, and that would be what is the estimated years left to pay off the UAL under the 2023 valuation, which was 16 years, but it was so close we decided to keep the information set as simple as possible.
But there also was a memo that you shared with us from the city's actuary that delved into even more complicated options that we didn't consider.
Yes, that was in their study, but it was not part of the request from the city for the Chiron to look at.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yep.
So then,
So just to clarify, so these 5 to 8 are not suggestions from the city?
They're part. I'd like to be very clear. The city was very respectful of the board's authority and said, we understand it's the board's authority to set policy when it comes to funding this plan. What we'd like you to do is to study this to see if this is something the board would consider doing. So they were not directive of saying, hey, will you do this? They asked us to study it. That was the original ask.
But Greg, let me add to that. If they had come back and said, let's reset 25 or 30 years, we most likely would not even put it on the table.
But they also said reset the 15 and 20.
That's my
They
understanding.
requested us to study that, yes.
But just,
Just trying to come up with the assumptions. Who provided the assumptions?
Yes.
You mean the methods, the assumptions? Yeah.
Yeah, the method.
Well, we have in the past, as Alice explained on 2012, there has been a reset before.
Yeah.
And, but another reason we could, the suggestion came from the city, yes, but the reason we considered it as an option is because there was a significant event that occurred with Prop B coming in. And secondly, one of the bubbles, those 4 bubbles, is cost sustainability. And there was a time in the past where sustainability may have led to the closure of the plan in 2012. So the actuaries will normally worry about that, but we don't have any expertise to measure sustainability. So that's a reason to look at these and present them as options, I think.
but Gene, to further what I understood Louis' question to be, had the city not come in July and ask for this additional stuff, you would have brought us 1 through 4 and recommended one of those.
I can't be sure of that.
Okay.
Because of the significant event of Prop B, we may have had a discussion with Greg and Marcel at the time about considering, we had in the past, again, done a reset once.
So
Thank you.
Just on the flip side of that question, so these 8 scenarios, you distinctly made the decision that these were worth bringing in front of the board regardless of external suggestions?
Yes.
Okay.
So with these 8 scenarios, we took a look at on a deterministic projection approach. So deterministic means everything will happen as assumed, which we are very clear when we state
That won't happen.
that is not the case. And so,
You know that,
and
Chris.
hence that's the.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, that's the expansion of the study. What we looked at in January was deterministic. In what year, under the current policy, would the plan reach 100% funding? In what year, under scenario 3, would we hit 100% funding? In what year, in scenario 5, would we hit 100% funding? And we're seeing that 2040, 2042, 2039. If you focus your attention on a deterministic approach, one would look at those dates and say, maybe the 2039 is sooner, so I'm putting my vote for 2039 for that reset. But all of these on a stochastic basis, so running 1,000 scenarios for every option using the expected return standard deviation, what is probable is what we'll see coming up is very similar. So right now, we're recapping what we saw in January so that we get the basis for the next stage, the next set of slides that are coming up on a stochastic basis. And so in each of the scenarios at the January meeting, the board requested that we focus on scenario 1, 3, and 5. And so that's going to be the focus of the attention on the remainder of the slides. Okay, so on a deterministic basis, so again, this is from every year, the plan will return 6.5%. What does this look like? It's important to see what it looks like to get perspective on what the assumptions are doing, and then to add the layer of stochastic to see what's probable in what would occur. So here we have the policy under scenario 1 under the current policy. So this is as is, we have that mix of level dollar and level percent for the amortization schedule. Then in scenario 3, we maintain the bases, but move all of the bases that have the combination of level percent and level dollar to only level percent. And level percent is, you could say, the industry standard when you have a plan where the benefits are based on payroll, that the amortization payments also move with the same pattern as payroll under that assumption. So in this scenario, we're moving all of the amortization bases to that level percentage of pay. And we see the gold bars under this scenario 3 are below the baseline in scenario 1 in those early years. And when you pay a little bit less in the early years, then that means that some of the payments are higher in the end years. So in 2041, 2042, we see those payments a little bit higher before they dip down. And then scenario 5 says, take that 3.4 billion UAL, re-amortize, meaning do a fresh start to 15 years, a 15-year payment plan on a level percent basis. What does that look like? And so this is the deterministic approach to set the stage for understanding each of these 3 scenarios.
Later on, we're going to, before we conclude, show a couple of other scenarios for 5 because people had made requests at the last minute, what if we change the floor? But we'll approach those slides later because right now we're just recapping what happened in January. So now we get on with the enhanced analysis. And again, you'll see sensitivities, and I think everything on this page I've already spoken to. So we asked Aon, your investment consultant, that if with the expected return of 6.5%, what kind of standard deviation would you expect to have of the portfolio? And they said 7.6. So this is a normal distribution around 6.5. And if we ran 1,000 scenarios, we'd run investment returns that follow the pattern of this bell chart, with the assumed return having the highest probability of being achieved. And just to give you an idea of if they were able to reduce the risk, and this is just hypothetical, from 7.6 down to 4%, you see the narrowing. And if you had no risk, all your returns would be the assumed rate of return. I'll also note that in the appendix, there's a whole series of charts, stochastic charts on 7.5, because that is really their long-term expectation. But we felt it was preferable to work with what the assumed return is 6.5%. So the next chart is animated. I hope you could see it.
I think one more time. There we go.
So that's the expected funded ratio. Then can you see the squiggly line? Yeah, there it is. Those are the 1,000 different returns that we're running. And then when you're all done, you get fan graphs that show the 25th percentile, the 50th, and so forth. So we're going to show you the results of scenarios or options 1, 3, and 5 based on a stochastic analysis using 6.5 for the return and 7.6 for the standard deviation.
Before you do that, question. What does it really mean where you have larger amplitudes or small, thank you, I'm sorry, where you have larger amplitudes or tighter amplitudes? Like
risk. There's a risk of a wider range of results. And the charts that follow are going to show that.
So just maybe make it more tangible. You've got a lot of green, right? And as we move from left to right, the darker green gets larger and larger. It's more dramatic.
Because, well, first, the very first bar that you see that has the smallest, that's just got 1 year of volatile results. At the very end, I don't know if that's 15 or 20 years, but at the very end, you've got many years of volatile results. Mm-hmm. And so it just compounds itself to being a much higher number on the upside. But by the way, this is not SDCERS numbers. This is just a hypothetical.
Sure. And in addition, even in this hypothetical, the contributions, your funding policy prevents the red from going farther red, because the funding policy maintains that at least that normal cost will be paid. And if you're making that normal cost and if you're making the UAL payments, then you are preventing that worst case scenario from dropping even farther. So if your funding policy wasn't in place, then those red could be significantly lower in that funding percentage.
Alice, is that where the floor comes in?
Yeah, but this chart is not indicative.
I know, but yeah.
Different floor.
Okay.
Different, that's a different floor. But I'll make sure to speak to that when we see the slide on the floor. But that's, yes, different question.
So the 50th percentile, that was that line in the middle where you had the green and the red below. Let's just focus on the top chart first and not even look at the bottom chart. And I'll come back to the bottom chart. So this is the difference in the funded ratio between options 1, 3, and 5. And when you hear us say that we're almost, that all three are actually sound, and the funded status is probably the most important measurement of benefit security, they're practically identical. But that's the expected results. Let's go to the 5th percentile, which is the bad results. The top chart, funded ratio, almost identical. We go to the 25th percentile. Funded ratios are almost identical. The 75th percentile, which are better results, funding ratios are almost identical. The 95th percentile, funding ratios are almost identical. So our conclusion is, in making a decision, it should not be based on when do you expect full funding or anything, because the funding is going to be almost identical. It's the bottom chart that is the most important to focus on. So now we're looking at the bottom chart in the 50th percentile, and it's you see I think the red is the 15-year reset, right? So that's lowest in the beginning, as we've been saying all morning, then higher later on, and then lower again later on. But options 1 and 3 are pretty close, and that's consistent with what Alice showed on the deterministic. If we go to the 5th percentile, which is bad results, this shows all three contribution ADCs go way up, but we have the same pattern with the 15-year reset, lower, then higher, and then lower, and with a big cliff. And not too much difference between options 1 and 3. Worse, yep. Well, actually, 1% is the worst.
This is worse, sir.
No, 1%'s
Less worse.
Less worse.
Less worse.
And the 25th percentile, the good results, 75th, where you see all three are down to 0, and the 95th percentile. So, Alice?
Yeah.
Were there any questions on those charts? But do you understand why we don't believe the funded ratio or the year of full funding really is significant? Okay.
So in slide 19 and 20 are summarizing the stochastic projections all in one slide. So slide 19 is showing the market value funded ratio. So the top graph, the current policy, so scenario 1, the middle graph moving to level percent of pay, so scenario 3, and then the bottom graph reset to 15 years. And so each of the color-coded portions of the fan are mapped, they map to what we saw in the prior slide. So the 95th percentile, 75th, 50th is the black line, so that middle expectation, and then down 25th and 5th percent. And so we do see, summarizing it like this, it's difficult to catch the nuances, but the big picture is they have very similar worst-case scenario outcomes on the funded ratio and similar best-case scenarios on the funded ratio. So and the funding policy of the plan is working, and that's why it's holding that bottom up, but the opportunity for higher funded ratio is there in these scenarios.
Sorry, could you go back to the last slide real quick?
Mm-hmm.
This looks, no, this one, correct. It all looks the same to me.
Yes.
Right? I get, that's your point. Can you speak to any particular differences from this?
There hardly are any. It's all in the contributions.
I think what's most important to me is the downside risk of this for all three, right? Using the current policy as the baseline. The second one, and the level percentage pay and the reset to 15, are there any stark contrast to the downside risk?
Go to this one here. You can answer it.
Let's see here. There we go. So if we zoom in on the downside, then we can come back here and see it with the lines rather than with the fan. So in terms of the funded ratio on the downside, there is no stark contrast.
Thank you.
But I think I heard Gene say the reason is because there's additional cash contributions coming into the plan? The differences in the ADC?
Well, all three methods are designed to fully fund the ADC either sooner or later. So in the end, it doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
But, Gene, can I engage in a thought exercise? I learned that from Louis. Let's say you want to borrow 10 grand from me, and I agree to do it with no interest. And the payment period is going to be 10 years. And one of the options is that you pay 8,000 of it in the first 5 years and 3,000 in the last 5 years. The other option is you pay an equal amount every year for that whole period. If you were me, which one would you choose?
Getting paid the 8,000.
Yeah, because there's a risk that you go bankrupt, you bail on the loan or whatever it may be. And so I have a greater chance of getting most of my money back, at least, by that prior example.
Yes.
Thank you.
And when we get to the recommendation, conclusion slide, we kind of make the same point that you're making. At this point, and Greg, I'm going to ask your opinion. We have a 5B and C. Is it appropriate to bring it up now or just go to the conclusions first?
So not to talk in code, 5B and C have to do with, this board had been talking at various meetings about the sufficiency of the floor. When did we choose the floor? How much was the floor? Why did we pick that floor amount? And so as part of the slide deck, I asked Chiron, can you please model something that has different floor values in it? So that's where he's talking about 5B and C. And I probably wouldn't go there unless the board asks you to talk about it. They might.
I'd like to go there.
Let's have him go through his.
We were almost out of here.
Let's have him go through his presentation, and then we can go down
Alice
that.
is going to take you through this, but
Greg said finish the present.
I'm
The
sorry.
preference is to finish the other slide.
Please.
Okay.
Okay, finish the other slide. So the pros and cons.
So were we going to talk about the ADC fantails?
Oh, I thought,
Yes.
You're right.
Well, yes, thank you. So here we're showing the summary of the different stochastic scenarios, but all in one. And we do see variation when we're looking, scenario 1 and 3, when you're looking at the fan, there's no distinguishable difference in when looking on this slide. However, on the reset to 15 years, we do see a difference there. In that the contribution really spikes up in the first 15 years before it drops down again. And that's the concept of paying off that entire unfunded within a fixed 15-year period.
I have a question.
Gene, I'm sorry. Do you consider that to be a stable, the last scenario on 15 years, do you consider that to be a stable funding aspect for the city?
In fact, in the next slide, we call it the most stable funding on the pros, because you don't have all these different 31 bases. Is it
31 bases.
Some drop off and some come in, so there's a little volatility, but under the 15-year reset, there's more stability for the 15-year period.
But the,
With the 31 amortization bases, each year one's dropping off, another one's coming on, and it's more volatile than if you did a reset of the bases to 15.
So if I didn't get you, Jack, Paul, what do you mean by stable?
well, I was surprised to hear you say that, but let me try and clarify that. I would expect with those payments going up, that would represent an unstable funding scenario for the city, because while they understand what's coming down the future, it's significantly more year over year as opposed to option 1 or option 3, where it's a little bit more stable in terms of predictability.
Okay, you're using stable in a different way than I am. I'm using stable as a percent of payroll. It's
Well, maybe
stable
if we
and,
shifted to the term risk. Yeah.
but
Option 15, the 15-year reset would be riskier for the city as opposed to option 1 or 3.
For SDCERS.
I think these questions, if we can complete this slide, the next one, and then come back to the questions, because I think we're answering some of these with these next 2 slides.
Excuse me. Just for the record, looking at this slide with the pros and cons, you don't label them, but the first row is option 1, the second row is option 3, and the third row is option 5?
Yeah.
Just so we're all clear for the record?
But it does say, you're correct, but it says current policy, level percent of pay, and reset to 15.
But that aligns with 1, 3, and 5. Thank you for
Yeah,
pointing that.
good, thank you.
So the pros for the current policy is you're not changing anything, and it does produce the highest contributions early on to, Chris, your point. The cons is it's really difficult to rationalize since Prop B is be rescinded. If you didn't have Prop B, this wouldn't have happened. And everything else with respect to putting everything back together has been done as though Prop B never took place. And if you stay with the current policy, that would be the one exception. The level percent of pay, as I just said, is consistent with the elimination of Prop B. We could not think of a con, since the funded status is pretty much the same, and even these stochastic contribution rates or contribution dollar amounts were very close. The reset to 15 is simplified. You're not carrying 31 bases. Well, one can argue that that's less transparent, but then we thought about the fact that we'll always have transparency with what happened in the past. We won't lose that. And to us, it's the most stable because it's a level percent of payroll, and there aren't bases that are jumping in and that are popping out. But again, to Chris's point, reset to 15, it increases the contribution risk by putting payments out later.
Gene, couldn't you say the level percentage of pay, a con would be the $400 million price tag? Wouldn't that be a con compared to what we're currently?
Yeah, but again, I don't, that's based on a deterministic projection. That's not going to happen. So that's why we did the stochastic analysis.
I have a question, and I know you want to move on to the next slide, but Fiduciary Council had a question in their presentation about having you opine on the actuarial funding benefits and any drawbacks of combining all the UAL layers in a single layer. So I guess I wanted to also, if we can cover that under the pros or cons, what are there drawbacks to that? Because one of the things that in the past we've talked about is understanding what's happening with those layers. Do we lose those layers? Are they still in existence? Can we still track those?
Well, Alice and I had a lengthy discussion on this, and if you want to add to what I say, please do. We're always going to know where the bases came from. We'll have them. And going forward, it would make life difficult for Alice, but we could, on an accounting basis, even though it's not actually used to determine your funding, we could see what would have happened to those bases under the experience of the fund. So we could overcome that weakness. But I thought you also mentioned something about actuarial acceptance or something, or not? Well, the drawback is the fact that it provides lower contributions earlier on and much higher contributions later. And do you think that the city will be able to afford those? And we have a slide to that because I think the city showed a slide with their revenues pretty rosy. We have another slide that shows you if the revenues just grew as they had in the past, which would be less rosy. And
speaking to the 15-year reset, in terms of our actuarial standards, when setting funding policy, we need to look at the funding objectives of the system. We also need to think about accountability And when you set fixed terms on the payments, that's accountability. There's a date at which that unfunded piece will be paid off. And then there's transparency. So if we do the 15-year reset, that would be base number one with the 2023 valuation. And then every year thereafter, additional layers would continue to accumulate with the future valuations. But in our disclosure, in our report, it would be prudent of us to reference the 2022 valuation report for a history of all prior bases, so that would be available for the person who picks up the report 5 years from now. They're not going to go dig every report back until they find it, but it would be stated. We would state that in our report to find the sources of that unfunded basis. Mm-hmm.
Before you move on, can I, there was a very clear distinction that was being made earlier about the difference between options and recommendation, which I appreciate. And so I'm looking at this page of option 1, 3, and 5, the prior page. 3 is the recommendation, if I remember correctly.
No, not quite.
Oh, not quite.
That's what's on the next slide.
Okay.
3 is recommended over 1. And on 5, we can't give you an actuarial basis to recommend for or against it, because it's all really based on whether you believe the projected ADC is tolerable. But all 3 methods clearly meet all the applicable actuarial standards of practice, the California Actuarial Panel, and all 3, we believe, meet the definition of actuarial soundness, but actuaries are drilled into their heads that you should never define that, but the lawyers make us define it. But, so we believe all 3 methods are actuarially sound and meet all the standards. Prefer 3, recommend 3 over 1, and 5 we're neutral on. It's just whether the board believes it's an option.
Yeah, so Gene, just to crystallize that, I'm going to try to anyway. Your point is either one of those is actuarially sound. You've explained that 5 has a greater risk potential, but assuming everything works out as anticipated, they both work.
Yeah, and you saw the funded status. You couldn't see a difference between them.
Right, okay, thank you.
And this might be a good time to shoot really quick to 37. The city presented a similar chart to this, and it showed their revenues along the yellow dotted lines. And we said, well, let's not be as rosy, and let's just take the historical results and just project them forward, and that's that blue, the light blue dotted line. And then below that are the 3 options, and which are, when you look at this page, they look pretty close. So that concludes our presentation, but we could, again, open up to 5B and C, or...
Well, I think we all want to hear 5B and C, but I think it'd be prudent to ask you, because our fiduciary council told us to ask you why, I'm being a good student right now, why would you recommend 3 over 1, and why you guys are neutral on 5?
We believe it's hard to rationalize level dollar funding when it's not standard practice in the actuarial circles. The only time it was put in place was because there was a closure. That closure was undone. And so that's why we recommend 3 over 1.
Gene, if it weren't for a cost, whatever that cost is, I'd be fine with that. But what I still have wrapped my head around is on page 6, where you break down costs. We have, for option 3, $406 million listed as the 25-year cost impact. You say that won't happen based on the modeling, but where does this number come from?
Just saying that you will earn 6.5% each and every year. And again, the 400 sounds large, but divided by 25, what does that give you? I can do math, but not arithmetic.
But regardless of that, even if it were 200 million, it's
no,
more.
I'm just saying annual. Well, it's not 200. It's 400 over 25 years, so it's about 12, 13 million.
I'm with you. I'm just saying if it's any amount over, we would have to have a good reason to switching to it. And I'm hearing that it's standard practice, and I'm okay with that. But what we're doing now wouldn't be considered a bad practice, would it? Is anybody being harmed by the current practice?
No.
Okay, so it's a cost increase, and just in my mind, I haven't heard a justification for the increase except that everybody else does it that way.
No, well, we wouldn't have gone to that method if Prop B didn't happen.
Understand that, but we did, and now we're saving money.
It's a cost impact to the city as the plan sponsor, not a cost impact.
Right, but it's more hill to climb before we get to
more they have to
payoff.
pay because it goes longer, because it goes 3 years longer than Plan 5, so they have to pay 3 years longer.
Anything I see in that cost column to me is just a bigger hill. So if I'm going to add to that hill, there has to be a reason for it, and I'm not hearing one yet. That's what I'm trying to grapple
I'm
with.
looking and saying, do I see any hills here in the worst percentile? No, those lines are pretty close. Do I see any hills here? No.
I see a big one.
That's on option 3.
I see a big one.
Yeah, the big one is the reset 15. But the other 2 lines, I don't see any hills. So
maybe the difference is because we're looking at billions of dollars here, and I'm just seeing a number on page 6.
Yep.
And that number to me is significant. It's $400 million.
I respect that, but again, you asked me our opinion, which we'd recommend. We recommend 3/1.
Okay.
Help me understand, we've got roughly $37 million less funding in the first year with scenario 3 versus scenario 1. And I assume over the next 5 years, that comes out to roughly $100 million lower contributions than we normally would get today. Why is that a good deal for the pension fund or the recipients of the pension?
I don't believe we're saying it's a good deal, but we're just saying the rationale of being on level percentage pay is a sound. It's where you would have been had Prop B not happened, and everything with respect to undoing Prop B was to put things back in place where they were had it not happened. That's how we did the calculations, liabilities, so this would stick out as one exception.
So
and we don't think that difference of the $100 million
is material?
because you can see the funded status charts are all identical.
Okay. So this is really the Humpty Dumpty, put Humpty Dumpty back together again after it fell off the wall.
Yep.
Yeah. And in that case, it's roughly $100 million over the next 5 years, roughly. And you're saying that's largely immaterial in terms of the overall.
And given that there'll be extra payments later on,
Yeah. Okay.
if we go back to, which chart is that, Alice?
6, there we go, 8.
That's
There
it?
we go. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's the 100 million in that first 3 or 4 years. Then you see those extra payments on the far right there.
Right.
And yet we think that has little impact, if any, on the funded soundness of the plan.
Versus scenario 5, where we've got a significant increase, about $330 million less payment in the first 5 years.
Yes.
And that presents a large increase to the city later on, which presents us with a risk issue, whether they're actually going to be able to pay that off or not.
Yes.
Yeah, and these payments, again, based on that wage inflation assumption, so when doing level percent on the reset, so those payments increase by 3.25% every year. The payroll growth is assumed to increase by 3.25% per year. So the amortization and the payroll growth maintain the same increase.
I do.
Oh, she.
Sorry, go ahead, Lisa Marie.
I'm really just trying to wrap my head around some of this. I want to go back to the issue of just our fiduciary responsibility, our prudent responsibility of duty and care. And I did appreciate the comment that we're not all experts in all the given areas, and that our council recommended that we rely on our consultants. And then further, based on the recommendation from the consultant, if we deviate from that recommendation, we should be using good, prudent judgment. And so I'm just trying to get my head around, first of all, your recommendation over 3 versus 1, but then you have no recommendation for 5. So then what is the recommendation that we can all rely on so that we can be comfortable with our fiduciary responsibility? And not get sued.
last bullet, I think, is, as far as we go, is that you saw on a stochastic funded status, all three methods are nearly identical. So that's what we're most concerned with, the benefit security of the plan. So it comes down to whether the board can believe that the projected ADC is tolerable.
So what consultant can we have report on that?
The rating agencies. Somebody mentioned this morning.
If I could, I totally get where Lisa Marie's coming from. I have the same concerns, but I think what our experts have said is they take us to a certain point, and then we, as fiduciaries, we ultimately have to make the judgment call. We consider everything they've presented. We use our various fields of expertise, knowledge that we have, and then with all the available information, we make the best decision we feel. And so we could turn out to be wrong. There could be, in a year or two, a recession and city revenues tank. And then they're back here and they're not back here asking, but they're in a position where they're right now, where they have a $200+ million fiscal year projected deficit in the incoming year. That could happen. That doesn't mean whatever decision we made today was wrong or we violated our fiduciary duty.
Well, that's what I want to be clear about. What is the risk of a fiduciary breach? I want some assurance that there's no fiduciary breach over any of these options.
Maybe our fiduciary counsel could speak to, give us examples of when have trustees been found to have breached their fiduciary duty? What kind of conduct?
Fiduciaries have been challenged for allegedly breaching their fiduciary duties in a lot of contexts, with the most on-point one being the O'Neill versus Stanislaus County Employees Retirement Association case that I talked about in my presentation. And there, the question at trial, after having gone to the Court of Appeal 2 times, and having been overturned, wins at the trial court having been overturned because the court was not persuaded that the board had not breached its duty of loyalty. After trial, the court concluded that the way that the retirement board had adjusted its amortization policies and addressed system reserves was consistent with its duty of loyalty to members, in the sense that it was trying to mitigate the enormous effect of the Great Recession. And it was in that 5-alarm fire experience, which was the language, now 5 or 3, whatever the term is, the lots of alarms, fire, that was occurring at that time, that it was sufficient, that it was prudent and consistent with the duty of loyalty for the board to have made that decision. But it was a deep analysis of motivations of trustees in voting. Looking at the record, thankfully, I think all of the trustees were kept off the stand in that case. But, so the question is the why that I said before. Is this an effort to simply save money for the employer, which is a prohibited purpose? You're not allowed to loan money to the employer. We've talked about credits and creditor, debtor dynamic. That's a good analogy, but it's a prohibited transaction to loan money to your employer. So that's not the world that we're in here. The question is, are you doing this in order to enhance the security of your retirement, of the retirement benefits of your members? That would be the question as to whether or not there's fiduciary compliance or not. I'd like to put it that way: is it fiduciarily compliant? And it would be looked at from both a prudence perspective and a loyalty perspective.
And that's based on at the time of the decision.
Right now.
Not as the result of the decision.
That's correct, although courts will not hesitate to second-guess boards if they think that boards are ignoring the record in front of them. And that has been my experience. They will not simply defer to the judgment of a board and say, well, you could well have viewed this as a reasonable course of action. I'm not saying that's the case here. Your actuary is presenting options that, that they've explained reach similar results. But if you think of this in terms of risk and worst case scenarios, if worst case scenario were to happen and the city were not able to pay, for example, this much higher amount in several years, what sort of second guessing would there be then? And how would that come back as an alleged breach of fiduciary duty?
So just to continue on this discussion, because this is really helpful, Gene and Alice are essentially saying actuarially both 3 and 5 are sound. They're also saying that there is a higher risk with 5 because more funds will be collected, hopefully, down the road. So something goes wrong, and you know, if we get into the law, I'm not so concerned about the lawsuit stuff, but if something goes wrong down the road, city can't pay, and we are asked, why did you go with the higher risk option? And someone could argue we went with the higher risk option because the city was under stress. Does that not put us in a worse legal position than had we gone with 3?
It's very awkward.
Although I could,
And if you, just to finish, the B word was used earlier, the BK word. We live in a state where municipalities have gone bankrupt, City of Stockton and others. And in the context of that, they have sought to renege on and actually reneged on their pension obligations. That's happened twice. So that is something that should be part of the framework of reference that you think about when you are protecting the security of the benefits that are promised by this plan.
Yeah, and I follow that, and I understand that Stanislaus case, which is pretty much an extreme scenario. I mean, it hasn't happened a lot, let's put it that way. But the city is not presenting us with a statement that if you guys don't do this, we might have to go bankrupt and be unable to pay you. They've made it clear they're going to pay us regardless. The question is, what fallout might happen in their organizational structure as a result of 3 versus 5. So I'm just suggesting that I don't think there's a bankruptcy risk in the near future, or the near term, sorry.
Right, no, I didn't mean to suggest that specifically. It's simply when you're thinking about risk, it is important to think about the whole specter of risk.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. You talked a little bit about, when we're talking about fiduciary compliance, about the timing of the decision. And I think I heard in taking a reasonable course of action at that time, and I think I heard earlier, and I think it was from Marcel that said that we were in a situation where we were just beginning to unravel the impacts and bring the impacts of Proc B back into the system, and we have law enforcement on a percentage of pay, and non-law enforcement we're not using that same model from them. So the equity issue associated with these 2 different models that we're using to determine payments for employees that work in the same organization, it feels like from a timing perspective, we would have gotten to this decision anyways. We just didn't get there yet, because we're just still kind of in the process of addressing all the impacts of bringing the folks back into the system for Prop B. So regardless of the city's financial situation, wouldn't we get here, we just got here earlier because of the economic things that are going on right now in the city approaching, saying, hey, can you look at these things differently? But we still would have arrived at, and we still would have been having this conversation. We just would have been having it later. Is that true?
So when you say this conversation, if you mean scenario 3, yes, I agree with that.
Right, because we would certainly want to have equity between these two different, these two different types of employees in the same system, right?
Right. This really is more about the city paying off their unfunded liability rather than the employee specifically. But yes.
So we were headed here anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
Greg.
can I?
Go ahead.
If you have a follow-up, go ahead and then.
I just was going to ask Greg whether you had a preference on one of these options. But
Go ahead.
That's a fair question. Would you like me to answer that? So when we talked to fiduciary council, they said you should talk to all of your experts, and so I felt very honored that I was included in that list, and so I would be glad to answer that. So when I look at a policy discussion such as this, the first thing I look at is something that fiduciary council talked about. Is this a fiduciary issue? And I think we've already talked quite a bit about that today, so the answer to that is yes, it is a fiduciary issue. And then I look at, well, how do I help support the board with regards to the duty of prudence and care? And I would really like to say on the record, I think we've done a very good job of our prudence and care and how we're approaching this issue. We've had lots of experts, lots of interaction. We've talked with stakeholder groups. We've heard from the community. So I feel very good about our process here today. So depending how we finish with good reasons and discussion, as fiduciary council said, I think we're in a very good place. And if the attorney would like to challenge the board to have us sit in front of a judge and say it, I would feel very comfortable doing that, depending on how we justify our actions. So from there, I go, well, what type of framework do we have? Well, we have the funding objectives. So we have benefit security, stable, predictable costs, intergenerational equity, and cost sustainability. And so how are those being balanced? And I think as the actuary has quite done a good job making pretty pictures showing us that, if we look over 30 years, everything is in balance. So if everything, all three of those options that are presented, regardless of what's recommended, if you can have the ability from 30 years from now, look back over your shoulder and everything went just fine, all three of those paths will get you there. But as Gene and Alice mentioned, those can you put up slide 20? So when I'm talking about those black lines, that's the deterministic, that's what we saw in January. Those are the P-scan models. So those black lines, that's the 50th percentile. And if we look, all those black lines end up in the same spot. So that every path will get you there. But what the actuary tells us, that 30-year path, there's going to be volatility from that black line. And so they guarantee that black line will not happen. You're going to have all sorts of things happen. You're going to have volatility. And when we run our business, we have this also when we do the investment program. We do the asset liability study. We set our expectations. And then we spend a lot of time mitigating risk. We're looking at risk and saying, how do we mitigate any type of volatility risk? There's other types of investment risk, but we really talk a lot about volatility risk. We look at different asset classes. We don't just put it all in active, large cap equity and just invest it and hope for the best over the next 30 years. You sit there and you go, what's the journey going to look like? What type of risk am I going to have? How do I mitigate that volatility risk? So that's why I asked the actuary. I said, well, in January, we looked at the solid black line. And I said, but what type of risk do we have? What type of volatility risk are we going to suffer? Because we know it's going to happen. We've in my lifetime, I've seen many market corrections. I've seen many drawdowns. They happen. People change their outlooks. The model keeps changing every year, as we've talked about. So what's going to happen? So when we look at the stochastic analysis, we see that there's different levels of volatility. So when I look at scenarios 1 and 3, they look pretty similar, but look pretty stable with regards to the orange and red areas. And those areas are, if things go bad or if things go worse, what is the cash flow from the plan sponsor? And so I'm looking at that. To me, that's a contribution rate risk. And like, can we actually protect the members' benefits with that risk? When I drop down to scenario 5, I see greater levels of risk. And we know that good things are going to happen and bad things are going to happen. And so I get worried about that contribution rate risk when I look at this, because bad things are going to happen. And I appreciate comments like from Brett, just going, yeah, market cycles are going to happen. So I think it's important to mitigate risk as much as possible. The funding model already does that with smoothing and trying to make things as predictable as possible. But our cost sustainability funding objective, I think, is the strongest with 1 and 3 and the weakest with scenario 5. And that is the ability to make sure that the employer can pay through all different types of economic cycles. So from my perspective, I would really hope the board would really try to work to mitigate contribution rate risk, try to get that contribution rate risk as low as possible. I'm not saying scenario 5 is unachievable, but I'm just saying it has the greatest amount of risk for this organization going forward.
Thank you.
I'd be glad to talk anything about those comments.
So I have a
Sorry, Louis, go ahead.
yeah. So a clarification question for Chiron and then a question for Ashley. That's connected to what you just said, Greg. But the clarification for Chiron is on page 6 on scenario 3, the 406 that's mentioned before. That's a revenue to the plan, or that's not a cost to the plan, right?
Additional contributions, yes.
So that is additional revenue to the plan over 25 years. It's listed under cost, but it's a positive number, so that's actually a revenue, right? To the plan. So it's just a little confusing.
Cost to the city.
Cost of the city, but revenue to the plan. Okay, great. And then, so I think we've been talking quite a bit about contribution risk, the ability of the city to meet its contribution in sort of the later years. And that's really, the ability to pay is a credit question, credit worthiness question, right? And we're not experts on credit worthiness. Some of us are more than others, but we're not. So where we are in terms of leaning on experts, that is a combination of experts that are in this room as well as experts outside of this room. And so the experts outside of this room would be Fitch, in this case, of the credit worthiness of the city's ability to meet its obligation. So if I just, a thought experiment here, Chris, but if we were to say option 5, based on what we know today, we have a city, we have a sponsor who has AAA stable Fitch rating, AA Fitch rating. We are at the top of the waterfall of all revenues coming in. We have a choice to be funded, fully funded a year earlier in terms of when it's 100% funded. We have secondarily providing job security for others, for a great number of the people, of the members in this plan. Hard stop there, regardless what it does for the city. Really focus 100% on the 25,000 members of this plan. Would that not stand as a strong set of argument to be fiduciarily sound based on what we know today as a decision?
Louis, are you saying that option 5 provides a less risky scenario for the city to lay off people? Is that what you're saying?
Well, let's say, yes, from my understand, scenario 5 is a lower probability of members losing their jobs.
So there's no guarantee of that. Nobody said that.
Sure, there's no guarantee.
And that's beyond our fiduciary responsibility to even consider it.
Is it? I don't, we had talked about this, job security as part of the consideration set.
Job security should not be the basis for your decision. Job security, the fact that you're looking at job security doesn't mean that you're breaching your fiduciary obligation. That's what the Bant case said. But your responsibility is to make sure that the retirement benefits that have already been earned,
Right.
that are promised for people to be paid in the future, will be paid. And so that's why the comments of your CEO relating to the likelihood that you're actually going to be paid those amounts by the city are particularly important.
Sure, sure.
Louis,
Thank
would it help to see that one slide? Thank you. That one slide that you have where you leveled out the revenue for the city at 2.5% growth. Do you have that with the percentage of the yearly payments as to that revenue growth on a yearly basis?
I'm going the wrong way here.
No, you're good. You back up one. It should be there.
Slide mania. Yeah, so
if we had percentages, as I'm eyeballing this, the percentage of the lower blue dotted line or the yellow, either case, all three options would be showing a declining percentage of revenues.
So, well, the argument was that it kept the city under 25%, or in this instance, it was under 19% for the pension payment specifically. I guess I'm trying to figure out how that fits into the rhetoric of the plan sponsor.
We don't have the percentage, but as I eyeball this, the percentages, particularly through 2040 or so, are going to be pretty close. But I don't have the percentages calculated. And I was going to say one thing about sustainability bubble. Having worked in this field for many, many years, in my mind, sustainability, another way to look at sustainability is if a plan becomes unsustainable, bad things happen. And I've seen that happen in many other places, plan closure, lower benefits for new hires. So that's why, as an actuary, I worry about sustainability because bad things will happen.
Sure.
Brett, I'm concerned about the bond rating.
Can we use the
You know the
microphone?
question.
Can you speak into the microphone? Thank you.
I'm concerned about the difference in the bond rating and what we received as a projection from the city with all the deficits that are projected. So when you submit for your bond rating, is that a historical look?
No.
Would the bond agencies have received this information that we have here today?
The 5-year outlook's always discussed in
And
depth.
so they would have received this?
Everything. Yeah. So structural budget deficits, especially in capital projects, name a municipality across the country, this is a problem that every municipality has. Billions of dollars in backlog of stormwater projects that need to be done because the EPA changed their regs, and it's very common. So this is not, while it seems very daunting, it's rating agencies see it day in and day out.
And those weren't for capital, that was for general fund.
But yes, everything, always, we're in constant communication. Every rating agency is well aware.
Marie?
Yeah, I just have a comment, just getting back to Michelle's point about how Prop B coming back has made us evolve and just revisit this. And it's still, I think we're still working out the kinks clearly. And so will we have opportunities to revisit this next year and the year after, just continuing to make adjustments or corrections, or is this locked in with this decision today?
So traditionally, this board has performed valuations to check funding progress and set rates, and then once every 3 to 5 years, and I like doing it every 3 years, you do a experience study to make sure that your assumptions, your demographic assumptions, are on target so you don't have large variances. And that's also a inflection point to look at methodologies. And I look at this as more of a methodology discussion of, are we using the correct basis of the funding model? So to answer your question, you are not locked in. You could do something today, and then at our May meeting, you could do something else. It's really up to the board and what they think. Yeah, but don't do that, Justin.
Don't do that.
I want to do it, but I think in case we got it wrong, can we make it right based on the experience study or the methodologies as information comes in? That's all I'm saying. Because I don't think we really have all the answers today, quite frankly. But we're making the best case with the information we have today, and there could very well be a lot more information like the revenue structure or the economy. I mean, we have a presidential election. I mean, there's going to be a lot of volatility that might warrant looking at this again in the near future, but not in May.
Something that, if I may add to that, is, we're already expecting additional experience losses with regards to salary. So this model is going to change. The liability is going to be greater than we projected. You're going to have experience losses coming up. And yeah, so every time you run a model, you will have a different set of facts and scenarios to deal with. And if you choose to do nothing today, then it will stay as status quo, and we will just use our current set of assumptions.
Okay, if there are no further questions at this point, it's been a very robust discussion. Anybody? Okay. This is the floor. Okay.
There we go. Okay. So I'm going to talk us through 5A. It's labeled 5 here because it was the original 5, and then B and C. So scenario 5 is reset to 15 years and keep the current floor. So that UAL payment floor of $275.5 million. And that UAL payment floor was established with the 2018 valuation. At the time, that was the portion of the ADC towards the UAL payment of the UAL. So that was set then in 2018. To date, for the city, that UAL payment floor has not been enacted because the UAL payment from all the layers continues to be above $275 million. Okay. So when you look at that UAL payment floor, currently, under this 15-year reset, it is not coming into play because every year for 15 years, the payment is above $275. And so we were asked to put together 2 additional scenarios. What if that floor, right now the difference, and I'm looking at 2025, the difference between the red line and the gold bar, so that delta of the 15-year reset is approximately $100 million. So the request was, let's look at these projections and set the UAL payment floor rather than $275, increase it by $50 million so that it's halfway in that difference between the baseline, the current policy, and the gold bar in that first year. So in scenario 5B here, we set the UAL payment floor to $325 million. What's the difference? Okay, let's take a look. I'm gonna step through what we're seeing in the bottom graph. So the red line, that's the initial baseline. Okay, current policy. The blue line is showing the 15-year reset with the current floor of 275, and then the gold bars are the new projection here, saying what if the floor is 325 million. So with that higher floor, you get a bump up, an increase on that on that payment, and it's halfway in between. So rather than having ADC that's 100 million less from the current, it's 50 million less than the current policy. Then in scenario 5C, here we're showing what happens if that UAL payment floor, rather than being set the 275, which is what it was set at in 2018, what if it's set to 375? And this 375, it's specifically the UAL payment under scenario 1. It's the current UAL payment is this 375.28. If you set the floor to that payment and hold that floor throughout the period until the plan reaches 100% funding, what does that look like? And those are the gold bars here in this scenario. So you see that the gold bars in the initial years, they map exactly in those first 4 years to scenario 1.
But let me just add what I always say, it's not going to happen. But more importantly, what I worry about is if the board has the ability annually to monkey with the floor, what Thanasi said comes true. What number do you want? Oh, we want this number, so we'll just make the floor 75. Well, this year we want 25. It's an annual discussion of adjusting the actuarial number, and I don't think that's good precedent or practice.
To the discussion just a little bit earlier when we were saying, can we come back next year as things unfold and change the amortization policy? If you'll recall, in January of 2023, we initiated a little bit of conversation on the amortization policy. But when we were at January 2023, we did not have the Prop B members. We did not have a valuation yet that included the Proposition B members. This is the first valuation that we had that large influx of actives in the city. We did not complete the experience study yet, and we were due for an experience study. And so we knew in January of 2023 that it was premature to have the discussion on the amortization method because there were too many variables that we knew were coming before us. Now that the 2023 valuation, we have all the data for the Prop B members, not all the data because the trickle continues, it's a process. 10 years of a planned closure will take some time to reinstate those who should be reinstated. But for the most part, we have those Prop B members. The experience study is completed. The assumptions have been updated to reflect the most recent experience. So where we stand today, we know that we've taken care of these known major changes. And so in an actuarial process, we like to, the goal is to stay the course, not to change the number on an annual basis.
Okay.
I think that goes back to the point that I made earlier, is I think we were waiting for us to nail down all of those variables and information before we were going to look at the amortization schedule at some point this year, whenever we were going to do it. So now we're here. Now we have all the information that we need to make that decision, regardless of, like I said, the city's financial position or any other factors. We now have the information that we need to make a sound decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, we ready to make a decision? Okay, so go ahead. You want to make more comments?
I do. I actually jotted down just some thoughts because I wanted to go on record with my thoughts as well. And again, just in reviewing all of the presentations and then hearing what we heard today, keeping in mind that we must ensure that our primary responsibility of providing benefits to our members, I think we can do so while we consider our funding policy as secondary duties, and that's what I've really been focusing on. So, Ashley had stated, a fiduciary has a duty not to use or deal with trust assets for the benefit of a third person, including that of the plan sponsor or any other purpose unconnected with the trust. So it's clear that scenarios 3 or 5 don't do that, but they actually assist us in meeting our funding objectives. I just want to be on record because of all the things that we heard today from some of the speakers as well. I want to be on record that I would never be in favor of waiving any funding obligations to this body. That would be in conflict with our actuary opinions. And I also want to go further to say that not only should it be actuarially sound, but I do think we have to take into account our funding policy so that we can consider those secondary duties after the primary one of ensuring benefits to members are met. So in regards to the funding policy, we have to ensure that we don't risk running out of assets to pay the pension benefits. And we talked about history, looking at history. The city has shown that it's going to make necessary cuts to budget in order to pay the ADC in full. And they've done that in full for 24 years. And I was there when some of those cuts were made, and they are painful, but they will make those cuts to pay the ADC in full. Another objective, and I have struggled with this from when I was on the board before and now, is the intergenerational equity, since there was a time where it didn't occur. So we already have an inequity there, and I feel like we're trying to address that by spreading it out so it's more equitable overall. I was really intrigued by the debt ceiling conversation that would happen if we did nothing, and what's that impact on the current generation? I think it's critical that we establish a funding model that provides our plan sponsors the ability to pay their ADC while maintaining the current employee levels and services that benefit the taxpayers who are paying for the employee's pension and ensuring cost sustainability. I think the fiduciary presentation stated that the board's not to hamper itself or future boards by relinquishing control to the plan sponsor regarding how to properly fund the retirement system over multiple years. I agree, and it also is not our place, as council stated, to dictate to the city how they need to be properly staffed or paid to provide services, as long as they pay the payments we require to provide member benefits. I'm almost done. It was also stated that the result of the city's non-police plan having been reopened as a result of Prop B, that level percentage of pay is the most appropriate methodology. So this is option 3, obviously, rather than option 1. But again, option 5 is still sound. And then Aon stated that all of them have similar results. So I think we've seen that with all outcomes being fairly equal, the option of doing nothing is a non-starter for me. So I just want to go on record with that. I am leaning slightly towards scenario 5 over scenario 3 because of the debt ceiling issue and the borrowing power. And I think I look at that as our funding objectives and how it relates to cost sustainability. But I do feel that they both are prudent for the reasons I shared, and I just wanted to go on record for that lawsuit that might be coming.
Can I also go on record? So I've already spoke to why I don't feel 3 is the best option. I just want to take a minute and cover some notes I had on option 5.
I think you missed the conversation about the $400 million that you were talking about. It's the city's contribution to the plan, not our cost. A cost.
You were out of the room,
Yeah, you had stepped out.
Okay, so I'll circle back to that in a minute. But just speaking to option number 5, here's my issues with it. Essentially, it gives the city 4 years of relief, and then the ADC increases beyond the current contribution significantly. And most importantly, the UAL is higher every year until it's supposedly paid off in 2039, a little sooner than it would be otherwise, which in my mind is a little bit of a red herring because we know that date is not a firm date. Things are going to continue to be added to that as the years go on. So I kind of discount the payoff date and just look at the UAL each year until then. In my mind, every year that UAL is higher, it's more risk for us, and that's my biggest concern. If we're in a lesser position and then the next financial crisis, whatever that may be, hits, now we're in a worse position to weather that storm. And I think that's why we're hearing a lot of references to MP 1 and 2. This isn't that, I get that, but that's kind of the parallel is what if? What if we're in a lesser position and then something bad happens? I'd rather be in the stronger position. The last point I want to make is about the cost. Mr. Vespi is in an absolutely terrible position. I totally empathize with where he's at. Problem is, I'm not as optimistic as he is about revenue growth. I just don't see it coming. The reason we have 7.75% sales tax in the city is because we've never been able to raise it. I don't think we're going to be able to raise it in the near future, and that impacts our ability to do things. But that's the city's problem. That's not our problem. We just have to decide, do we think they're going to have the revenue needed to pay the bills? If we don't think they're going to have more revenue, why would we ever want to put them in a position where that payment's going to be higher down the road? I think that's backwards. I liken it to, earlier, Chris, you gave an analogy about giving a loan. I kind of think it's similar to if a family member came to me and they said, hey, I'm having this credit card debt problem. What should I do? It would be like me telling them, you know what? Pay less for a few years. Maybe down the road you'll make more money and the payment will be less painful. That's what this feels like to me. So I don't feel that it's prudent. I think we're increasing the payments on the city, and they're probably going to be in a worse off position down the road because we know there's going to be more pay raises coming. And for those reasons, I just don't think option 5 is a reasonable choice. I did miss the conversation on option 3, but until I'm convinced that there's a reason we should do it, I think I got to stick with what we currently have until I'm convinced that that's a prudent choice. I'm sorry I missed that minute or two of conversation, but maybe by the next time we vote, I'll be comfortable with that. But for today, I'm not comfortable with 3 or 5. I would prefer to stick with option 1.
Okay, so let's get ready for the vote. I think this is the way this is going to work.
What is the motion?
Well, we need a motion first. Wait a minute, hang on. We'll take a motion, we'll vote on it. If we reach consensus, it's done. If not, we'll have more discussion. Another option will be put on the table, and we'll vote on that. And we'll just unfortunately have to keep doing that until we get to, we either give up and pump this down the road, or we have a final consensus. Okay, everybody okay with that? All right, so I need a motion. Cliff?
I'm going to move that for a number of reasons, we adopt option 3. I want to acknowledge the very thoughtful comments of my colleague, Lieutenant Maggi. I really do. I am especially concerned about the risks that are implicit in adopting option 5. It isn't where we're going to. It isn't only where we're going to end up 30 years from now. It's the path over the next 5 to 10 years that is of greatest concern. And it seems to me that there are substantially increased risks of maintaining all of the elements of our fiduciary responsibility in terms of funding and stability that are brought home by deferring payments and then rear-end loading to an estimated 2039 year under scenario 5. So I move for 3.
So, Rosie, could you show Cliff as the mover? Oh, he's the mover?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Has been done.
Got it.
Okay. Excellent. Rosie will kick this up at some point for voting. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Any further discussion on this?
I have a procedural question.
Sure.
So if this does not pass, and there's another motion made, and say that does not pass, is there an opportunity to bring back the original motions?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If we knock down 3, can we bring it back later? Yes, yes.
Yeah, the word valuation is spelled wrong. It's not an evalu, it's valuation. The last word. Did you get that?
There we go. Rosie, can you call the vote, please? Or
The voting is open for every board member to cast their vote.
have it on my screen, Rosie.
You don't have it. What would you like me to mark for your vote?
Yes, on number 3.
And I vote yes on my own motion.
Is everybody else having problems on this?
Oh, you do?
I have it.
Oh, there we go, okay.
Oh,
Got it.
that's why I had it wrong. I was on the wrong screen.
No, everyone, no.
Thanks. You helped me, I help you. Okay.
I'm happy to take it down for the, to note it for the
We
remaining.
figured it out. With some help. And Cliff, you didn't, okay, there you go.
He had the magic touch.
Suspense is killing me.
So this motion passes with 10 yeas and 3 nays.
so I think we have a decision.
I have to work on the backup
Okay.
motion.
Okay, so Jean and Alice, thank you very much for your comments.
We have another presentation.
Oh, I'm
But-
sorry. We're not done yet?
Let him finish.
Can we take a break?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the next ones are the port and the airport, correct? Yeah, okay. So let me, in the interest of losing our audience, why don't we take a 15-minute break and come back here at 2:25, or I'm sorry, 2:30. Okay? Yeah.
Are we going to finish today?
We are going to finish today. Yeah.
The rest of it will be much easier.
Yeah, the rest of it's
I
easy.
don't have any questions about your report. I wasn't going to have any questions on my report. I want to get home. It's Friday. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I needed, thank you.
So, did you promote into this lieutenant class in preparation for retirement, or?
Okay, folks, let's get going here.
We'll do this in an hour?
Maybe a little bit longer, but let's try. Okay.
It's coming. It's coming. It just takes a minute.
Okay.
Bartolotta,
Lisa Marie.
and Mauji. Thought he wanted one. I know.
Hang on. Okay, we're going to try and move this along as expeditiously as possible. I know it's getting late for everybody, and really appreciate your efforts and interest in sticking with it so far. We have two final actuarial valuation reports for the City of San Diego Unified Port District and the Regional Airport Authority. Am I okay, Greg?
Yes.
Okay, great. So again, I'd like to announce that we have Jean and Alice, actuaries from Chiron, who are going to present the valuation reports. So Jean and Alice.
We are going to give a very condensed version of this presentation because the exact same presentation was made in January and nothing's changed. And so what we showed in January were historical results, current results, and then projections. And you all know the timeline of everything. Historical results, the Port District is much like the city. They always pay their contributions. There's volatility in annual gains and losses, and then we show what's contributed to the unfunded historically. Am I going too fast?
No, not fast enough.
The Airport Authority funded ratio is the best out of the three sponsors. They have a unique funding policy. They pay more than the ADC in many years, and volatile gains and losses. And now Alice will get into the current results, and we'll be through.
All right, thanks. Let's see. Yes.
This does not include the changes that the airport is making to their plan itself.
That's correct. That's correct. So this is based on July 1, 2023 or June 30, 2023. And the airport does have changes for their incoming new hires, have the option of a defined contribution plan or a defined benefit plan. So we're gonna see that in the future years, but for now, this does not encompass that. All right, so for the port, we're going to go straight to the bottom, which is the ADC, the actually determined contribution. The total ADC for the fiscal year is 21.2 million, so that's an increase of 10.4%, largely because of the normal cost increase there and the UAL payment, which we're going to get into the components on the next slide. That's why I'm going even faster on this one. Okay, over here, the takeaway is nothing has changed since the January presentation, as Jean mentioned, but the two big ticket items that were different for this valuation year compared to the prior valuation year was the assumption changes. So we did have that experience study that adopted the assumption changes in September, and with those assumption changes, the most notable change that had the largest impact on the liability, which translates to the largest impact to increase the ADC of that 1.2 million, was the increase in the COLA assumption. So previously the COLA assumption was 1.9%. Now the COLA assumption is 2%, and 2% is the cap, and it reflects the current experience. The liability experience increased the ADC by 0.7 million, and that 0.7 million largely due to salary increases above expected. So there's the reconciliation of the results and showing that 21.2 million ADC. For the airport authority, when we take a look at their ADC increased by 22%, which looks like a larger percentage, but they're dealing with a much smaller UAL. So if you look at that UAL payment, it seems quite shocking that it increased by 66.5%, but they have a very, very small UAL. They're over 90% funded. And so when you're increasing from 754,000 to 1.2 million, it looks like percentage-wise a significant increase, but they are very well funded. Their contribution is coming in at just over 6 million. And the airport had similar liability experience. So looking at the rightmost column on that ADC reconciliation, the liability experience increased the ADC by 823,000. And that, again, was largely due to salary increases greater than expected. And then the assumption changes increased the ADC by 478,000. When we look at the projections for the port has a very stable outlook, and this is due to their UAL payment floor, because that floor is kicking in. They have a floor of 13.27 million, and over the period shown, we're showing that once they pay off their UAL, that floor drops, and then the payments continue with normal cost plus expenses for the remainder of the period. The airport, because they're well-funded in the current years, all of the projected contributions, so the gold bars, they look very steady because of the duration of the amortization payments that are there. And then as certain payments start falling off, you start to see the spikes up and down in that middle years of 2037 to 2047 as the UAL bases drop off, some gains, some losses.
But I have to remind you, this won't happen.
All right, UPD member contribution rates. So for the Unified Port District, their PEPRA tiers, we must look at the member contribution rates on an annual basis. And under PEPRA, the members must contribute at least 50% of the normal cost. And so in this most recent valuation, the UPD safety rates have changed due to that 50% normal cost requirement under PEPRA, and those rates will be effective July 1st, 2024. On average, for the population, the rates are increasing about 0.7% from their prior rates. This is the new slide of this deck, so I'm going to slow down just a little bit. So the Port District did implement a new tier of benefits for members who are hired effective January 1st, 2024. And this is for the non-safety members of the port. And they are changing their benefit structure. It's actually an improvement to the benefit structure because the port had the miscellaneous tier, and those miscellaneous benefits were lower than the standard PEPRA retirement allowance. And so they're moving towards the PEPRA benefit as defined, and it's referred to as 2% at 62, meaning it's a 2% multiplier at age 62. And with those benefits, they will not be receiving the COL annuity and not making COL annuity contributions. So there's a select group of prior members who had the option. There was a window of time that we were allowed to elect into this tier. And so we did have a group of about 60 or so members that opted into this tier effective January 1, 2024. So under PEPRA, the member contribution rate needs to be calculated as a 50-50 cost share. And the port has elected, rather than to use entry age-based rates, which all the other tiers currently use, they elected to use a single aggregate employee contribution rate. And the majority of the systems in California who have PEPRA tier of benefits use a single aggregate contribution rate for their employees. That's the majority. SDCERS established these rates back in 2013 to continue to use the entry age basis, since the prior tiers were using an entry age basis. But now with this general 2024, they're going for a single rate. The reason why I'm pausing and speaking to this, giving this attention, is this single rate is weighted on the demographics of the population that is in this tier. So this rate can fluctuate more than the rates for the other tiers. And so it's important to understand that when we perform the actuarial valuation, that this rate can change in future valuations when rates for the other tiers may not be changing. And so this is set as a single, so we look at the gross normal cost of this population. 50-50 cost share would be 9.01%, as seen in the table. And then PEPRA says to round to the nearest quarter, which brings the employee contribution rate for this group of members to 9%. So this is something new for this group.
So Alice, does that mean it may fluctuate, but we would need to approve it, or would it automatically fluctuate?
It would fluctuate with each valuation. And so typically, when we bring the results of the valuation, we would also bring the new contribution rate, and it would be adopted together.
Okay.
To answer this question,
Yeah.
the board has to approve the
Yes.
valuation.
Got it, thanks.
Yes.
But it's more of a function of state law, and so they're following the calculations
Okay.
under state law, and then the
So
board.
we wouldn't really be in a position to change it, we just have to approve it, basically.
Right, it's the rate as calculated by the actuary is and it's in 7522 in PEPRA, right?
Thank you.
So this is the rate, and so I would like to say that it's a small population that this is based on. So in the early years, when a new tier is developing under PEPRA, there can be fluctuation in that rate, whether up or down, depending on the demographics of the population. And that concludes our presentation.
Jean and Alice, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Okay. I think we're going to take a vote on this. We'll do both of these simultaneously. So this is going to be a vote for approving the valuation reports for both the port and the airport. So Rosie, can you tee that up, please? Oh, we've got a... We're ready to go. Hang on. Got it. So if you could collect your vote, please.
And with all votes in, this motion passes 13-0, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Alice and Jean, thank you very much for your considerable efforts here over the last several months. Appreciate your help. Thank you. Okay. We're going to reorganize slightly and do the business operation.
Can we take the last action item under business operations?
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we now? Oh, the nomination committee?
Yep.
Okay, fine. So as my parting gift, we have a recommendation to appoint a nominating committee and chair for the election of the board president. As most of you know, my second term expires at the end of this term. I think the next board meeting is May 13th, something like that. Yeah.
So this is probably Paul's last meeting as president.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys have to pick the next victim. So I'd like to, Greg, actually, do you want to introduce this item?
Yes, please. So per board policy, we do elect a board president. This body elects a board president to serve a one-year term. And if you have the support, you may get directly elected to a second year. But if you don't do well in your first term, or if you've run 2 terms, then our policy is to create a nominating committee to bring back to this board a recommendation for president. So today, before you today, is trying to get up to 6 volunteers, please no more than 6, but 6 volunteers to be on the nominating committee to bring back to this board at May who should be our board president. And at the May meeting, we will vote for that board president, and they will immediately start their term. So
Can I have nominees for the committee? Okay, so Michelle?
I'll do it.
Louis?
Louis and Lou.
And who?
Louis
Lou.
and Lou.
Lou?
The 2 L's.
Much time is involved in
Oh, is that a
lunch.
Oh. Okay, I'll do it then.
Okay. And Chris? Cliff, you don't want to do it? Okay. Okay, and Paul. Okay, so that, we've got 5. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, do people put their name forward and say, I'm interested, or?
I believe we have one name that's, I don't want to speak for you unless you want to do this. Lisa Marie has thrown her hat in the ring.
But I'm not going to be on the committee.
No, right. So.
That's what I meant. I
I'm
was
sorry,
just,
yeah.
does the committee have, whatever?
So
How does the
we do have
committee-
a committee, Michelle, Louis, Lou, Chris, and Paul. Can I have a volunteer for a chairperson for that committee?
I'll do it.
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. Okay, so,
I'm tired. I'm just going to.
so please make your own arrangements for getting together. I would like to, I think Lisa Marie has indicated her interest in being the next president. If there's anybody else that would like to throw their hat in the ring, if they could please get email to Michelle, that would be appreciated. And I'll let you guys make your own decision on when you'd like to meet. But ideally, we'd like to have this wrapped up in terms of a proposal from you folks before the next meeting, next board meeting. Okay?
Very good.
So
So we'll need we can use the current motion, but we'll just, we'll put the names in there, but it'd be nice to have a vote.
So moved by Cliff, seconded by Natasha, and we now need a vote. Sorry, I was jumping the gun a little on that.
Is there an expense account for the committee?
Ms. Bush, if I could have your vote, please?
Yes.
Oh, good.
It's the same as
And-
all the other expense accounts.
Zero.
Did you ever ask for coffee down in their office?
With all votes in, Mr. President, this motion passes 13-0.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to switch gears slightly. We're going to go to the Business and Governance Committee. We have an issue here relative to Mr. Heller. I believe he's here, and we want to provide him 3 minutes to speak on this topic. Bobby, do you want to introduce this? So we're
I'd
familiar-
be happy to.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Heller.
Hi.
Let's
Thank
not
you for.
start his clock yet.
Yeah.
Just wait 1 second.
Bobby's going to tee this up.
Yeah. We met
don't have it on the,
yesterday, and Mr. Heller provided 3 minutes at our Business and Governance Committee. And Mr. Heller, please feel free to start.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know it's been a long day. I will be brief. I started working at the Airport Authority in May of 2015, and SDCERS classified me as a classic member, as I was at the city before that. 8 years later, I received a phone call from SDCERS telling me that they had made a mistake, and SDCERS switched me to PEPRA and told me I owed nearly $65,000 in retroactive employee contributions, plus $15,000 in interest, and the interest has since been waived. 3 days after I was notified of this change, I received my first paycheck, and under PEPRA, my employee contribution increased by $1,000 a month. My benefit upon retirement is greatly reduced. Now, I'm not here to argue that you should make me a classic member again. Believe me, I've had a crash course in PEPRA, and I understand how it works. But I am asking you to consider waiving collection of the $65,000 underpayment, which would have a devastating impact on my family's financial security. As you can imagine, this change in my pension was shocking news. I am less than a decade away from what was a carefully planned retirement. SDCERS staff has acknowledged that they mistakenly assigned me to the wrong tier and has acknowledged that they knew about the mistake for years but failed to act sooner, and they've apologized. Now, I ask you, the board, to follow up on that apology with meaningful action. Your policies and procedures state that the board does have the discretion in matters like this. SDCERS policy on internal procedures for overpayment and underpayments of benefits and contributions states, for any correction over $10,000, only the board has the discretion to resolve the matter for less than the full amount. Let me take a quick breath. Staff points to a different section of that policy where it states, resolution of an underpayment that exceeds $10,000 should result in immediate full payment of the entire amount plus interest whenever feasible. I draw your attention to those last two words, whenever feasible. I would argue respectfully that asking me to pay $65,000 because the staff made a mistake does not fall under any reasonable definition of the word feasible. A core value at SDCERS is to provide financial security for its members. All I'm asking for is the financial security that I signed up for. I ask that you, as the policymaking body of SDCERS, use your discretion and waive collection of the $65,000 underpayment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hiller. Yesterday, we had a robust discussion regarding Mr. Hiller's situation. A motion to waive collecting the employee contributions from Mr. Hiller during the time frame 2018 to 2023, when SDCERS knew of its failure and did not fix the problem, failed. A motion was made and it did not get a second. Another motion to send the matter to a hearing officer failed with a vote of 2 to 4. You can see we're trying to figure it out. Finally, the committee passed a motion to recommend the board deny the appeal of Mr. Heller on a vote of 4 to 2. Are there any other questions on this item?
You know, I think one of the things, and I went back and watched that segment, there was some questions, I think, Greg, that you had explained what the options were for Mr. Heller. Should this get denied?
Yeah.
And I think it might
asked
be
what
good.
his recourse was.
Yes.
I
And
think
it would be good for the board.
I think it was Johnny. I asked Johnny or Greg what Mr. Heller's recourse would be in this matter.
I'm going to defer to my legal counsel.
That's a good idea.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Bobby. So today, the question is, if the board denies Mr. Heller's appeal, where does Mr. Heller go? What is his recourse? So there is a ability within our board rules to request reconsideration. That's something usually brought if there's evidence that was just newly discovered that couldn't have been brought earlier, that could change the opinion of this board. So that's an option for Mr. Heller. Another option is to seek judicial review. All of our decisions are subject to judicial review, as you know now. So he could go to a court of law and challenge the decision of the board.
And when you say judicial review, you mean file a lawsuit in Superior Court?
Yes. Sure. Let me see if I can do this, Ashley. Wish me luck. I say this because the board has plenty of authority to administer benefits, but that plenty of authority is within the confines of your fiduciary duties and your responsibilities. And so what that means is, drilling down further, is we believe you need to follow the plan document. And so what staff has done in this instance is look at the honestly egregious mistakes that have been made with what can the board do now to remedy that situation. And I believe the staff has got you as far as we think you can go within the confines of the plan. So that is, the plan under the Airport Authority requires that the employee pay their contributions. We require all our employees who are active to put in their contributions so we have enough money when Mr. Heller retires to pay his retirement for the rest of his life. And that's part of the plan. That plan is also formulated because of PEPRA. The state law has required the airport to mandate their employees to pay their employee contributions, something the airport cannot pay, which comes to the recommended outcome of this case, that staff has said, we believe that the plan and the law requires you, Mr. Heller, to pay these contributions. But you have noted that staff has not pushed and has actually worked with the board to waive the interest that has accumulated on those contributions, that interest that would not have been paid by Mr. Heller had staff not made that mistake. Does that answer your question of what options you have?
Well, do the options include waiving the $65,000 or a portion of that?
Again, I think this board is the ultimate decision maker, and so my job is to really guide the board as best I can. I think that step may be a little bit outside the bounds of what the plan requires, but under your authority, you do have discretion to resolve this matter. Did you want to say something, Greg?
Also, has the entire board received the letter, council's letter, fiduciary council's letter, or just our committee? Okay.
Yes.
So everybody got that letter?
You're speaking of Ms. Dunning's
Yes.
Opinion on this matter?
Right.
Yes.
Elvin?
First of all, I think a lot of us have spent a lot of time on this one because it hits home for a lot of us as well. So, Mr. Heller, again, heartfelt apologies on the mistake. I think you believe that a lot of us have spent a lot of nights on your case. I know I have. So I appreciate everyone taking this so seriously. One question that Mr. Kaufman gave me yesterday, and I think it was a good one, was why I would recommend trying to go into an administrative judge. And I kind of want to clarify that because it came off as I didn't trust the staff. I don't. I love the staff, and I think that the staff did a great job, and I do trust the staff emphatically. The word that came up to mind was really regret. The regret of not being able to pursue every action possible as a provider of the family, being able to look at my kids and see I did everything possible in order to not hinder their growth and hinder their ability for a future. So this is a burden. This is a burden that we caused as a group. And I do believe that an administrative hearing would, in fact, give Mr. Heller an opportunity to state his case one more time, albeit probably with the same outcome and at a cost of $10,000 to $15,000 for the hearing. I understand that. I do feel it is our duty, I guess, to give him that option to do that. And that being said, we asked the question also yesterday if a smaller payment plan has been offered to Mr. Heller. I think that has not been talked about because based on the letter, it is our fiduciary responsibility to collect, unfortunately, and there's no one else to pay that for Mr. Heller, right? Is there a smaller plan that can be put together? And is there possibly a plan with that, in conjunction to that, a smaller plan with no interest, since it is egregiously our issue, our fault that caused the problem? Thank you.
Johnny, do you have an answer for him, for Elvin?
About the various payment plans?
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things we strive to do here is follow our plan and follow the law. So that includes the IRS correction guidelines. And in a nutshell, I understand those guidelines that try to make the plan whole as if you didn't make that mistake. So to put him on a payment plan that does not accrue interest, meaning he's paying at a rate that's not keeping up with our ability to invest that money and make that money return, would be, in a sense, underfunding his benefit, or at least underfunding the airport plan.
So I read that from the IRS code stating, yes, we have to make it as if it never happened or it's full. And however way we get there is discretion of the board, as long as we make it full. But I thought that the interest falls in line with the first waiver of interest, and so that the second waiver, potential second waiver in interest, would also be in the same line, same thought process.
Theoretically, I mean, at that point, the board then decides that Mr. Heller would owe the money, and then how the board decides direct staff to collect that money would be further discretion.
If I could interject, again, staff feels that the board has no choice but to collect the underpaid contributions from Mr. Heller. And I agree wholeheartedly that this was egregious, and we do apologize for sitting on our hands for so long. And I can only empathize with what he's going through. But again, there is a duty that the board has to make sure that it is funded, and he did underpay these contributions to the plan. And so the opinion has been vetted by Fiduciary Council and Tax Council, and so we stand by our recommendation that Mr. Heller should be held accountable and pay the underpaid contributions. And again, we just remind you respectfully that the board did waive the amount of interest has already been waived.
And I agree with that. I'm not trying to say that the plan shouldn't be made full. I'm trying to say, how do we lessen the burden to make the plan full over a period of time? Where does our fiduciary responsibility then, where is that line? I'm looking for the line. How far can we take this to make the burden less so that a family can survive in a town that's very hard to survive as it is?
Isn't there error and omission insurance that can kick in a situation like this? Like as if this was a trading error, it would come off of the balance sheet of the corporation.
Yeah,
and it's $65,000. That's petty cash, right?
Louis, we have been looking for that insurance since I started here. We've worked with many brokers, and that product is not sold. And all of SDCERS' money is in the trust fund to pay benefits, so we can't even create this reserve to pay losses, since it really is all to pay the benefits forward. So the answer is no. I don't know of any product like that.
I just wanted to just speak to the reason I made the motion that was unsuccessful. So to my recollection of the facts, and I'm probably going to get it a little bit wrong, but Mr. Heller's hired in 2015. Somewhere down the line thinks and was misclassified at that time as a classic member instead of a Pepper member. Through workplace conversations, gets a suspicion that maybe I'm misclassified, gets in touch with our staff, the first of whom apparently did not respond to him, the second of whom said, you're properly classified. Correct me when I get this wrong, will you? You're properly classified. He moves along through the process. In 2021, internally, this rises within the organization to almost the highest level, and there is a recognition at that point by staff that he's been misclassified, but no action is taken at that time for reasons unknown. And then finally, in 2023, this is actually addressed. So I read all of the Fiduciary Council's material, I think like Elvin and many others probably did, and also the IRS stuff and so on and so forth. And it was my view, for a number of reasons, that we had that we can make the decision that we think is just. I recognize that my opinion was not agreed to by the committee, and I respect that. Elvin's suggestion, as I heard it, was the only recourse for Mr. Heller is to essentially get an attorney, go to court, go through all that process with an unknown outcome. Whereas our adjudication process could be done by him without an attorney if he chose to, and we would get whatever, the last possible opinion that he might be able to get on this. And so I hope I'm articulating it right. I think that was the reason that Elvin put that motion forth, and I seconded that, but that did not fly either. So I just wanted to give you my perspective and the background on it, and I acknowledge that, yeah, the rest of the committee members weren't buying what I was selling.
Can I add one? I have a question on the adjudication. Can you just clarify, when we do send things matters to adjudicators, what's the threshold that we use? Because it didn't feel that this rose to the level that we would consider adjudication, because it's clear that there is no question on how it would be interpreted. So we didn't necessarily want to send him through something with what is felt to be a known outcome and further prolong this.
Sure. So is your question, why would you send something to a hearing officer versus make a decision yourself?
Right, when you know, I know the recommendation was made to do
Yeah.
it, but why didn't you do that in the first place then, when you were looking at this? Why would you not have sent it?
Well, staff doesn't do that. So staff wouldn't send something to a hearing officer. That would be a board's decision.
But they would recommend it be sent to adjudication, correct?
So just talk about what are the rules for sending things to
Sure.
hearing versus not?
Sure. Part of your board rules that addresses these hearings gives an option. And the option is, if you believe that this forum isn't a situation where you could rule on it because maybe there's too much testimony, too much material, that this body isn't conducive to receiving that information, a hearing officer may be helpful, because a hearing officer is used to ruling on evidence, contrasting evidence. So that's one reason that a hearing officer could be used. So whether or not the board feels that's useful in this instance, I think that's up for this board to decide.
And also, Johnny, you explained that hearing officers are generally not familiar with pension law. And
Well-
so to get an adjudicator up to speed may be challenging.
Sure. SDCERS uses a pool of retired judges, and so the only qualification is that they're a retired Superior Court judge at some point. So whether or not they have pension experience, that's not a necessary qualification. So again, yes, to your point, I'm not sure if they do have that expertise, but they are retired judges and very respected that way.
But Johnny, sorry, just.
And I think that, the question is we know it has to be paid. That's an IRS rule. It has to be paid. The question is, who's going to pay it? And so if it's not Mr. Heller, then it's this agency. And does this agency have the capacity to pay it? It's not in the budget. There's no line item for it. How would this agency pay for it?
Can I ask a question, Johnny? The board policy statement in here about that the board can approve underpayments exceeding $10,000. Under what circumstances would this happen?
Contributions. What we tried to do when board recommended this policy is craft it in such a way as to give the board the greatest discretion it has. So Mr. Heller's citation of it is correct, that the board can resolve these cases for less than the amount owed. But there's lots of built-in language in there that says we will follow the IRS guidelines, that we will follow the plan document. And so some of those are the limitations that staff is discussing and bringing to you today. For overpayment of benefits, the law has been changing, and such that the IRS is much more forgiving and the courts are much more forgiving in terms of requiring a board to collect overpayment of benefits. And so in that instance, I think the board has greater discretion. The more difficult situation here is collection of employee contributions, something that a member should always be paying and honestly is used to pay that future benefit. So because of staff's mistake, does it really abscond a member of their requirement to fund their own benefit? That's the difficult situation that this board is presented with, that staff has been presented with. Again, if this were an overpayment of benefits case, I think it would be resolved very differently.
Can this, would we be able to treat this, because we're asking for Mr. Heller to make the payment, but eventually we pay him back that amount, right? So could it just be considered income now, and we treat it as income when you issue the IRS, and he has to recognize it for tax purposes that way?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to opine on that.
Income from the agency.
I mean, Mr. Heller hasn't even invested.
No.
But if we're asking him to pay it, right?
Yeah.
So we're saying he received something that.
No, he's still working. He's still working at the airport. But he did not make the payments, the Pepper payments for the prior years.
But I think Ms. Bush is saying that if the let's just use $65,000 owed now, and the pension payments are going to be paid in 20 years, right? At year 20 or year 21.
Year 9.
Huh?
Year 9.
Year 9, sorry. At year 9, when those payments come out, wouldn't you just take let's just use $1,000 in round numbers. $1,000, you pay taxes on that, take the owed amount at that point in time of 64,000 times whatever, divided by however many years, $500, we'll call it. I know it's getting difficult, but I think that's to your question.
Can you deduct the payments from his retirement benefit
In future.
in the future?
We have not done that.
Nice answer.
I am not.
Different question.
I'm not confident to answer that question now, given some of the ramifications of what you're discussing.
Go ahead.
No, Cliff has his hand up.
This is a terrible situation to hear about, and Mr. Heller, I'm very sorry. And kudos to you and your colleagues on this committee for working so hard on this. I am very concerned that something like this could happen again to someone else. It's terrible to hear this situation. To think that it could happen again, under whatever scenario, I need to ask staff to come back to us another day and help us understand how something like this would not happen in the future. Because I'm going to be off this board in a couple of years, other people are going to come on in my place, and nobody here wants to hear this kind of story ever again.
I asked at the committee that this be referred to the audit committee to just review what happened here and to make a recommendation to us as to what action we might take to do exactly what you're saying, so that there would be an independent review of it. And Bobby agreed as a member of the audit committee to, in fact, do that.
To bring it to the internal auditor.
Right.
And discuss a procedure to be put in place, it appears to me, based on other cases also, that these errors happen when there's manual intervention, when it takes a person, when it gets outside of the system. So there may be some procedure that we can set up where there's a double check.
Right.
If some things manually needs to be done, then, I'm a slow learner.
Takes a village.
Yeah.
Fine.
I think the issue, though, is that people made errors.
Yeah.
And that the burden of the result of that error is not borne by the person who was employed. Instead, here today, we have a scenario where it seems to be the burden placed on the individual who was conscientious and, if you will, in this arcane world we all operate in, very professional and diligent. And I guess my sense of what's right and wrong is just all
Right.
messed up right now. And
Right.
it's,
So
it's-
And
if I
I'm sure we
can,
all feel that.
Yeah.
Same thing.
absolutely. But
my-
then again, it's going to be, on one hand, we have the track where we need to address Mr. Heller and his situation. But we, as stewards for the whole plan, need to think about everyone in the plan as well.
My sense is that we do not want Mr. Heller to have to pay for this, but the notion is someone's got to pay for it. It's not a line item on this year's budget, but is it not possible to have a line item on next year's budget in reference to potentially other issues that are happening? So, is it not possible for us to have inserted into next year's budget $100,000 for errors and omission, a self-insured error and omission,
Yeah.
and then use that to pay for that?
So to me, this is really not a budgetary issue. When we first heard about this case with Mr. Heller, we people on the management team were equally distraught as this board is distraught. So we did a root cause analysis. How did this happen? How do you keep it from ever happening again? What procedural operational changes you can make? And I welcome the internal audit, taking a look at it and documenting it and challenging us and reporting out. I think that's a very healthy and good governance. That is fine. When we went through this, it was from management's perspective, is how do we help Mr. Heller? That was the position we took. And we said, but we want to make sure we do it in a way that is appropriate with regards to the plan document, federal and state guidance, tax guidance. And so we reached out to our experts. One of our experts is Johnny Tran. He is one of the premier, I would say, public pension plan attorneys in the state of California. We're lucky to have him on the team. We reached out to Ashley Dunning to get her opinion from a fiduciary perspective, gave her all the information, said, hey, this is, as I love what Elvin says, how far can I go before I cross the line? How do we help this guy? Called up tax counsel. Okay, where's that line with tax counsel? What can we do? And that's how we came up with the staff report that said, I'm sorry, all the experts we talked with, it said, we have to make sure that the employee pays their benefits. We talked to this board previously about this case, and we said, you know what, we think we have the latitude to waive interest, and we did. I'll call it historic interest. So now, if the board denies this, it becomes payable by Mr. Heller. And then I call it financing interest. There's payment plans going forward, and I think we were just talking about, can you off-shift that to his retirement benefit, or can we not charge financing interest? I'd feel more comfortable talking to tax counsel about that, because the last thing I want to do is make decisions that seem right but aren't right. So, if we want to go down that road, I would say send it back to staff, and we can do more research. The thing that I'm worried about with going to a hearing officer, I really don't mind hearing officers. They're great. We talked a little bit about training hearing officers. You have that same risk with Superior Court judges. But I have a lot of confidence in the guidance that we've got on the rules that we have to follow. And we've already stipulated all the facts. We've already agreed that we made mistakes.
Right.
The facts are not in challenge here, and that's usually why we go to a hearing officers, because we don't know the facts. And that's why I feel there's not a lot of leverage for going to a hearing officer, in that it would just be more of a burden for Mr. Heller than going straight to Superior Court. But so it's just a long-winded say, I don't think it's a budgetary issue. Sorry.
Is there a reason why we can't create a line item for next year? I didn't get an answer to that, or I didn't hear it.
Well, yeah, sure, it's possible. The budget is a spending plan. It's not a reserve. So right now, from that perspective, when Johnny said we don't have insurance because there's not a product here for public pension plans, we are self-insured. And so if let's say it goes to Superior Court and there is a judgment against us, that comes out of the trust. We're self-insured. So, we have, depending on what the remedy is, we have to make him whole out of the plan sponsor's money.
But when that goes to the trust, is that in the trust as an unfunded liability, or, okay, so then the three sponsors would end up paying it in their UAL.
It would be specific to the plan sponsor in question.
So the airport would then, specifically the airport would be part of their UAL and they would end up paying it. Okay.
But what I'm understanding Louis to say is, what prevents us to say, and forgetting this right here, but just for the moment, going forward, that we say, hey, we're going to make mistakes in the future. It's just a reality. We'll do the best we can to avoid them, but we should have a reserve fund out of our operating budget that sits there, and when these circumstances come up, we have somewhere to go.
But in the problem that it's not our budget, it's our plan sponsor's budget? Wouldn't they have to sign on to something like that?
To me, it's not an issue of a budget or a reserve. It's, does this board have the authority to make that payment? It's not where it gets budgeted or where the money comes from. Is, do you have the authority to say yes or no? And that's why we went out to our outside experts to say, because if our outside experts came out and said, yes, we think the board has that latitude, we'd be making that recommendation. Absolutely.
So my question is, why are we talking about this to do anything? Because our policy says that we have to talk about it. I mean, we have the authority. Well, then why can't we have a serious conversation to refund this man his money?
Well, I think you are having it, Lisa Marie, respectfully. And, well, my goal is to try to explain what your plan says and what I believe the law requires. And your job is to make the decision. So notwithstanding my advice.
So, there have been a lot of refunds or underpayments that have happened.
Yes.
And there have been a lot of people who have corrected those underpayments.
Yes.
What is the risk of approving, waiving it in this
Precedent?
case?
Of a
Of a
precedent?
precedent, and for what
There-
has happened in the past and also moving forward in the future.
Sure.
And I recognize his,
Yeah.
I feel for Mr. Heller because
Sure.
he brought that to our attention, and hopefully there is some recourse down the road. But it seems to be a greater risk to
Yeah.
SDCERS.
I think the risk to not following the plan is someone enforces that plan. So the airport authority, maybe a tax person with standing, other challenge to that action. We do have that issue of precedence, like you said, because we do make corrections, most of them very small, thankfully, but that does set a certain precedence to how do we treat our members consistently if we have an error here and not an error there, or correct this one and not correct that one. So that's why staff had asked for the correction policy, and staff tries to follow the board's policy on those corrections. And right now, the board's policy is to attempt to collect when feasible to do so. And given Mr. Heller is an active member, we are trying to follow that policy as best we can. There are other situations, like for instance, when we overpay a deceased person and they have no assets. That's an overpayment that we cannot correct, and that ends up causing some unfunded liability for that plan sponsor.
Is this $65,000 total, or is it the net difference between the PEPRA rate and the normal rate?
It's the net difference between what Mr. Heller owed less what he had paid under his classic plan.
So he's already paid the classic plan. This is the overages above that.
Yes.
PEPRA is higher.
The large amount was caused because classic members at the airport receive an offset. An employer pays part of the employee contribution for classic members, which isn't allowed under PEPRA, hence Mr. Heller owing significant contributions.
And correct me if I'm wrong, where is Mr. Heller now in terms of his classification?
He is a PEPRA member.
He's a PEPRA member.
Yes.
So if we reimbursed him, then presumably that's a freebie for him in terms of the, what is it, 5 years?
9.
9 years of him not paying the PEPRA component.
From 2015.
He's going to get a PEPRA pension at the end of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
we're out of pocket.
Correct, because of the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the airport.
Yes.
Airport's-
My motion was a partial, but that's kind of.
Yeah.
Could I
But
just
that's why
add?
I'd like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just would like to go back to where we were before, to go back to tax council, because we keep talking about IRS and PACs are binding us to this, and really look at a way to have the payments made, but, to delay it in some way against, when Mr. Heller retires or something like that, instead of seeking payment right now. And at the same time, his retirement contribution is already increasing, so his paycheck is, I guess, less than what it is. And on top of that, having this $65,000 debt, is there a way to structure that in a way, and out into the future, that it might not have the same impact as, that we're assured that we'll get it because his retirement payments will come at some point?
So do we want to kick this back to staff?
I just have one clarifying question here, because this is a piece that I don't understand. So during this period, he's misclassified. The port is picking up a significant part of his contribution, right? That the airport, sorry, that they shouldn't have been. But during that period, then, we were getting his full contribution,
yes.
right? So we were actually not out any interest because we were getting the full amount, were we not?
The classic premium is lower.
Right, I understand, but the airport makes up the difference, correct? Or am I incorrect?
The interest component is part of the plan itself. It's not actually the interest that we make on the investment. It's just set that the plans say that as of July 1st, you will receive the discount rate on any existing employee contributions. So when he paid that money, it wasn't
Okay, and let me,
physically there in
sorry,
his account.
just as quickly as I can. So when was his obligation of the amount of money he had to pay per pay period or whatever it is, was the total owed to us, Classic or PEPRA, the same? And the airport was making up more of it because he was a Classic member? No? Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So, all due respect to Ms. Bush, I don't think it's fair for Mr. Heller for us to prolong this process. I do think, we've strung him along for how many years now? So, is there a way to make a motion?
And the answer is legally no. Like, to be clear, all the experts have been consulted. The answer is legally no. So if we go against our counsel, which we can because we have free will, we will know that we are exposing ourselves to legal action, and we would likely lose on the merits. That it's really that simple. But we can defy all of that and do whatever we want. But I don't see a justification. The only thing I see is maybe the sponsor would like to step in and solve the problem that SDCERS created. But legally, I think they could do that if they wanted. No, the sponsor cannot just, okay.
We have talked to the airport, and again, the first approach that staff has is how can we fix this? And we had long discussions with the airport. But again, the issue, I believe, is that PEPRA says the employer cannot pay the employee contributions.
That's on a go-forward basis. I'm sure that's established, but have they ever reviewed looking backwards? If there were mistakes made, money owed, does that same rule apply, or has that ever been asked?
It's a good question, and I think that's part of the little muddier area where we're coming with you with a recommendation. PEPRA does not explain what to do when you don't do it right the first time.
So Johnny,
and you get into common law.
Where does the $15,000 of interest that was waived? Like, how is that possible?
Where is it?
I'm sorry?
Where is that money?
Yeah, how
is
does,
that possible?
how is that possible? Is there a pool of capital that came in and paid that off, or like, how is that possible?
No, that's part of our legal analysis. Frankly, I own that one. And the situation is that law in California is if a public entity like SDCERS knows of an error and sits on its hands, a court can prevent you from collecting on that error, meaning benefit from that issue. And so in this case, Mr. Heller would not have owed that $15,000 had SDCERS corrected it when we found out about it. And so it was my opinion that this is an area of law that if a court can waive it, then I think our board can waive it too. And so that's something that we put forward and waived his interest.
And it's what Brett just characterized in terms of our situation. Is that a proper characterization? That legally we can't, but because we have the authority, we can do it anyway and just...
I think that's a fair
characterization.
I have a question, though, just to go on to what you're saying. If we deny the appeal, we can still send staff back to tax council on how to structure potential future payments, correct? They're not
Sure.
mutually exclusive. So we could do one and still direct staff to look at options that are legally permissible as far as future deductions. So could we make a motion to do that? Is that
Yes, Natasha.
legal?
Karina,
Is that legal?
do you have something you want to add?
I was just going to say that without full knowledge of conversations that have been had, but it would seem that if the recourse is for the plan sponsor to receive a lawsuit, it would seem that there should be consultation between staff and the CFO of the plan sponsor. So that would be my suggestion without knowing full details and at risk of being out of place.
Natasha, the only thing that, if we denied the appeal, the only thing that wouldn't allow would be for the research of PEPRA allowing a payment to Mr. Heller in full, looking backwards. Because if you deny the claim, you would only look at how he would pay going forward instead of how he would be made full looking backwards. So is your motion to just look forward, or is to look at the option of looking backward as well?
I don't even know anymore.
I think what the motion would be we deny the appeal. Mr. Heller unfortunately owes $65,000. However, this board also directs staff to work with tax counsel to figure out if there's any way, rather than a lump sum $65,000 right now, that it can be structured to be made in payments over time so that the plan is made whole, but it doesn't crush Mr. Heller and his family's souls any more than it has to.
To Karina's point, that conversation with the plan sponsor could still happen as well. That's not part of this conversation, right? And that's certainly up to, either Mr. Heller or whoever to have that conversation, but that should happen, because if that's the recourse, correct, they might want to discuss that.
I mean, it seems like we're dancing. I mean, on an absolute normative basis, it's such a minuscule amount of money relative to the size of the organizations that we're talking about. We're tying ourselves in pretzels because of legal and IRA, but like emotionally, and everyone here knows and feel what ought to be done. It just seems really peculiar to me that we keep dancing around. So, I mean, I would love for us to waive it, but you're telling me I can't, and you're telling me we have legal issues that and it might be a modest and incrementally set of risks that we're incurring, but I'm just stating my frustration.
Mm-hmm. We all understand
Louis,
that,
if we were in business, we'd write this off or maybe charge them $1 and be done with this. This is mice nuts.
Because we have reserves, and because there's an acknowledgement that errors can and do happen.
Yeah.
And I think this is a flaw of how we're set up. sorry, thank you, where there's nothing that acknowledges that this can happen, does happen,
Yeah.
and sadly may well happen again in the future.
And what happens if somebody comes up and says, hey, you put me in the wrong plan, I refuse to be in this plan, put me in the other one, and we still don't do anything about it?
Yeah.
Does that mean we're at risk?
No, the way it's set up right now, the way I understand it is.
He's at risk.
The employee's at risk,
Right.
no matter what happens here.
Yeah.
And that just seems inequitable. So,
I'm going to throw a stone out there just to see what happens. I'm going to put a motion out.
This is a big rock.
It's a big rock. I'm going to put a motion out to deny the denial. No disrespect to the staff and council. First of all, no disrespect to anybody. I'm going to vote to deny the denial for Mr. Heller. Motion.
Second.
Does that just mean to grant the Mr. Heller's relief?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
He's rejecting.
Wants to grant Mr. Heller's relief.
Yeah, no double negatives.
Just
Vote against the current motion.
Yeah, just vote against the current motion.
Just don't second it.
There is no motion on the table.
There's no motion.
That says motion to.
Can we pull that and write
Well,
a motion?
So is the motion,
I have 3 different versions right now.
My motion is to approve his appeal.
okay, second.
None of those. How about motion to grant,
His appeal is to waive the 65.
grant Mr. Heller's,
And the interest is
or
already.
actually, I take that back.
But frankly, before we
Can you
move too quickly into something like that, and unfortunately Ashley is left, but wouldn't that also open us up to any other retiree being able to come in and say, you acted in one person's interest, not all of our interests, and in doing so, you were wrong?
Absolutely.
No,
And who's picking up the CUPRA
collection.
costs in here?
If I, just to make things even worse here, sorry. It's kind of what Brett said. You've heard from some legal experts saying you don't have the authority. And so if you have knowledge of that and then take that action, I don't think your fiduciary insurance covers you anymore. So
Then why are we talking about that?
that's a bit of a challenge.
Talking about
So
why
if
are
you
we
willingly
talking about
break the law, you're no longer an agent in your job doing the best you can. Now you are working outside the scope of your authority.
Isn't the reason why we're talking about this is because I understand that we've been told that we don't have the authority to make that decision, but are we talking about it because it's still in our policy? Is that why it was brought to us?
Michelle, it's still the job of this board to address issues and make decisions. I know sometimes the decisions need to be made, but that's part of the difficulty. And I feel your frustration, I do. But right now, as the appeals policy is written, it's written such that if a member has a grievance, then they have a right to appeal to staff and then to appeal to this board. So we can revisit that policy, Michelle, if you think that's not appropriate.
It just
but
seems like
at
we
this point
can
it
never
is.
use the policy. So it
Yeah.
makes, when
Well,
you
I
have
think-
policy and then we go into legal, when we get into the legal impacts of policy, written policy that we all comply with in other parts of our policy statements, except this one is just confusing. I'm just saying, it's just confusing. And yeah, we probably do need to revisit it.
I understand.
I'd like to change my motion.
Okay.
My motion is to approve the denial of the claim for Mr. Heller, and I look forward to his lawsuit at the Superior Court, and I think that is the only way to change the rules going forward for all the members. I apologize that Mr. Heller is the case study, unfortunately, but it sounds like there's a systemic issue that needs to be fixed, and the only way to fix that, through all our frustration here, is through the courts.
Okay, I have a question. Because I understand we went through the IRS rules, we went through our policies, but I also heard because we made a mistake, there's some gray area.
Correct.
So then how does that, because all those policy conclusions were absent an error, right?
Right.
But we made an error.
Right.
So where is the remedy of the error in the analysis?
Well, I think that's part of what staff has been spending these last few months trying to do and get you the best recommendation.
Well, do you think the staff can go back and look at it further?
Well, no, because we want to decide today.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Is there, going back to the PEPRA conversation?
Can I do
Go
one more
ahead.
comment, please? One thing that Greg shares with me and taught me is all lawyers are just trying their best and aren't right until a judge says so. So what we have done, what your fiduciary council has done, what your tax council has done is put forth its best recommendation. But until a judge says otherwise, I don't necessarily know if I'm 100% correct. So Lisa Marie, perhaps that's the gray area that you're speaking of. And that's the gray area that I think you all feel today. But my job is to try to do the best I can. And I've been doing this a long time. And this is the law that I know and the area I practice in.
Hey, Johnny, to that point, to your best of your knowledge, why is a overpayment treated differently than an underpayment? There's a lot more leeway for overpayments.
Yeah.
Why isn't the same leeway given to underpayments?
I think it's partly because the member is still active. I think it's partly because the member is paying towards their future benefit. I think it creates an underfunded situation when an employee doesn't pay their contributions. I think those are all factors that the court has taken into consideration. An overpayment of benefits is, well, you just overpaid it. And so the member's already retired and not part of your system. So I'm
Yeah. Isn't that
surmising.
enough case law for us to substantiate refunding or giving the money to make Mr. Heller whole?
I don't know of any case that has allowed a retirement system to forego missed employee contributions. If I did, I would bring that to you today.
And you know, Mr. Heller will receive a PEPRA benefit, and Mr. Heller should pay for that benefit. He should pay for that. There was a mistake made, so perhaps what we can do is explore a way for an easier repayment, which was suggested earlier. But as far as damages for Mr. Heller to go to Superior Court, I don't believe he's incurred any because he is getting the benefit of the bargain. Right? When he retires.
I
He's
think
paying.
that's part of the theory of the law, that if a retirement system misclassifies a member, which other systems have done, that the court says, go put them in that correct plan and have them pay the correct contributions.
So I think we should have a motion to approve staff's motion to deny, and we should direct staff to explore the ability for an easier repayment option. And we were told yesterday, was it Susan, did you tell us? Or, no, it wasn't you. We were told yesterday that retirees don't receive their retirement benefits until all premiums are paid. They don't start the retirement benefits if there's anything owing. So we need to overcome that also. What do you think of that?
And the airport has not been willing to negotiate something?
That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, I don't think Greg and I want to speak for the airport, but they are aware of the situation and hasn't been part of any financial resolution that I know of.
But have you talked to them about it?
Yes.
About a financial resolution, so they didn't offer any remedies?
Yeah, I don't have any financial remedies from them.
Bobby, I second your motion.
Thank you. We have a motion.
So, if I may just repeat, because I've heard quite a few different versions, would I be correct that the board would like to cast a vote for a motion to approve staff's recommendation to deny the appeal of Jonathan Heller and direct staff to explore the ability for an easier payment option? Repayment option. if I may. Motion to approve staff's recommendation to deny the appeal of Jennison Heller and direct staff to explore the ability for an easier repayment option and report those back to the board. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Board President? Yes. May I please ask a question? Okay. I've had conversations with staff over the course of the last several months, and a payment plan was mentioned as an option to me. So a payment plan already exists as an option to me. The way it was put to me was it could not go beyond my actuarial lifespan. So it limited it to something around 20 years, which still made it, almost would make it about $500 a month, which is still a significant burden. And that would last through my retirement or my income too. Just wanted you to be aware that that conversation has happened with staff already.
Any recommendations? Anybody?
Well, also, didn't you say that he has, all the money has to be paid in before he can receive? So it's over 20 years. If it's less than that, it's not practicable.
So, can we vote?
Well, we can vote and see where it goes.
Yeah.
There's no motion or second button showing Rosie.
You should be able to view it.
Rosie, I made a mistake and mine's a no.
Okay, let me remedy that.
I don't know, can I? I guess maybe I can. These are quick. Well, she sorted it out.
It's still showing you as no?
On mine it's showing as no.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I asked for.
no.
So with all votes in, we have 7 yeas and 6 nays, and with that, the motion passes.
Okay. Mr. Heller, thank you very much for coming in today. Sorry for the results, but they are what they are. Okay,
Bobby needs to finish her E&G report now.
oh, we on to Bobby now? Okay, I was going to do
And if I
Natasha,
may,
but go
there's
ahead,
also
Bobby,
one
you're
more
on a roll.
motion.
You just have to stand next to me.
Not a problem.
Okay, I have, the B&G committee heard action items that are on the consent agenda here today. Are there any items from the consent agenda that you would like pulled for a separate vote? We had the first consent agenda item is the recommendation to reappoint Lana Ranchenko as the second term, to a second term as the chair of the audit committee.
As an independent, non-board member of the audit committee.
But she was also appointed to be the chair.
Be a chair.
Okay. The second item is to approve the SDCERS action plan for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. Staff discussed the action plan for the coming year as included in your agenda package, and based upon our board retreat discussion, added the following 3 objectives. And they are passed out as a handout today. SDCERS board succession planning, executive succession planning, and stakeholder outreach. And the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval. Moving to the third item, to approve SDCERS administrative budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025, and it was Ted's time to shine, and he did. Ted gave a great presentation, and he had many questions. He spent more time at that desk than he ever has before. And we approved the budget. The other item was the Heller issue, which we have pulled. So, let's see. Oh, are the
Audit committee
charters. All the charters are on the consent agenda. The internal auditor charter, the audit charter, the chief executive office charter, board meeting policy, fraud and criminal acts policy, returning to work after retirement, board procedure on the approval of city retirement benefits, board rule 3.7 for the use of pensionable salary for reciprocity. Are there any questions? Do we have a motion? Oh, I move. Vote.
And to be clear, the Heller case wasn't in this consent, right?
It was in consent, but we
pulled it out,
did it
correct.
separately.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bush, if I could get your vote, please.
Okay. We heard division reports. From member services, it was Cynthia's last report. We were so sad.
And Madam Chair, if I could just state for the record, with the last motion, it passed 13-0.
Thank you. We heard reports from Cynthia, Sandra Clausen for Benefits Administration, Michelle Wagner from IT, and from Johnny. And there were reports that were included in the written form in our packet, and that was the end of our meeting. Any other questions? If not, back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Audit Committee Chair Natasha Kalora, can you please provide your committee's report?
Yes, I can. We met on Wednesday, March 6th, and our action item was just approved under Bobby's action items. So the Audit Committee motion to approve the Audit Committee and Internal Auditor charters. It was approved by all 4 committee members. And Sarah Dixon discussed the policies and procedures manual and provided a status update on the Port District's remediation efforts. Michelle Corbin and Eric Lawrence were there to answer our questions regarding the outstanding items. We did get an IT division report from Michelle and a Prop B update from Sandra. Our next meeting is July 10th, 2024.
Thank you, Natasha. Where are we? Next we'll move on to Section 7, Disability Committee. Tom Battaglia, can you please provide your committee report?
Thank you, Paul. The Disability Committee met yesterday, and we welcome our new Medical Review Officer, Jamar Montgomery. He's in the audience. Jamar began his public service career with SDCERS in the legal division before departing to the San Diego County Retirement Association, where he gained his knowledge and experience in the world of disability retirement. We're fortunate to have him as an experienced medical review officer join our team, and we look forward to Jamar working with the Disability Committee. Before I review the Disability Committee action items and make a motion for the consent agenda approval, are there any action items the board members like to pull? All right, starting with consent agenda item number 1, staff's recommendation to approve the industrial disability retirement application for Stacy Foote. The committee approved Ms. Foote's application for industrial disability retirement as her application was supported by evidence of being permanently disabled, her disability being attributed to her work duties, and her disability caused the need for her leaving city employment. Are there any questions from the board on this item? Moving to consent agenda item number 2, staff's recommendation to approve the non-industrial disability retirement application for Jesus Gardia. The committee approved Mr. Gardia's application for non-industrial disability retirement as his application was supported by evidence of being permanently disabled due to his death, which was not attributed to his work duties. Are there any questions from the board on this item? Moving to consent agenda item number 3, staff's recommendation to approve the continuance of the adjudication deadline for Ramon Reyes, his industrial disability retirement application. The committee approved Mr. Reyes' request to extend the deadline to complete the disability application hearing with the revised deadline of September 13th, 2024. Are there any questions from the board on this item? I move to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 3.
Mr. Nguyen, if I could get cast a vote from you. Okay. So with all votes in, with the exception of Lisa Marie Harris, this motion passes 12-0.
Staff provided a disability status report, and it's available in your board agenda package. The disability report provides an overview of the disability application review statistics, highlighting the caseload is in good shape with all cases except for 3 within the 18-month window. 2 of the cases are taking longer due to delays in completing medical evaluations, and the remaining case is expected to be before the Disability Committee at our May meeting. Are there any questions from the board or staff? All right, back to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Tom. Investment Committee Chair Cliff Shearson, would you like to give your committee report?
Happy to.
Yeah.
Wow, what a day. The Investment Committee met yesterday. There are 3 action items on the consent agenda. Before I review the action items and make a motion for the consent agenda approval, are there any action items the board members would like pulled for discussion in a separate vote? Hearing none. The first action item was regarding the infrastructure portfolio, the infrastructure structure review and recommendation. Staff worked with the general investment consultant Aon and the 2 infrastructure advisors, Stepstone and GCM Grosvenor, to present a structure review of the infrastructure portfolio. The review sought to assess the diversification and risk posture of the combined infrastructure portfolio. Currently, the portfolio is comprised primarily of non-core investments. Staff and the consultant and advisors recommend a target range of 30 to 50% to core infrastructure and 50 to 70% to non-core. The additional 1% to infrastructure that was approved in May of 2023 is recommended to be allocated to core open-ended infrastructure funds in order to balance the risk in the portfolio. Bless you. Thank you. Staff will initiate a search for appropriate core infrastructure funds and present a recommendation at a future meeting. This item was approved by the Investment Committee of 4-0-0. Moving on, real estate portfolio structure review and recommendation. Staff, Aon, and the real estate consultant, Makita, presented a structure review of the real estate portfolio. The purpose of this review was to analyze the risk profile of the real estate portfolio, particularly the mix between core and non-core investments. SDCERS has a target of 70% to core real estate and 30% to non-core real estate, and currently is slightly overweight to core and underweight to non-core, roughly 80% to core and 20% to non-core at the present time. The structure review determined that these targets continue to be appropriate for the portfolio. However, staff and the consultants recommend that the target ranges be increased slightly to 55 to 85% for core investments and 15 to 45% for non-core investments to allow for increased flexibility and to avoid the need for forced selling. This item was approved by a vote of 4-0-0. And finally, a non-U.S. equity portfolio structure review and recommendation. Staff and Aon presented a structure review of the non-U.S. equity portfolio along with a recommendation to increase the actively managed portion of this portfolio from 40% to 60%. This will allow staff to add active management in areas of the market that are seen as being less efficient and where managers have a higher likelihood of outperforming the benchmark, particularly international small cap equity and emerging market equity. Increasing active management in the non-U.S. equity portfolio to 60% will bring total active management in the entire public equity portfolio up from 33% to 40%. Further, the active risk in the public market portfolio is currently about 50 basis points, which is well below the established active risk budget of 1.75%. Staff will present manager recommendations at a future meeting. This item was approved by a vote of 4-0-0. Are there any questions from the board on these items before we vote? Then I move for the approval of the consent agenda items.
Ms. Calora, thank you. And with all votes in, Mr. Chair, this motion passes 13-0.
We had one action item, information item, that I'd like to share with my colleagues. which is a total fund performance report for the quarter ending December 31, 2023. For the fourth quarter, SDCERS total fund had a net return of 5.6%, which underperformed the policy benchmark, which was at 6.2%. This was driven by underperformance in global equity, along with short-term performance headwinds in private equity. Non-U.S. equity, U.S. fixed income, and the diversifying portfolio all contributed positively over the quarter. Equities have had strong performance over the past year, which has impacted SDCERS' total return versus its peers, as SDCERS has relatively lower equity exposure than others and more in alternative investments than in other plans. However, on a risk-adjusted basis, our fund has posted strong performance with a Sharpe ratio, which is a measure of return per unit of risk taken, in the top quartile over the past 3, 5, and 10 years compared to a universe of similarly sized public pension plans. That was the end of the information items. There were reports, but those were for people to read at their leisure, and there's nothing to report out for that section. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cliff, thank you very much. Let's move on to questions and comments from the president, trustees, and staff. First, do we have any questions, comments, or education session reports from the board members themselves?
I just wanted to thank Rosie. She ordered fondue for dinner. And I appreciate that backup plan.
It is all virtual.
Are there any questions or comments from the staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is, always. So first, I'd like to start by recognizing Lisa Marie Harris for achieving the NACD Directorship Certification from the National Association of Corporate Directors. This significant accomplishment requires a candidate to survive rigorous self-study materials and online governance foundation content and pass a credentialing exam to ensure they possess the core competence required of an effective board professional. She even made the front page news on the NACD Pacific Southwest Chapter LinkedIn page. That's her right there. Nice work, Lisa Marie. I would also like to congratulate and celebrate SDCERS staff member Cynthia Queen for her well-deserved retirement. Cynthia has been a shining light at SDCERS for being a customer service champion. It has been a pleasure to have her on as our SDCERS liaison and relationship manager with our member groups, as noted this morning by Dick Wilkin, former president of REA. While she may be moving on in her retirement after 26 years serving the city, with 16 of those years serving as our member services director, you simply need to watch an online member video to hear her voice, to know that she has left a lasting legacy here at SDCERS. And now that you're retiring, Cynthia, can I have your award-winning SDCERS chili cook-off recipe? Wishing you well. Thank you, Cynthia. I would also like to recognize Norma Frank for speaking at the 8th Annual Women's in Technology Festival, which centered on the theme, Latinas Leading the Way. Norma is relatively new to the team and is one of those team members who is quiet at first, but soon you recognize the depths of her character and skill. For example, the festival approached Norma 2 days prior to the event and gave her 1 day to prepare her talk, Breaking the Silence, the Power of Communicating for Women in Tech, which emphasized empowering women through communication. I understand the session was well received and especially inspirational to a young woman struggling to find her way. Thank you for being part of our team, Norma. And that concludes my comments this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. So we're going to move on to section 11, closed session. Johnny, any matters we need to discuss?
We do. We have 2 matters, Lasaga and Farrington. I do need 5
So the fondue
minutes.
is not going to be wasted.
I'm going to keep it to 5 minutes, if you will, Paul.
The board is moving into closed session for staff, consultants, and visitors not invited to participate in closed session. Would you please leave the room? Rosie, please stop the recording, and we'll go into closed session.
My goodness.
Should have brought the phone.
Oh, man.
It's because all the questions you asked.
Yes.
We are ready whenever you are, Mr. President. Yes, we are ready whenever you are, Mr. President.
I'm ready. So, Johnny, do we have any closed session reports?
We do. I need to report that the board retained Noonan Lance to represent SDCERS in the Farrington versus SDCERS matter by a vote of 12-0 with Tom Battaglia absent.
Great.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnny. So, adjourned. We're going to come to the end of our session finally. The meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is May 10th, 2024, here in the SDCERS boardroom. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you.
Will you send me an email with the
I know you know.
You know, as they say, but yeah, but I'm not leaving. Okay, that's perfect. No, that's good. I just want to make sure. You need any help? Bye, you guys. Thank you.